What's going on, LSP? How you doing? We doing 3 channels today. We're doing the Dallas Lo-Fi channel. We're doing Twitch. And we're doing my regular YouTube channel today. I hope all is well. I can't wait till you can start doing TikTok, man. TikTok live. That's gonna be on a whole different level. Cause these type of lives, to tell you the truth, depending on what algorithm you got on YouTube versus like TikTok and stuff, these type of lives are more uh preferable on TikTok and other platforms that kind of push some, I wouldn't say some type of, but like basically education first. Some type of education first. So y'all saw the thing I shared? Yeah. I don't think just Pearly things got flagged, man. And they wouldn't flag Pearl Supremacy, Pearl GPT. Yeah, I have a Piccolo avatar, yeah. It's called Dallas Lo-Fi. Okay, we can use this. Pearl GPT. I need to find one going on a downbeat. It's like all of these are the same sounds, damn near. Now what I want to do though, I do want to switch up the tempo. I'm gonna make something with that. Just warm up, lay some drums down. Yeah, I don't think Pearly things got flagged, man. It's amazing how the space is in an uproar though. I am laughing at that, but you know, hey man, it is what it is. It is what it is, yo. Let's turn this metronome. I was messing around with Flex Beat. Flex Beat actually is dope. I actually want a slower tempo. You take the tempo down to 72, something random. Something random. Okay, I got you, OG. Give me 1 second. Shout outs to OG in the building. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. Everything wants to act stupid now for a second. Hold on, yo. Shit, it's that stupid today. What the fuck? Okay, we'll use this one. Let's see if that works. Oh man, this is some trash. I don't like when a sample doesn't act right. I'm using these cheap monitors that I got from this little small mom and pop's electronic store out here. These aren't really good. I mean, they're okay for mixing. They're not good for mixing at all. They're okay for just hearing what you're doing. I would rather, like, in this case, like, I would rather, since I'm not in like a sound treated room, I would rather use my inner ear headphones, or I got some now all of a sudden that I want to show y'all. The headphones, I can't find them. I got some which I barely use these, but I started using them a little bit more not too long ago. I got these MDRs. It's like the regular ones from the 80s, the Sony MDRs, or every so often, but they're just not giving me the type of sound that I want at the moment, or it changes up when I use them. I use a Behringer DT770 Pro 80 ohms. You know, so this MPC one could actually run those headphones without like an extra amp. So, but for now, I'm just using these little speakers because I don't feel like setting up a bunch of equipment and patching the sound in today. Let me use a different sample. I'm weird like that. Sometimes I'll hear a sample and then I want to use it and then I don't want to use it anymore. I'll use this sample. Yeah. Sometimes though you do want to listen on a good pair of headphones because it represents what you're hearing a little bit better. And then if you're doing lo-fi like what I'm doing, if you want to side chain something, which I'm gonna side chain some, we're gonna side chain some drums today. If I want to side chain something, I just want a good representation of what I'm hearing, or at least a decent representation of what I'm hearing. These aren't the best representation of what I'm hearing, but they don't sound bad neither. So sometimes too, you gotta give your ears a break. So you know. Like. That's gonna be fire. Can I pull it off? That's the. Let's see. Yeah. That shit gonna be all right. What's going on, Wavy? Peace. Shout outs to you, man. Shout outs to everybody here, man. Yeah, this joint gonna sound all right. Kind of like an old school kind of 80s. That's kind of what I'm looking for, like an 80s kind of sound. So let's see if it'll fit with this tempo and the drums. So it's like, might have to change the drums a little bit because we did change the sample. So it's like, might have to speed up the tempo. So it's like, go faster. So let's do like 75. Let's see. Let's do 75 BPMs. Let's see how that sounds. And let's clear the drums. Usually I don't do the drums. Usually I don't do sample first. All right. Wonder if I should do it every click. 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me see. Try 77. Let's see. All right, let's try 80. So it's gonna be like, no, it's like, it's gonna be like this. That shit gonna be all right. I just gotta get it right. What's going on? What's going on, Nightish? Glad everybody in here. Y'all survived Pearl GPT, Pearl Supremacy. She talk about she gonna initiate a apology, whatever that means. Let's just practice it and see if it's on beat and see if we got to change the BPM so we can get what we want. Or if anything, I think I can warp the sample to the BPM. So as long as I punch it in right, we'll see what we can do. See, it's a little off. Honestly, I want it to be like lo-fi, but it might have to be a little bit faster. Let's try 88 BPMs. Yeah. That feels a little bit more better. I'm all off, but it kind of makes sense. For like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't think that's right. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's step 1. So that should be 4 steps right there, or at least a bar. And then the other half should be 1, 2, 3, and maybe 4. All right, this is gonna be confusing, y'all. I'm trying not to get confused. What's going on, Kwafi? What's going on, man? I was gonna jump in what you call it, Art's chat. I saw everybody over at Art New Style. You said she don't need to just make content. Look, there's no apology. I mean, the thing is that half these people ain't even pro-black like that anyway. You know, they just want to find somebody to throw under the carriage to a certain degree, even though she said some fucked up shit. You know, but I mean, what do you expect? You know, I want to offer a promotion on your channel. It's cool, bro. I am Gucci, but hopefully you're not a robot. Talk to me like a person, and yeah, you can do a little bit of advertising if somebody needs your services. But I'm Gucci. I got a lot of stuff going on. I don't have time for that at the moment. But if you are a real person, talk to me like a human being. I got you. I don't know why people be man, y'all gotta update y'all how y'all moving. Y'all, like, you know, I'm from the millennial generation where we use internet before, you know, advertisement and you know, spamming. You'll get further by talking to people. Just talk to people a little bit. You know, yeah, it sounds bot-ish. Bots don't work anymore. You know what I'm saying? With all due respect, you know. See, the problem, Coffee, is I'm not a music. I mean, I am a musician, but I gotta figure out what pads I'm gonna hit in what order. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4. Then 1, 2. See, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's gonna be, you know, it's gonna be a little challenging, but yeah. But yeah, the thing about Pearl is, you know, she don't. I mean, it will help if she apologized, but like after a while, you got to ask yourself, you know, just even as a content creator, who the hell am I apologizing to? You know, but then again, she did say some crazy shit about the black community, you know, about slavery and all that other shit. And it's like, well, y'all, she's a zillennial. You know, like what do y'all expect? Y'all expect her to and you know what? I'm gonna tell y'all something real. I'm gonna tell y'all something really real, cause I know there's a piece of y'all that do want this to be true. Y'all want her to feel like what quote unquote like what black people feel. You don't even feel that way. Y'all want her to feel like what black people feel, because I see the manosphere taking a lot of its time to try to get women to give up the craziest, try to get women to give up their Disney lifestyle for a more realistic lifestyle, when that's not gonna happen. We want you to know how real life is. No, not gonna happen. You know, she only got to apologize to them black people she gonna be around, because she not worried about nobody from America. You know, she in London, and they don't. Funny thing is, to a certain degree, they don't feel the same way in London. So that's another thing. You know, like how people feel here. Ah, it is. She's a little off. Yeah, she did get too comfortable. Yep. This is why usually the boss and the CEOs of companies, they don't show themselves, and they're comfortable with people gallivanting around like they're the boss. They don't show themselves because stuff like this happens. Ah. Let's see. Maybe I gotta slow it down a little bit. Maybe I'll probably do like 85 BPM. Yeah, that's it. Cause I feel my hits hitting on the metronome. You said she left black niggas out of here. She left black niggas out of here after going abroad and went to the UK, substituted African and black. Yeah, 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 yeah. And you gotta look at it too, like, you know, but she's talking to older generation, she's talking to older generation African. So they might not necessarily feel the same way, you know what I'm saying, as you know, someone here. You know, y'all know what it is, man. You know, I've been telling people for a long time. You know, a lot of Africans get briefed before they get over here, because a lot of people You know, a lot of ADOS and a lot of people be trying to connect with them, but it's like, bro, they brief before they get over here. You know, what's going on, fighter? Review it real quick before they take it down. I don't think that vid is up no more. You might have to go over my review. Hold on, y'all. Shout outs to Fighter in the building, man. All right, let's go. Let's see. I messed up on the last one. Oh, but I got it. I got it, y'all. I got it. Gotti. I got it. There we go. Yeah, that's all right there. Shout outs to Spawn. But this is the crazy part. Why is the manosphere faking like it's pro-black like that? Because, see, think about it, Spawn. Jason Black, he has a reason to go after her. Because guess what? Him, Tariq, and a couple of other dudes, they pushed a pro-black narrative. So we got to ask ourselves two questions here. Are we triggered by Jason Black and what Pearly Thing said? Because honestly, the manosphere don't really have to, she don't have to apologize to the manosphere per se. Because the manosphere doesn't care about the pro-black shit. That's my boy, but shout outs to him. We have a brother around here named Supreme King Coon. We got brothers here that openly reject Umar. You know what I'm saying? So the only reason why I would see that why she would apologize to somewhat of anybody in the manosphere is like O'Shea and all these other people that really caped for her the hardest. And now he has to do damage control by making it seem like we were caping for her when he was the biggest, when he had the biggest trumpet for her. You know? Shout outs to O-Man. O-Man did a response. O-Man out for blood at this point, but it's like, bruh, she did say what she said. So it's like she made the quote unquote, I guess, founders of the manosphere look stupid. Not the actual manosphere in general, but then again, you go to a channel, a lot of manosphere cats are over there. I've seen people over there dropping bags off on her and will be completely comfortable sitting here watching me for like 2, 3, 4, 6 hours. Nothing. Peanuts, you know? I'm gonna hire a loud woman out here to fucking do my content and sit back like a fat rat. Sit back like a fat rat. Kuda, what you doing? I'm over here banging on this damn machine. Look. Shit. The fuck I'm working hard for. Killing myself. Yeah, they do need to know where they stand. That's absolutely correct, Coffee. They do. It's just the black manosphere got caught with his pants down. So a lot of people, too many people in this space look stupid, you know. Y'all were looking stupid when y'all said she got tech and gear and she worked hard. Like, nigga, what? Where? Y'all like gear? Y'all like tech? Y'all like hard work? Shit. That's what's being rewarded around this motherfucker. All right, let me know. Yeah, I rolled my eyes the first day I heard some shit like that. I'm like, man, why she come in here and I can't even introduce younger brothers to this space because she up here, she got the attention, not the younger brothers. You know, the ones that's actually going out and dating in today's society that should have a little sector in this space. Priority, you know. Let me do a slight one, like. This shit crazy, man. Like, if you wanted to start a channel right now today, Spawn, you should be able to have a space cleared for you where it's like, yeah, bro, we got you, come through. Nah, man. When one woman is, I'm gonna give y'all the game because a lot of you know y'all got to talk to content creators, people that be behind the scene and knows what's going on. Because half the stuff I say, nobody believes me anyway, right? When one woman comes in here and regurgitate our talking points, 5 other Manosphere brothers just got they food snatched up off their plate. I'm sorry I make this shit look like it's easy when it's not. When one woman comes in here, that's 5 other black men giving up their seat. O'Shea wasn't even in control of that woman, but she in control of his talking points. What's gonna happen now if Lapeef say some crazy shit? I never said. Get the fuck out of here. This is what happens when you don't. This is what happens when you don't pay attention to your business, and you try to run away from one side of your business. No, you don't run away from one side of your business. You got a whole bunch of other brothers going live in your manosphere. Because if any type of success comes, guess who's going to try to take credit for it? O'Shea. So help the brothers that's making content in your manosphere. The fuck? Shit crazy, man. It's not like these people ain't smart. And I mean, look, O'Shea's not wrong to do his thing in Uganda and stuff like that. Nollywood is actually a big a big thing. You know, you pop off in Nigeria, bro. You going places. Guess what's about to take over now, to where I got to start upping the tempo on some of my beats, Afro beats. That Burna Boy shit. That shit. They like that shit. That's what that shit sounds like to me. I'm sorry. I am Nigerian, so trust is coming from the source. But that's what that shit sound like. So I got to make some Afro beats to stay relevant, y'all. I got to make some Burna Boy shit because they're basically rapping, but guess what? They don't call it rap. They call it Afro beats. When they're literally rapping over African drums and shit. So now I gotta be like, oh, okay, let me make a Burna Boy beat. Let me have a little bit of that shit in my catalog. Watch that be all this lo-fi making. Watch one of the. We're gonna make an Afro beat next. Watch that be the beat to take off. Just watch. You say, yeah, they will help a white broad. Man, listen, they will help a man. Look. Go back she talking about niggas and stuff like that, and y'all want to hear smart brothers talk about some real shit, go look up the story of King Kong. That nigga died over a woman he couldn't even fuck. Am I too raw? Too raw? Whenever you feel like a dumb Negro, just remember the story of King Kong. Yeah, they'll get into 1 million subs. Hell yeah. I'm gonna turn off this metronome soon. I know it's annoying. All right, but let me hold on. Let me lay down some drums. All right, something slight. See how that sounds. It's like a nice chilled beat. And we can still lo-fi it because it's still under 90 BPM. So, yeah. Nope. See what other sounds we got. I gotta make some Burner Boy type shit. I gotta make some Thames type shit. You don't need no other body. Only you can hold my body. Yeah, what I'm doing is I'm doing some slight drums. So if I layer the drums on it and I want to take the drums away, I can do that. I wonder what it'll sound like because I really want to get into side chaining. So like these drums, like if I was to, let's see, if I was to add a Mother Ducker, because they have a side chaining thing on here called a Mother Ducker. Actually, I'm gonna show y'all something called Flex Beat. Cause I can't wait till it's in standalones called VST. They just made it. I'm gonna move this piano right here, and I'm gonna load up the software a little bit because I got the software right here. I'm gonna show you. It's this thing called Flex Beat, right? And I ain't gonna lie, I paid for it because definitely it can definitely help out my beats. So I'm gonna show you exactly what it does. I messed around with it the other day. Can't believe Curlin not here. Curlin usually shows up, but he probably sleep. It's a busy man, y'all. Coffee, did you take your MPC out your box, man? I got some stuff to send you, man. Let me know when you do it. When you take these, Coffee got a gold. Don't let Coffee fool y'all. He got a gold MPC. Take that shit out the box, bro. I got man. Listen, and just get an SD card. It's Christmas. It's Christmas. Let me know as soon as you do it. Cause I'm gonna spend this whole show just sending you emails because it's gonna be Christmas. You know? So on the next one, on the next beat, we're gonna make a basic beat, right? And I'm gonna show you how Flex Beat works. So if y'all don't see me tapping some of these buttons, I got my keyboard here in my hand, which is really good. Sometimes you want to get these buttons a break. You know, I'm not gonna lie, this is all you need. This, a laptop, and maybe one other what you call it, synthesizer, because we're gonna be middying in the Digitone and another synthesizer. So we're gonna have like a cool ultimate standalone setup where this thing is the brain. Shout out to Quabi. Quabi said I'm moving to a new spot and I'm a setup. Okay. You said, yeah, I have that too, but okay. You have the red one. Yeah, the red one is nice. I think that's the play or the old MPK. I rather the other color, but they didn't have the other color in stock. I would have just like the black and gray one. Fire. Fuego. But I'm gonna be doing some YouTube shorts also and some YouTube shirts and pants and stuff. Let me stop. If you guys get this MPK mini, they're like $100, $120. They just got a new one too. That's like MIDI, because this one is like USB, which is horrible. You gotta use I had it on the other show. You gotta use one of these. You gotta use one of these little MIDI boxes, and then basically USB it into this, and then you get this right here to basically get it to talk to another instrument. So it's just the extra step that you got to have in your studio, and then you got to think about the plugs and where this USB is going into and all this other stuff, right? But this thing right here is actually very smart. I didn't know. So if you want to use this with like Ableton or something else, you can use it. So you go to like you hold program select right here, and then this pad right here sets it to, if you can see on the screen right here, this pad right here sets it to Ableton Live, which is probably the next DAW that I'm going to learn how to use. This one right here, Logic Pro X. This one right here, FL Studio 20. That's old. This one right here, GarageBand. So you can hook this to your phone also, and your phone can power this. My OPZ powers this really, really well too. Chroma pads. I don't know what that means. I think like if you have like your pads set up chromatically, major pads, and then minor pads, and then this right here for MPC. So it works well with computer programs. I use it on melodics too to learn how to play the piano. But honestly, I've been getting the better practice by just making beats. You know what I'm saying? So, and it's good for like one hand and shit. Cause like if you have it set up somewhere, one hand will be over here playing this, and then the other hand could be hitting the drums and stuff. So both of these are just very beautiful machines, separate and together. Now I think when you do the program selects, I think it defaults, like certain things default. You know what I'm saying? Like these 4 pads right here, they default to these 4 pads right here. But I can still press like the first 4 keys and touch these pads up here, or I can do something where I'm like switching those pads to these 4 pads and stuff. So this is kind of like a remote, and you never really have to touch your MPC. Now the reason why a lot of people like this MPC one, and if you look in the thumbnail, somebody did a fake MPC one. Hold on, y'all. Somebody did a fake MPC one mod setup, I guess, with like they just did it like an MPC one setup with like a bigger screen that flips up, kind of like the old MPC, because they made this sort of like the MPC 60 if you look at the layout. But the reason why a lot of people like this MPC even over the Live and the X is because there's dedicated buttons. This has more buttons than the other MPCs, and in their head it stops you from menu diving as much as possible. So that's pretty cool, especially in standalone mode. So we have these drums, and let me tell y'all something about mixing that I'm learning right now. Sometimes it's good to solo stuff and hear how it sounds, but you do want to have your other instruments playing at the same time, because you're seeing how it sounds together. So what I'm gonna do to kind of have these drums, I do want these drums to kind of sit in the back and kind of just like kind of chill and not really take over the beat or overpower the sample, but want it to be harmonic. So later on, I will go use my favorite Airflavor Pro to give it like a lo-fi sound. And the only reason why I would use FlexBeat, so hopefully it gets off the computer and they actually do an update where I can get the VST as a plugin, because I got it already. And I'm going to show it to y'all. But the only reason why I would use a computer in this instance, because everything about me is DAWless. I don't want to use a computer at all. But FlexBeat is on the computer at this point, so I'll just use that as a I'll use it as a guitar pedal or a plug-in, but everything is DAWless. The beat gonna be DAWless. Maybe an effect might be on the Flex beat that's on the computer. So I will mention that if I make a beat with it. But aside from that, everything is DAWless. Um, I want to do something called side chaining. So side chaining is basically dynamics. So basically, you can hear the drums, like it turns the drums up a little bit more and it like ducks. It basically kind of it ducks to give certain instruments, even if you have instruments laying on top of each other, it ducks it to let both instruments play, or the sample play, or certain thing plays, and then it sounds good. It sounds I have a word that I come up with called rhythmatic. So let's see how it sounds with the mother ducker off. And these are just the drums, because I might have to put this on the sample. So doesn't sound bad, but let's see how it sounds with it on. Sounds a lot better. And the thing about lo-fi, you don't have to mix it that much, because imperfections is welcome with lo-fi. So depending on what type of imperfections you want. We can choose a little bit. All right, let's turn that off, and let's try the ducker on the sample, because we're gonna put a lo-fi effect on the sample anyway. So these are all plugins. Oh, that sounds good. There we go. I knew it would sound better on the sample, because I'm gonna add other drums to it. But let's see if we can turn it on the drums and see how both of them will sound. So it sounds good. But see, with these little monitors and these little small speakers, it may sound good here, and then you plug in. I use inner ear headphones. You plug in your inner ear headphones, and it probably sounds a little bit off. You know. So what we can do is, I think both of these sound pretty good. I'm learning also while I'm making a beat to mix it while you make the beat. If something needs to be turned up or turned down, turn the shit up or turn it down. But this sounds good to chill. Now we already have some drums tracking our sample, but let's add a lo-fi effect on it, and that could be like tape warble, that could be MPC 3000 sound, like warmer sound, or this could be like a imperfection. All right. So back in the day, it sounded messed up because what you're using to play it, probably like an old headphone or some old speakers that are imperfect. Now in 2023, they're charging y'all a lot of money to make it sound imperfect. It's like a on purpose accident. So we're gonna add this Air Flavor Pro, my favorite plugin on the MPC, because it just does the heavy lifting. I don't really have to tweak too much of the vinyl and the distortion and stuff, even though I can, even though I do. And this is just a dope plugin. So this makes it sound hollow. See how that sounds? And I can turn it this way. VHS. This one's nice because it gives it a little bit of distortion. SP12. This sounds really good. I actually really want an SP12 so bad. One day I'm going to be very blessed. So I like the SP12 because the SP12 from Emu, it sounds brighter. the next, if you guys can hear the difference, I'm gonna go from SP12 to the MPC J Dilla use the 3000. Watch how it goes from a little bit more bright to warm. Check this out. So this is the SP12, MPC 3000. See how it's kind of more mid, but it's like more warm, kind of laid into the beat, versus the SP12, which is more. So I like the SP12 because the sample is like more inviting. It's like more inviting. You know what I'm saying? Warm is inviting too, but this is kind of more inviting because it has more top end. MPC 60 is kind of like in the middle. But I like the 12. So the 12 sounds good. What also sounds good is vinyl. There's two type of vinyl settings here too, but let's see. Gramophone definitely sounds like a radio. Radio. This is vinyl. So I kind of like this too. But you got to have a little bit more stuff going on. Tremolo is cool. It's like a warbly. See? Corrupted tape doesn't sound bad all the time. Flutter. Vintage creamer is good sometimes. Reels. Cassette. Cassette old. So I think what we're going to go with is the SP 1200. It sounds better the way it is, but we can also change it too. So you go to the secondary page right here. I can turn on the pitch. Play with the pitch. Hold on, y'all. So you can play with the pitch. Sounds good without it, but you know. Dial it back. Or you can just straight up turn it off. Or you can turn the vary up. Give it like a dated sound. But we'll turn it back down to 30 and we'll turn that off because I actually like it the way it is. So. But you can choose if you want the lo-fi effect to be like on smaller speakers. You could choose if you want it to be more of a low pass or a high pass. This has like a good high pass on it. You can choose if you want it to you know, be in a larger studio like the Reverb, or a smaller studio, or an old studio, or you know. So you can basically tune it the way you like it. What's going on, Mac Bones? Shout outs to you. So let's add some more stuff to this song. Make it chill. So we got the Mother Ducker and we got Unused Kit. So let's see. That sounds all right. What's going on, Tez? What it do, man? Wait till I start making some Memphis beats. I'm gonna be juking like a motherfucker in this month. Wait till I start making some Duke Deuce type beats. SP 1200 all day. I'm gonna be a problem. I was thinking about releasing a song doing a Flint flow, like a Flint type flow, like a T Grizzly type flow. Where the hell is Gino at? I haven't seen Gino in a minute. Shout outs to Gino, wherever he at, man. Oh, you got some drums? I'll trade you. I like trading with producers. I got some shit I can show you. I definitely got some shit laying around that you like. Okay, yeah. Let me know. I'm gonna send you something also. Let me know. I'll sit down. We'll go through some sounds that I got. I'm making a drum pack also. I need to holler at one of my dudes off of Fiverr. So you know the onion, the karate onion from Paul Rapper the Rapper. I got a drum kit coming out with that joint, and then I got a free version of the same kit, which borrows some sounds from that kit. So I'm putting that together. So I'm gonna see if I need something off my MPC, but I've been using this iZotope to catch it analog and DAWless. So it's not like I'm just sending you a computer file. You know, I catch it analog, and then I tune it and I mix it, put it as a high wave file, and then I send it out. And I got random sounds in here like the doors closing, my zippers and stuff. I need to get a lighter flick. So I take this microphone. This is the same microphone that Billie Eilish uses, this dynamic mic. I take this joint and I go around and I capture everything with this my iZotope, and basically clean it up, process it, and send it. So I'm gonna have a dope drum kit that's free. And then I have this thing on here that I just bought called Kit Maker, where like you could just instantly load it up to your MPC and stuff like that. So I'm gonna show y'all how to make a beat with the new kit also. So I'm gonna demo and practice to show y'all the new kit in front of you guys. So I think I'm gonna up it. This is what I hate. I hate when I plan something because then I end up upping it. I think I'm gonna up it. So the kit is supposed to have 20 kicks, 10 snares, 8 hi-hats, 8 loops, 8 miscellaneous stuff, 15 percussion sounds, 8 different types of 808s and bass, and 3 like random, probably like acapellas and stuff like that. It's gonna be a dope kit. It's gonna be a dope kit. I'm gonna have it on BeatStars. You said they're the official drums used to in Project Pat's old school Memphis rappers. Yeah, man. That's why I like brothers that are from certain regions and stuff like that, because y'all get to keep certain stuff. Like if I was really going to go-go's and stuff like that back in the day, and I wanted to capture a certain type of drum, and I brought my equipment there and capture it, yeah, be floating around in the DMV area. So it's always a plus to be a producer from where like certain genres originated, because I'm tired of people like, hey, let me show you a tutorial. Look at my Fruity Loop screen. It's like, oh man, I click off fast as hell. I really can't learn from somebody in the Fruity Loop screen. So. I like that. Yeah. We're gonna get this hi-hat. See what we got. These don't sound bad. Yeah, I like that. That's usable. There's so much sounds I normally wouldn't use. Man, I catch myself using these sounds all the time. Hold on, let me plug in my phone. Choppers get the dumping. I ain't gonna say nothing. I don't care if you with you out in public. They're gonna find your ass. They're behind the Publix. Hold on. Can we do this without this cord being all in the way though, sir? Oh God, what the hell? Every day, 24/7, I be clutching. What the fuck? Can we get this cord out the way? Oh, this is ghetto. All right, that's not bad. Messed that up. We're gonna make a Just Pearly Things type beat. Pearl GPT type beat. Do the Manosphere do anything else? Are they talented? You don't know. I don't care. I'll catch you in. I'll see you out in public. Pearly Pearl type beat. In DC, man, there's this go-go club that used to, bruh, going to that club was like going to a real live haunted house. Like, if you make it out that club alive, you know what I'm saying? If you make it out that club alive, you might be all right. It's the club. It was a club called The Pearl. They had to shut that shit down and got shot up so much times. It's called La Pearl. Lepearl. La Pearl. Well, LA. You can. I forgot if it was LE. I think it's LE. LE. La Pearl. Might use that as a cover. Let's see how this shit sounds. What's going on, Antonio? Yeah, these are like, like the clapping really overtaking it. I'm thinking, should I do a mother ducker on here? But I got the ducker side chaining on both of these channels. Well, I guess we could try it. I mean, the beat's really done. I really don't have to do that much because it's really supposed to just repeat itself. Only thing I probably would add, if I had to add something, is like a mellow lead. You know what I'm saying? Like a mellow lead or something, like a or something, some type of melody, like a lead. But let's see. Let's add the ducker on here and see if it sounds better. Let's see. Uh-oh. This one is nice. I like the other one though. Hold on, y'all. There we go. Looks like it's clipping a little bit though. It sounds good. Yeah, I like that. We could keep that. My workflow on this thing is like really fast. But I gotta, you know what? I gotta get a new workflow, right? Where I make and produce the beat in the same night. Probably produce like 3 beats a day in one session. I'm gonna do a timer at some point. Oh, see, this guy, I like this guy because he puts out a lot of samples, but I'm gonna do a timer and see if I can make a beat in under 10 minutes. I'm gonna call this Jest. lo-fi tings. Ting. Me want a ice cold ting. Give me 1 second, y'all. Let me load up my MPC software. It's the only time y'all really gonna see me actually using a DAW. I'm really not using the DAW. I'm just using it for one of the features that it has. And I probably should have put this in shit, I probably should have put this in hold on, it's giving me hell to save this thing. Hold on, y'all. And I noticed that as soon as I loaded this shit up. Am I out of memory already? I need to delete some stuff probably. Yeah, I'm out of memory, y'all. Shit. All right, let's see if we can fuck. I don't think I can save this on here. All right. So this is what I'm gonna do. Uh we're gonna go to our memory card and see if there's something I can delete. Cause I hate when this happens. Cause I just put something on here and that shit took up a couple of gigs. I need a bigger SD card. That's what she said. Or I need to transfer one. I have a man, motherfucker. Where's my camera? Hold on, y'all. I know I got a bigger memory card laying around here somewhere. Un momento. Oh. Might have to use my computer for this, y'all. So I got some memory cards right here. Hopefully I don't drop it in this damn juice. And I got this one right here. This 128 gigs. Let's see. I wonder, where is my SD card reader? I have my. This thing got full too, y'all. I got this hard drive, this terabyte. I wonder if I could save it on here. So one of the coolest things that you can buy for your MPC is one of these solid states. So let me see if I can plug it in here. And let's see. If it'll pick it up. There it is. Just save it here for the time being. That means I need to upload. Lord have mercy, it's not saving. God damn it. Save to here. Unable to write to selected location. I don't have no space on none of this stuff. Are you kidding me? Where is... Hold on, y'all. This is the part. See, this is why I don't like messing around with computers and stuff like that. Because there's always some BS. Always. Oh, here it is. Find another SD card. Alright, so what I'll do is get out of here, go back to my drive, and I want to take this out though. Eject. See, 931, 192 megabytes is free on that. And this right here, damn, 256 is free. I'll be goddamn. Don't ever do what I'm about to do, y'all, because I'm about to... Well, let me see. Oh, what the fuck? Let me plug this in and see. So it's good to get like a splitter so you can read this. Okay, P4 SD, shift, drive info. Good. We got 156 gigs free on this bad boy. So what I'm going to do is these monitors are trash because like you have to have a USB plugged in. Hold on. This is annoying me right now. What's this? Okay. Anyway, what I would want to do is open a new folder. It usually asks if you want to open a new folder. So let me go to P4 SD and do new folder. And let me do tracks to produce. Now, you might be just working. Okay, it's saving it. So I got to delete some stuff and use a bigger SD card. So I'm going to use my computer here and transfer it over. But before I do that, let's make a quick beat and I'm going to show you how Flex Beat works. So basically, Akai, I don't know, they're going after Fruity Loops hard body karate. Like they're really trying to get Fruity Loops. They're trying to get their ass up out of here. Like for real. And Fruity Loops got something called Gross Beat. And obviously, what I'm about to show y'all is called Flex Beat. Now, I need to get my fucking license because I bought the thing, but it won't let me access my damn account. So I'm gonna go into controller mode right here. I'm going to preferences. Let me quit NPC. And reload it. When in doubt, reload your NPC and rescan it. So, okay, NPC software 2 is up. And it picks up everything, no problem. Basically, what's going on here is what's going on my computer over here. I'm not going to really keep moving my phone. So, I don't know why it's still looking for the computer. Oh, shit. Hold on, y'all. Quit NPC. Unplug this. I thought it was plugged in, y'all. So I noticed that everyone that has all these FL Studio tutorial how to do tech tricks, but everybody beats are trash. Yeah, this is the thing, man. I'm tired of trying to look up how to do certain things and somebody keeps showing me their FL Studio page. It's like I do stuff standalone, so it's like y'all don't use an MP. Y'all don't kind of look. I'm tired of looking at a damn Fruity Loops page. Which I get it, but it's like, all right, now this thing is acting stupid. Come on now. What are we doing here? Hell out of my way, please. The fruit, Akai trying to finish off Fruity Loops, man. People are starting to get more, they're starting to get more bold with Fruity Loops too. They're like, listen, your beat's gonna have to be at a certain standards if you're gonna be using a DAW. The reason why I don't use a DAW too is because there we go. No, I don't want to select a different device. Okay, there we go. The reason why I really don't use a DAW is because honestly, learning how to make a beat with a mouse and not like a keyboard or no real instruments and stuff like that, it stifles it can stifle your creativity. So there's a sister here. It's a cool black girl, cute as hell. She's a beat maker. She uses a keyboard and I think she uses Ableton. So she was asking me when is my drum kit coming out, and I was like, very soon, So I'm gonna work on that tonight, and then I'm gonna finish my book too, because the book is almost done. So I'm gonna just go ahead. Anything else I want to add to it, I'm gonna just put it in another book, or on a I'll just continue the book. I'll just do like a volume 2 or something like that. So look, this is what we're gonna do. We're just gonna get some random drums. So we're gonna go to one of my favorite kits, Neo Sunset. We're gonna do a late night. I like these sounds. So I'm loading a bunch of kits just so we'll have some drums. What the hell is that? Hold on, y'all. This is exactly why I don't use the damn computer. What is going on now? See why I just rather do standalone? This goofy shit. What is going on? All right, then cancel. Operation cancel. It was canceled by user. What the hell? See? Now it's not playing. So I don't know what's going on, and I don't hear it in my on my speakers. What the hell? All right, so this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna quit MPC again. Soon as you start hooking stuff up to the computer, that's when goofy shit start happening. So this is why I just don't. This is exactly why I don't use a computer. All right, we're gonna try this again. We're gonna go into our drums yet again. What the hell? See? It just started doing this. I'm waiting for this thing to get its spine right. Hello. Are you even working? All right. I didn't inject no disc. All right, give me 1 second, y'all. I'm just trying to show y'all a damn plugin, and I gotta go through fucking. I gotta split the Nile River just to show y'all a damn plugin. All right. So anyway, I put it in in controller mode because obviously when you're using this thing as a controller, you don't have to. Maybe because I have my this MPK plugged in, but I still shouldn't have no problems. But um, you really don't even have to look at the screen on your computer. Your computer, the screen and the menu is gonna slightly look different, but on here you're gonna be seeing the same thing. You know, and it's loaded up, but I don't know. What the fuck? Hold on, y'all. You obviously ain't looking for the computer hard enough. See, this is the bullshit I'm talking about. And I think it's because the memory is full. So that's why they tell you don't save stuff on the internal memory on these things. See, all my problems started as soon as I hook it up to a computer. This is the exact reason why I do not use a computer at all. It's just bullshit. Bullshit after bullshit. I literally didn't do nothing but hook it up and went to go look for sounds. And now the computer's acting stupid. Quit MPC again. Go right back into MPC beats. I'm gonna have to just start deleting shit. Honestly, I'm gonna have to sit down and start deleting shit. So I'm back in the MPC studio and it's still for some reason not picking up the MPC. Wow. Oh, it says it is. Oh. All right. So we're gonna try this again. So all my memory, my memory is full. So I do gotta purge some stuff. So I gotta actually really sit down and start unloading stuff off my MPC off air today. Okay, so we're back in controller mode. Selecting MPC audio. And say okay. So why isn't this changing right here? Lord have mercy. See, this the type of shit that make you Just give up beat making for today. Try this again. Okay. Finally it picked it up. Are we okay? Or do I have to choke? Do I have to choke a bitch? All right. So finally, after 5 to 10 minutes of wrestling with this stupid shit, let's just get some random drums. I'm not going to save anything. Let's just get some random drums. This is why I'd rather use hardware. You know, I never went through no problems like this with no damn Digitone or none of that stuff. Sometimes when things are too smart, it's a little too smart and it starts doing shit you don't want it to do, and it outsmarts itself and just it's useless. There's such thing as being so smart you're useless. Y'all should know about it. We in the manosphere. There's a lot of useless smart people here. All right, so we got some drums, and obviously it says fuck my MPK controller. So let me put this on the ground. Watch it. Watch it present another. Let me just unplug it. It's gonna present another problem. All right. There we go. All right, here we go. All right, let me just unplug this because that's gonna present another problem too. All right, so and I do need to put my preferences back on here. So we're gonna do a beat at 88 BPMs, 8 bars. It's weird on here. Turn the certain things are in a different place, so I'm just gonna manually turn on the metronome and just okay. Actually, let's go to 78 BPM. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know why it's so low. And let's find a sample real quick that we can lay on top of this real quick. I ain't gonna lie, looking at the computers and just working here, it does look dope. What's going on, Tony? Yeah, man, I'm about to drop some music soon too, man. Kind of make it like I'm gonna try to drop music every weekend. You dig? All right, so let's do something with this sample here. I like to cut these samples up by BPMs, so it's like. All right, so I like that. Convert. Definitely drop your link when you drop it, Tony, so people here can check it out. I'll share it when I get off. All right, so we got our samples, so we can. I kind of like. We're gonna go with that. So let's see if it'll work. So basically lay down this drums. So y'all can hear it. Which this doesn't matter because, hold on, what the hell? Hold on, y'all. That's the record volume. I do need to change that. Alright. So we got a nice little beat going right here. Kind of dress it up real quick. Give me 1 second. Go with the SB12. And I do like the computer screens that comes up, which is dope. I wish I could put it on my main monitor right here, but let's see. Like, right? So we got a nice all right, that quick. We got a nice little rhythm going, all right? So a lot of people don't know where to access it. I can't wait till this goes to standalone because I don't want to use no goddamn computer. To access FlexBeat, and I think in this case it's only gonna play with this sample, but whatever. You go to your effects rack. Some people go to the master bus, but I think you can just go to your regular effects rack, and you keep your vocals. You keep everything here. Usually, you want to click manufacture, even though it's an Air product. You go to Akai Pro, but I already did it, so I go right here to VST. And when I go to VST, right here it says FlexBeat. So I click FlexBeat. Now, FlexBeat is on. And this thing won't let me... it won't let me try my... I'll just do the 10-day... I don't have my thing where it will show me my damn trial. This is why I don't like buying stuff from now it says oops, something went wrong. See? So I'm gonna try the unlicensed version. And for some reason it makes this wave noise. So whatever. So it has a lot of stuff. Because for some reason I gotta get my serial number, then I gotta log in and then do all this other weird shit. Here's and I can so it basically has me on the what you call it page. So y'all not gonna be able to see it right here, but I have it over here on my computer. So I'm gonna use my mouse and click on the stuff over on the computer. And now all of a sudden when I'm looking for my mouse, I can't find my mouse, so I don't have to click that. I can sit right here on the couch. Here we go. Is it gonna pick it up or is it gonna give me problems? Hold on, y'all. All right, there we go. Now my mouse is connected. So check this out. This is page number 1 by default. So these are the type of effects that you can add to your beat, which especially if you're doing lo-fi, makes it oh so easier. Makes it oh so easier. So check this out. So effect number 1, stairs. Check this out. Or you can. So at this point, it's only playing with the sample. So what I'm gonna do is give me 1 second, y'all. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back to empty. I don't know where this wave noise is coming from. I guess because it's a trial version. That's what they do to deter you from recording music with it. That's fucked up. But I do have the full version. I just need to find my fucking serial key, and they made that process a living hell. So plus I'm waiting for it to come to standalone anyway. What I'll do is I'll go to the master bus and put let me go. Oh my god, come on now. Let me go back here. Let me turn this off. Turn that shit off. And let me go to the master bus. And I'll put it on the master bus. So this will give you some lo-fi. This is like lo-fi. This is like right up my alley. Which is why I did it. Shout outs to Tony. Tony got some lo-fi right here too. Okay, so make sure you check out his channel, like and subscribe, and support his music. Got some really good stuff over there. All right, legendary producer in the game. You know, don't know what I would do without him. All right, so let's get into this flex beat real quick. I'm gonna hit this little Pensy pencil right there, and no homo, you get a dry and a wet signal. Basically, how much how much of it you want to happen, and we can scroll through the patterns right here. So try unlicensed. Why is this thing acting stupid right now? So I'm gonna do everything using the Q links. So check this out. So you get like the DJ scratch. You can scratch it. Add all of this stuff to your beats if you want. You can add this one. This is gonna take live performance to a whole new level, y'all. I'm gonna start doing live performances too. And you can mix all the patterns together. So that's just one aspect. That's just one aspect of using it. We haven't even gotten started yet. Okay? And here goes my MPC acting stupid again. Here goes my MPC acting dumb again. So let's go through it through here. All right, let's try this one. They got the DJ. This is good because my turntable just broke too. And it all depends on where you add it onto your it all depends on where you add it to your beat too. So you get some screw and chop effect, backspin. Do some gates. And this is stuff that I can do on my OP1 also, which makes this a lot more fun. So any type of lo-fi, we got stutters. Any type of lo-fi that you're using, or any type of lo-fi that you're making, this could give it a tape effect. So check this out. So I can trick the beat out, adding certain effects to it. So depending on how you're setting up your beat, you can do these on like first verse, second verse. I like that I can throw these in there. They got bonus. Check this out. Ooh. Change up the beat. What? Yeah, I like that. So I think this is awesome. Definitely worth the price. You know, and you could switch it. You could play with it any way you want. No homo. Like honestly, like this will give any beat that you make character. This will give you a lot more confidence that when you finish your beat, you could trick the beat out, you know. And I'm pretty sure you can add multiple effects to really give your beat character, and like you do a whole performance with just one beat. Like that triplet was fire. I like this too. I like this one right here. Turn the wetness up. Slow that joint down. So yeah. So yeah. I definitely like this. All right, let me quit this. Don't save, even though that was a cool little beat. Um, Let me eject this real quick. All right, so I gotta delete some stuff off of here before I can even work or use a different SD card, which I'm probably just gonna do that. So we're gonna eject, eject. I don't know why this thing doesn't give me an option to eject. I'm just gonna turn this off, shut down. So obviously, as you guys would expect, the MPC becomes way more powerful when you hook it up to a computer. Obviously, stuff looks the same, but if you really pay attention, there's a lot of differences. You know what I'm saying? Even the engines and stuff. You know. Yeah, I'm about to literally just do a big ass I'm about to literally just do a big ass upload on my DistroKid. Honestly, at this point, you know. Let me plug this into my computer and let me see. See, this got 256. Damn, that's a lot of memory. 256 versus 64 gigs. Hold on. Let me see. So yeah, man, yeah, definitely. I mean, certain projects I will be working on it standalone, but it's just like like honestly, I might no, my drum kit that I'm making, I'm that's gonna be all analog. That's gonna be standalone. I'm not about to plug no goddamn computer in unless I'm fine slicing something or you know. O'Shea don't learn his lesson. He talking about Hassan Campbell. Goddamn. What's good, everybody? It's your boy O'Shea Duke Jackson. You know them gossip girl channels be backfiring, man. The celebrity junk. Brothers music. So guys, today I've been getting a ton of. Even Courtney Michelle said something about Pearl. Hold on, y'all. Controversial YouTuber Hassan Campbell. And I had to make sure I checked his name. Sit here and delete some shit. Hold on, y'all. Let me know if y'all can hear it. Is no longer with us. Can I get a giveaway sound effect, Nemo? Now, I don't know if he was terminated for violating YouTube guidelines. I don't know if he took his own channel down. But here's what I do know. Hassan Campbell is a very good YouTuber. I will give him that. He's not necessarily so popular. So this is what I think happened with Hassan Campbell. You know, make sure y'all like on the way in, support the channel. This is what, because I end up doing content, you know. But this is what I know about Hassan Campbell. He probably got 2 strikes on his channel. So to protect his channel, he probably took it down for a little bit and just deleting a whole bunch of stuff. And then you know what I'm saying, and then he'll probably he'll probably be back. That's literally all I can say, because I mean, obviously he doesn't make YouTube stupid money, but he does make YouTube a lot of money. So popping with the production and things like that, or Hassan definitely doesn't have production, bro. He is a talented YouTuber. He sticks within his niche. I would feel that some people don't like him, and then some people also might not like him because of his success. And he has built himself into a reputable name in the hip hop news network. Hold on, y'all. People like Whack 100. Nah, Hassan be talking about people getting their snot box rocked. Hold on. 256 minus 167. Shit, this joint using 89 gigs. I want to make this the main card for my MPC. I don't know. That can acknowledge him, Tekashi 69, academics. Look, the guy has gotten himself into spaces that some of us as YouTubers have never done, right? And so I applaud him for that, because I've never met any of those guys before. So I think that's great. Here's the problem with when that woman said that on that show. Hold on. I had an epiphany. The moment she said that, she was like, I don't know why I can't be satisfied with what we have. We got money, we got power, we got respect. And she says, but no, Right.
See, they don't want that. They don't want that. This is the reason why they have no problem with the community being structured the way it is. This is the reason why they don't want any men in the homes. When that woman said that, Son Campbell, though, like many YouTubers, he's gotten himself into some problems that that maybe
I agree with that.
Kicked off the platform. All right. Now, I want to just play this particular clip by this person who doesn't like Hassan Campbell. Her name is Sakina Jones. She had this to say about him being deleted. So I had to hurry up and step outside my brother's crib. I'm not at work. I'm at my brother's crib. Not at work. Anyway, I had to hurry up, so if I'm out of breath, this is what small-time YouTubers gotta do just to get clout. If y'all ain't hear from no one, y'all heard it from me. Hassan Campbell. Yes, Hassan Campbell, the disrespectful man that disrespected his mother. The big actress that had the gun and cursed the cops out. The man that took it in there. The man that got fired. So he say, bam, or whatever. Yes, Hassan Campbell. Disrespectful to women. Channel is gone. Shut down. There's no more Hassan Campbell's channel. If I'm capping, please go check. Come back and curse me out. There is no more Hassan Campbell. I don't know if they're going to start another channel up. I don't know if they're going to give him his channel back. I hope they don't give nothing to him. I've been told the mother to step down.
These are all these old pro-black broads.
He's doing too much. Now, I don't do too much negativity on my page, but I'm glad to say at least I'm seeing YouTube starting to step up, because there have been plenty of people as big as him channel been taken down for nothing. My channel been taken down. A lot of people's channel been taken down for nothing, and they finally got Hassan Campbell. You know why? Because there's too much competition on this internet, and he's old, and he's tired, and we're tired of seeing him, and we're tired of him, period. Wonder what he gonna say when he come back. Deal with it. So guys, you heard what she had to say. Now let me just say this. A lot of videos are going up and things like that, right? But Hassan Campbell, you know, he's a guy in his 40s and making a lot of money. I don't know how much money he's reinvesting or putting aside, because, you know, with YouTubers, we typically get this money. A lot of times, it's the first time we've ever gotten this sort of money before, some of us in the Black YouTube community. And then, you know, taxes come. We're having a hard time paying taxes. Then we're buying cars, buying jewelry, not reinvesting to the business. And then, you know, as soon as the money came in, it leaves. And that's a real big problem in the YouTube community, especially with Black YouTubers. We forget that this is an actual business, right? And even though we're content creators, we're typically not good at business and stay in the game. And for someone like Hassan Campbell, if he did get deleted, it's unfortunate because, you know, bro, you're in your 40s, you're in your mid 40s, and you got into almost an unlimited space, which is hip hop, and you got a chance to do, you know, some great things. Get yourself into the podcasting platform. You know, you can get yourself into so many different opportunities with the money that you were making, so that you can stay in the game for a long time. But here's what we see in Black YouTube. And like I said, I've been involved in some beats here and there, but never like so many. Where it's gonna stop me from growing. And what happens is you start going back and forth with people, and you forget that you're actually blessed to make it on the platform. Very few YouTubers can get to the size of Hassan Campbell. Hassan Campbell is bigger than me, all right? Now, we're in a different system than Hassan Campbell does, but Hassan Campbell is a very good YouTuber. I like some of his commentary. Again, some of his commentary is, you know what I mean? I'm not a hater on him. Like, I was even telling my bro Sinful to Pete before he passed, because him and, you know, Hassan had an issue. And we both agree, like Hassan, you know, he be doing his thing on the platform, right? But at the same time, bro, you know, you got kids, you know what I'm saying? You got a wife, you have things you want to do. And instead of getting to the content, you know, you're going back and forth for Charleston White, you're going back and forth for different brothers on here. Well, you don't need to do that because you're already getting hella views. You already getting with hella people. Like you rubbing shoulders with the whack 100s of the world. And I know Wack has his issues and things like that, but Tekashi 6ix9ine, DJ Academics, you're in spaces that people would love to just be there and just be a fly on the wall to hear how they got to where they're getting. You can demand that kind of stuff because your name is ringing. You on Clubhouse with all the big names. You're basically having a chance in the industry, and then you putting yourself in a situation to lose the bag and fumble everything, and then you probably didn't save that much money to keep yourself out the game. And that's something that I've noticed. A lot of times we talk about black men getting the opportunity. We can't sit here and say that we don't get them, right? I'm living in Africa right now. And if you want to talk about a lack of opportunity, I lived in Poland, I've lived here in Africa, and opportunities in America are very many. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Brother Austin Holloway made that point too. We get opportunities to link up with people, especially on the internet. Because like 15 years ago, when I was trying to come up and find answers, like most of you guys, we couldn't just go to our local community and find out how to be a doctor or to find out how to handle money. But that information is widely available online. There's so many people that you can work with online. The Black YouTube and content creating community is huge. Like, look at the things that Anton Daniels is doing right now with his podcast. Just doing some amazing stuff. Like, look at the stuff I'm doing on my King Gonda channel with my Repat podcast, or even my Pan-African dating show that I'm running over there. Like, look at all the opportunities you can do if you're just focused on what you're trying to do and not focused on having beefs with people who, going to report your videos or flag your videos. Especially if you got money that feeds your wife, or your money is tied up in some of this, or your money is tied up in that, and this is your main source of income. Hey, bro, you maybe you need to really focus on what you're trying to do, because this is how you were getting to the bag.
Hassan, what's going on, Broke Genius? You said, yeah, I noticed that he ignored that, disrespected the deceased. Yeah.
Kevin Samuels was making money that was so ridiculous. Like, he even told me.
Talking about something, they got their snot box rock.
Right, it was 2020. I was living in Uganda, and I was on my way back to Poland to finish medical school.
Damn, dog. And, but I think he's a little slow.
So, Shay, how much time you got left in medical school? I was like, yo, I got like 4 more classes to go. He said, man, F those classes, bro. Drop out right now. Like, the money that you're going to make right now in the next 2 to 3 you're not going to make that in 15 years. You're too talented to be in medical school. You're too talented to be a medical doctor. And you know what? He was right about what he was saying at the time. And that's a guy who was making in 3 months what I could see in 15 months. So if that will tell you what the number is, it's crazy. So I just urge some of the brothers out there, man, if you get an opportunity to do something, man, and you change your life, man, don't get involved in the Negro stuff. You know what I'm saying? And take it from a dude that's gotten into beefs, but hey, you don't see me beefing no more because, hey, I'm out here trying to get to the bag, right? And so hopefully the brother,
he might be going at it with
hopefully he learns
mediocre tutorials very soon.
And the brother can go head on and do his thing, man. He's already in the hip hop
world. What are you doing?
There's a lot of money there. There's more money in hip hop than it is in the streets. Hey, man, get to the bag, bro. Stop worrying about all these other dudes out here. Who stole your style. Man, just do what you gotta do, bro. And just worry about yourself, and that's all you gotta do. But guys, what do you think? It's your boy, O'Shea Duke Jackson, back at it again with another episode of The Celebrity Junk. I appreciate you for all that you do. Subscribe to the bell. We're out.
Exactly. Got it. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. So what I'm saying is like, guys, niggas is not even like. Because remember, I'm saying this isn't sounding like that. Because remember that, okay, like, yeah, not to cut you off, but like, back to Uzi. Remember I tripped on Cuz? I was gonna bring that up. I was like, yeah, that ain't gonna premiere. And that's what I'm like, oh, so I'm tripping. Yeah. I'm turning into grandma. Because Cuz didn't want to primo beat. And actually, that shit had me hot. Do you owe Uzi apology this?
Oh, this 64 too.
So what was what's the whole thing with that? What happened with that? Bro, like, I'm talking about see, I don't know. Uzi was the other breakthrough. Every breakthrough he was saying, and I always liked him though. Because I heard this shit before I saw the transformation. You know what I'm saying? So basically, yeah. You want to break it down for us?
And they played the Primo beat. And that nigga was like, we don't do that old shit. I don't fuck with that old shit. And so when he went on the internet, like, hey, yo, nigga. Great. That's Primo B.
So I said, I even took it further. I said, all these new Lil niggas, all you niggas Lil. Why all you niggas? I was going in on them niggas, right? Yeah. But that shit was making me look like grandpa. I get it now in hindsight. You feel what I'm saying? And then he responded back like on some humble shit. Like, man, that's crazy because I love Soul dude. Cuz really a prophet on the low.
He is.
But he found his bag.
Exactly.
So I told him, I was on some, he was just, caught me off guard. You know what I'm saying?
Because in your defense. You are like,
but he fucks with
you a purious. Yeah.
He fucks with
yeah, for sure.
Exactly.
He tied in.
Philly shit.
Yeah, he really tied in. It's crazy. It's deep in the rap. But because you like a purist with this shit, so you feel me. So
I didn't like that.
So offended that he didn't want to rap on a Primo beat.
Because you feel like you had to do that.
No, I did. It was a lot of feelings about that. Because my whole thing has been, and y'all know, I'm KRS too. That's my whole shit. Like I be feeling like I'm right there. Like I'm the big little homie. Like I'm right there where, I could be the big homie to the new niggas coming in, and I'm the little homie to KRS-One. And Rakim and Kane, and I'm the last of that can keep the roots visible. Because I think that's important for everybody to know. Like for us to keep pushing it forward. We gotta know where it came from.
Sure.
That'd be my whole shit.
That's what I was hitting at right there.
Exactly.
Meaning, that's what I'm saying though.
I really moved to the Bronx, bro.
I love it.
I really moved to the Bronx, King.
I remember that.
That's where
I pulled up.
All right, I'm out here then.
How long you out here?
Like 2-3 years.
Oh, yeah, he was really out there for sure.
Yeah.
I pulled up a couple times.
You feel me?
That's interesting. Lil Uzi Vert.
Calling all musicians. Welcome to Adam for Artists, a revolutionary music service like no other. Your new all-in-one hub for advertising, development, and marketing. We bring you face-to-face with your fans. Our top-tier services include press and media, box-free playlisting, digital.
Now it's like for some reason my girl, she's trying to ultimatum me, and I don't want to lose her. The loss is great, but it's like I have to be almost colder than I was when she wasn't my girl. I have to be colder. I have to be meaner. I have to be like, because I sit there and she's telling me a sad story about why her, what am I gonna do? Like, okay, I bought the house. She comes over anytime she wants to. Right, and I'm on my period, and men have period, and I know that I have a period. I think I have the same symptoms when I want to get some side pussy, as she does when she's on her period. I get cramps, I get bloated, so
Get irritable.
like I bought, like it's not the same for you, but you bought that house you live in. If I had a girl, if I was in your house and in my situation, in your situation, I would have periods every month because I would walk around this mansion and I would go, boy, I should be having 5 naked bitches running around this motherfucker. But I'm faithful. So when when she's gone and she's not there sometimes, I sit and I just go, fuck, I could have 2 bitches here right now, just doing things, being, 2 goofy bitches too, like, about 23, and it's like, bitches. Yeah, that's Cramolan, ho. And she's like, wow, a refrigerator with ice. You ever go to somebody that had an ice refrigerator, but it doesn't work? My ice actually comes out. You can I don't need spring water because I filtered, the actual refrigerator water, ice shit works. So it's like, but no other bitch has seen it yet because I'm being a decent human being.
That's funny as hell. I remember that show.
Why is it that in 2023, when we have all these tools, we have all these platforms, we have all these resources right in front of us, does it feel like being a musician, being a creative, going after a music career is harder than ever before? Now, I know that my videos a lot of times are tactic-based, strategy-based, even tough love-based, but sometimes we just need to get real. Why do we look at this as a mountain that can't be climbed? Why do we look at this as something that's not enjoyable? Well, let's start with the elephant in the room. As musicians, as singers, songwriters, producers, rappers, and everything in between, we are now responsible for doing everything ourselves. We have to do the promotion. We have to do the video editing. We have to be photographers. We have to go out and know how to write copy and get on social platforms and do this and do that while neglecting the music. At least that's how it feels. So I just wanted to shoot a video and kind of really connect with you guys in a, I don't know, just a conversational way. You know, marketing, branding, how it ties in with social media, how we feel like we have this huge pile of work all the time. It feels like we're more worried about avoiding burnout than we are making music. Because let's face it, doing everything ourselves is stressful. Doing everything ourselves feels like it's against what we're trying to accomplish. But I'm going to explain some things to you in this video. I teach marketing, I teach branding, I teach the systems and the business frameworks and all these different things to take a creative venture like music and turn it into a legitimate career. And I hope that you guys get value from all the free stuff here on YouTube, or those of you who are in my programs. But I want to explain why it's so important, so maybe you can get past the obstacle that's holding you back. Marketing, branding, having a product, bringing it to market. That's what marketing is, right? You're taking your music in this example and you're bringing it to market. And who is the market? Strangers that don't know that you exist. I think that so many of us are very tempted to sign up for a PR company because somebody at one time told you that you need to get yourself out there and they can do all of it for you. You sign up for a promo company that does all your Facebook ads and all this stuff to boost you up on Spotify. You have a manager that comes in and is looking out for your best interest, or so you hope. But here's the issue, guys. We have to get very good at everything we can, and so that we can actually audit the actions of others when it's time to build our team, when it's time to go to a service provider. I am so stubborn with my opinions on these things because I've seen countless musicians come to me after they've already been ripped off thousands of dollars from a bogus PR company or a scam artist promo thing that was just running their numbers up with bots from all over the world and not giving them actually any results. So my question is, you know, in the conversation with you guys, is it better just to dump money and have everybody else do it, hoping that they care about your dream as much as you do? Or is it better to spend a little bit more time, right? It's the time-money ratio, and understand the processes. We don't have to be good at everything, but I think it's important to understand how to do these things so that when we do hand it off, that person can be trusted. We can see what they're doing. We can ask the questions that otherwise we would be too naive to even know to ask. And I know what a lot of you guys are thinking right now. I think it too sometimes. I didn't sign up for this, but you did. Because what do you need to grow a music career? You need attention. You need dedicated fans. You need to make money. And how do you do that from the studio alone? Do you think anybody else is going to care about your dream as much as you do? I don't even care about your dream as much as you do, and I'm here to try to help you. And this is the thing. We have to look at these things as opportunities rather than obligations. You have the opportunity right now to get in front of some people for free on social media. You can just use your phone, you shoot some stuff, and it's easier than ever before to put yourself out there. If you look at the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, when artists were coming up, you know, a story or, you know, a background that is coming to mind is like NSYNC, Backstreet Boys, 98 Degrees, all these boy bands back in the late 90s, early 2000s, who would be sent off to Europe, Japan for like countless amount of time to try to build hype over there before their music would be accepted in America, before radio would pick them up. And let me ask you, don't you think it's a lot easier to get on social media and build up that hype, build up some momentum, build up some attention and do it that way? Or would you rather spend, I mean, more money than any of us have on trying to tour and trying to get in front of people night after night? And don't get me wrong, gigging is amazing for some of you guys. Gigging can be the way to financial freedom for a lot of you guys. But we need to look at social media as this free tool to get out in front of everybody. I think the one thing that's so intimidating, the one thing that's so infuriating, probably more than intimidating, is the whole concept of everything has to go viral. Your videos have to go viral. I went viral. I think this is going viral. Who cares? Is that 6,000 view video anything less than the video that did 1 million, do you think it's really going to have a massive impact on your career? Maybe. But we need to stop neglecting the appreciation that we need to have for less people. Because 300 people, you could have a pretty big house. In fact, you know, we're having a get together at our house this weekend, and we only have like 20 something people coming. And I'm like, wow, that's going to be a lot of people. Because when you're face to face, there's an appreciation. When it's just a number online, I think we kind of get jaded. We get entitled. We overlook things like, oh, it's not good enough. It's not good enough. It's not good enough. It's not good. What number is good enough for you? Now, I think another thing that makes it so difficult to be a creative, to be a musician in 2023, and hopefully it comes to an end, but there's such a cesspool of negativity. There's a plague. There is a pandemic of negativity online. In fact, if you go to Facebook right now and the little thing that says, how are you feeling in your status update? If you go to those different emotions, there are more negative emotions in there than there are positive emotions. Because these platforms understand that negativity feeds engagement. Negativity will get the clicks. And that's the whole, even on YouTube here, we try not to do any clickbait titles. We try not to do, but like even the title of this, maybe you were intrigued because there was a negative connotation. And that's the sad part. We have all these trolls that just create fake accounts and are just trying to bring people down because hurt people hurt people. People that are shattered on the inside, people that gave up on their dreams, people that are having a hard go at life. They're frustrated. They go out and just slather the internet behind their keyboard. If they saw you in person, they'd be too afraid to say anything. And if they would step up to you, you just have to ask, what's wrong? What's going on with you? Are you okay? Because I think that we have to stop worrying about what other people are thinking of us. We have to stop worrying about what everybody else is doing. Comparison is the thief of joy, as they say. And so we're out there and we're just slathered in heartbreak story after outrage, after political thing, after religious thing, after cancel this person, this, oh my God. I think sometimes we just have to be ridiculously selfish in our own headspace and block all that out. I want to ask you something, and be honest in the comments. Let me know if this has run through your head, no matter how optimistic or pessimistic you happen to be. Everybody's a musician now. Nobody's going to be able to get their big break because everybody's doing it. The market's oversaturated. Does that sound familiar? Well, I think it's actually a positive thing because now everybody that wanted to go after a music career, they wanted to go after that dream, has the tools, has the resources, has a really low barrier of entry to try it. Like less than 10% of people that ever go after a music career overall, right, ever actually make it. And I'm very cognizant of that. I tell you, there's no magic pills here on this channel. I'm trying to help you get structured and organized. But think about that. If there's a room of 1,000 people, 900 or more are going to give up.
I'm trying to figure out
that person.
how to
That's all you need to worry about.
how to purge these memory cards.
All these other people that are here today, gone tomorrow, they're the ones spending $100,000 on ads to try to blow up. They get a little bit of buzz on one song and then they disappear. That's the problem. We have to look at the longevity of a music career, no different than if you started a tire shop or a t-shirt store or a bakery. You just want to do it for 5 years. You'd want to do it for a very long time, maybe even pass it down to your family. But the fact of the matter is, most music careers have a very short shelf life. So what other people are doing, everybody's a musician. Everybody has a right to go after something that they want to do. And now that it's accessible to all of us, I know that some of us, myself included, in a moment of time, I was like, well, I used to have to buy all this gear and, these keyboards and plugins and, oh my God, it was so expensive when I first got started. Well, yeah, technology is going to advance and become more accessible. And that's actually a great thing because you can try something and learn right away if this is for you or maybe not, and you can go do something else. Some of my content is designed to make you think. Some people think it's to discourage. And I would argue if any of my videos, even all 300 plus 400, however many videos I have, if all of my videos for free here on YouTube can discourage someone from pursuing a music career, those of you that have been in the music industry as long as I have, and I'm not even like a big player by any means, know that it's a toilet. It's very mean. It can be cruel. And if some stranger with an opinion on YouTube can discourage you from that, maybe it's not for you. But if you can just watch these videos and get perspective and pick a little bit here, pick a little bit there, you know, I think that it can be used as a tool to move you further, faster, as I'm always talking about. And that brings me to my next point. There's too much information overload. A lot of you guys are addicted to knowledge porn, right? You just go and how to.
Right. I agree, Tez.
Hack, you know, 5 steps, all this stuff. And it's just thrown down your throat over and over and over again on TikTok and Instagram and here on YouTube. And if you're not doing anything with anything that any of us, you know, myself and any industry where we're trying to actively help you guys, we're trying to give you some clarity, we're trying to give you some steps to take. If you're just focused on searching for the magic pill, you think that one piece of advice from myself or somebody else is going to change your life, that only happens if you take action. You're willing to fail. You're willing to step over obstacles. You're willing to adjust and learn from the things that work very well for you and the things that might not be right, but you got to try them first. You know, nothing that I say to you is going to affect your life if you don't take action, if you don't let it soak in, if you don't learn from it, if you don't use it to evolve what you're doing. So going on TikTok for 3 hours a day and watching, you know, 5 hacks, the best plugin, this and that, just do it. Just do it. Take action. Be brave enough to take massive, imperfect action.
Mad, man.
Then go to people that you trust, that want to guide you, and take from it what you will. You know, we're living in a day and age where everybody's an expert. Everybody's a specialist. Everybody has a course, a program. But who are you listening to? How does that impact you? Are they giving you any tools? Are they giving you any advice? Are they giving you any help for free before you have to decide on whether or not to continue to join them? It's kind of like fitness, right? You can find somebody on YouTube that might have great fitness tutorials on how to get in shape or dial in your diet or whatever that looks like. And at some point, you might need to ask them some questions. And so if they have something beyond the free stuff, then that would be a good time to do it. No different than college. You know, like you look into the different colleges and what they offer, and then you trust the process. You go after it. But colleges are way more expensive than anything I offer, side note. But we want to look at how we're utilizing the knowledge, the guidance, and not just soaking it all up, because it's like a bookshelf full of books that you never open, never read, never consume. You can't get mad at the bookshelf. You can't get mad at the books when the books that you didn't open didn't help you. Now, here's what's really interesting about everything that we talked about so far in this video. To some, might be like, oh, that's an excuse. Get over it. Go hustle, work. Yeah, but there's some truth in it, right? If anything I said to you in this video so far triggered something, it's because it's something we need to work through. It's a reality that we've convinced ourselves.
All right, bro.
Yeah, because I asked other people that they couldn't give them good answers. Wait.
I would.
Okay, go ahead.
I would either do a skit comedy show like Chappelle Show or Key and Peele, or I would
6
do
hours
a
late
series kind of like Snowfall or BMF or Power.
The debauchery. I got you. Okay, so basically, well, the thing is,
I'm not going to do a documentary. It's not like I'm no epidemiologist or nothing.
Can we just say something that's real? You know, Say Cheese, right? Say Cheese. He's a pretty decent sized YouTuber, right?
Mm-hmm.
He started it because of Vlad TV. Vlad is actually arguably the pioneer for that type of thing, wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
So is it the same thing? All these people that's popping up, doing these interview styles, yada yada. Oh, Vlad TV, some respect. I know your blackness won't allow you to say the answer to that.
My blackness will allow me to say it. Yes.
I'm just saying. So we sitting there, we're talking about like just prodigies can't get a bag.
You saying he started it? You saying he started it?
I'm saying he basically in the tech space, YouTube, this that he that guy. Yeah. Unless you can disprove it.
It was him. Damn, got quiet up in here.
They owe him. Pay that man his respect.
Angerman, you old. So you should know this. You should know if anybody started it before him. You should know.
Why are you disrespecting AN like that? What's wrong with you?
That's a sign of respect. A sign of respect. Like, you've been around, so you know.
You ain't saying like that, bro.
I didn't start it. He sure perfected it.
Shout outs to Night-ish. I didn't know Night-ish goes on
So he knew who's before Vlad.
on Lapeef.
Wilding right now, bro. Like, you bugging out. No, there was other people that did that shit before Vlad. They just wasn't really doing it on the internet.
They didn't get exposure.
That's what I was saying. See, and Vlad took it to another level, bro. Like, see, that's what I'm saying. Y'all ain't nobody created nothing out of nowhere, okay? All the cars is the same damn thing, okay? They all the same. They got the wheels. Ain't nobody. They just make a new name, okay? Ain't nobody really recreate nothing really new like that, okay? Conceptually, maybe, but ain't nothing really new. He that guy. Y'all just mad because he's a white guy. He getting to it.
Nobody
has a show before him.
Nobody has a show where the dudes on the show is just completely, utterly objectifying women.
And Vlad said it was other people before him. Wait,
hold on. Who is Zach? Who is Zach TV? And I don't mean no disrespect.
I think he was in one of those interviews. I think he got shot in one of the interviews.
They shot him in his own interview?
I think so.
Damn.
Wait. He black?
Yes.
I'm gonna have to look him up real quick.
All right, man. I'll see y'all later.
Oh my God.
So in order for me to take over Just Pearly's spot, I got to get shot for it? You got it, black people.
No, look, here's the thing. I would not get canceled. I'm telling you. And the reason why I know why, right? Because as much as people would hate it, they would watch it. They would watch it. People would watch it because they liked it, and people would watch it because they hate it. I'm telling you. I probably wouldn't be able to do it. I wouldn't be able to do it on YouTube, but like if I was able to get a deal with Netflix or fucking HBO
on YouTube,
bro, it would be lit. I'm telling you,
everybody would just be butt naked.
They would just arguing and promoting the same debauchery that's harmful to the current.
I would, and every time they say that, I'd be like,
viewers.
You're damn
no, that's
right.
external effect.
I'll be like, I can't watch Angry Man no more, bro. He a hypocrite, bro.
Well, real quick, somebody said Doggy Diamonds TV was before Vlad.
Yeah.
I've heard the name, but I'm not very familiar with his material.
But Sway, they would say, they'd be watching, they'd be like, man, Angry Man is a hypocrite, man. He not even, damn, look at them titties.
What was I saying?
Hey, I'm gonna ask that.
Yeah, Zach TV died 2018.
Yeah.
All right,
He
guys.
got shot, right?
My experience and my observation is that most women are men in skirts, meaning that the way their presence, their being, the way we roll in the world, it's very masculine because we've been conditioned and programmed out of our feminine. And when I say, I don't mean feminist movement in the world, I want to be a fireman or a football player. I'm talking about, I'm talking about how to be a woman in your being. Mm-hmm. What is the distinction between feminine power and masculine power? And we've been conditioned and trained to be men in skirts. We do everything like men. We compete like men. We, I said this on the R Spot a few weeks ago. I said, most women want their boyfriend to act like their girlfriend, chatting, shopping. But when the man comes home, what they meet is another dude.
That was Iyanla Vanzant. She recently appeared on The Breakfast Club. She made those comments, and now the usual suspects are offended. Some are outright in denial, saying it's not true, while a majority, about 99%, are coming up with excuses and blaming men for them acting like men. Yeah, that's what they're doing. Take a second to make sure that you're subscribed to the channel and click the notification bell for all updates. Won't waste any time. Let's go ahead and get into it.
If you identify as a man, I don't want to hear from you.
Hello, who's this?
Shalisa.
Hey, Shalisa. Good morning.
Good morning.
Do you think women are more masculine than feminine nowadays?
Yes, I do, but it's not because we want to. I think it's because we have to. Like, I work with a big group of men, and when I tell you, I have argued with these men like women just to prove that, hey, you know, I'm a woman. They don't open doors. They don't lift anything heavy anymore. And let's not even get started about how a lot of them want you to come 50-50 in households. Like,
first off, ma'am, you wanted equality. You wanted to work with all these men, but you want them to lift things for you at work and do your job at work. That's one of the biggest problems that I have with women trying to do jobs for men. And they always get upset with me when I say it. But there are some jobs that women should not be doing. Those jobs are for men. What they do is take those jobs and then expect for all the men around them to do their job at work for them, as well as perform their own job. They really have no business there. They're a liability. And she's complaining about men opening the doors for her. Men still open doors for women. You know who never have that problem and they don't have to touch doors? Feminine women. You're obviously not one of them. Feminine women don't have arguments with men trying to prove that they are women. It's already evident.
Why am I going to sit here and do all of that when I am already doing it on my own? Like, I don't need you to come in and do all of that. Like, it's stupid.
Shalisa, let me ask you a question. Do you think part of this is because I would say in the last, maybe 10 years, everybody's been talking, everybody wants everything 50-50. Women want the same amount as men. So it's kind of like, well, if you want the same amount, do the same amount. I don't look at it like that, but do you think maybe that's part of it?
It could be part of it, but I'm going to say this. Like, from where I come from, my grandma worked, my grandfather worked. But when she wanted to retire into her business, my grandfather made sure that was possible. I have my other grandmother on my dad's side. I don't ever recall her working. Like, in my entire life, I don't recall her having a job. But things got done. I feel like they talk about they want these women to step back into these roles, but they're not doing what their grandfathers have done. And that was pay all the bills.
Okay, thank you.
And then like her, they love talking about what their grandmothers did, but they won't do half the things their grandmother did. They're talking about men paying all the bills. These are the same women that still argue about fixing plates, cooking and cleaning. They won't even do it, or they argue with you about it.
I'm just listening.
Okay, let's go to another call.
I'm just listening to this trauma being spilled over this radio this morning.
Lola!
What up, though?
What up, though, Detroit? So what do you think? You think women are more masculine than feminine?
I think women have become more masculine because they've had to, not because we want to or because we choose to, but because we don't have men to lead us. And that's not, there are some very good, strong men that lead their women. But in most cases, we have become masculine because we have to be, not because we want to be. I don't think it's a choice anymore.
So but you know, it's interesting when people say that because it's like a man shouldn't dictate how you move, right? Like just because a man isn't showing up the way he needs to show up doesn't mean you got to be more masculine, does it?
Well, we're supposed to be a helpmate, and if we don't have the person that we are supposed to be helping, then we got to carry the load on our own. Which I think results in us becoming more masculine or feeling like we need to be in that position. No, I think we've done it because we have to, because we have to, not because we have a choice. Because the men are lacking in that area.
I also wonder what the balance is, right? Because you got to have sacred masculine and you got to have divine feminine. Like they both exist in both genders. So I wonder what that balance looks like.
Well, what are you doing that you feel like is masculine that you shouldn't be doing?
Wearing right guard.
Shut up, man.
Taking out the trash.
Yeah.
Taking out the trash.
Yeah.
Getting my oil change.
Yeah.
Taking my car to the car wash.
Yeah. Well.
Taking my car to get gas. Things like that. That's things like that.
I'm not gonna lie. My dad definitely did that for my mom. My mom, I don't think ever been to a car wash. Only a gas station if she had to. And I do the same thing for my wife. My wife does get car washes though. She'll go if she has time. But yeah, my wife has never seen the inside of a place.
And that's what I teach my sons. Like to be real men. Like. Your wife get hit on the most at the gas station. You should never let your wife go to the gas station. That's when she's gonna get hit on the most.
She's driving and she's on E.
And this one right here, she's one of these masculine women that's raising sons, talking about what she's teaching her sons to do. She's so masculine, she couldn't even get along with their father or any other man. And her excuse is she had no other choice. No, you all have a choice. She also said that some men are leading. The truth is, the men who are leaders, they will never choose a woman like her.
Like this, come on now. Some of this is ridiculous.
You should let her get on.
Now that's the truth. Because like with my wife, usually on the weekends I take my wife's cars to get gas. I take my daughter's cars to get gas.
What if she's driving during the week and she's gonna eat? Also, let's reverse that. If a man cooks and a man cleans, is that things that are regulated only to women? No, because there's plenty of single men out here who don't have nobody to cook for them and have nobody to clean for them. Those are just basic necessities to survive.
And they probably are a little more in touch with their feminine side as well.
Oh,
yeah, you're right.
And Lola,
you're right, not in a negative way, like but they probably more in touch with their feminine side. They know how to.
I think cooking,
chores and laundry.
When I lived by myself, cooking and cleaning was just basic necessities you needed to survive.
And Lola, you're right.
And that's why you appreciate a woman more once you finally do get one, because she's your helpmate and she usually takes on those types of responsibilities.
Okay.
And Lola, you're right. Yesterday, my wife went to the car wash to get her car clean, and you know what? Dude's tolerance. So that's the last time she going to that guy car wash. I'm gonna wash her car every day for her. Stay out that car wash.
Take her car to get gas.
You're gonna be jealous.
Hello, who's this?
This Angel from Detroit.
Angel, what up, Doe?
What up, Doe?
You know what we talking about?
I called in to get in on y'all, like for real. Y'all know it's 2023. Of course, we doing way more masculine work than feminine, or it uses way more masculine energy than we working in our feminine. It has to stop. I'm gonna need y'all to get out in these communities and rebuild these fellas.
Now here she is also acknowledging that it's true, but her answer too is for the men to come back to the community and fix the men in the community.
Okay, they done took over our clothes. They want to do everything we do, so now we got to do everything y'all supposed to be doing. I'm over it.
And then this hood rat is just so disingenuous. She's trying to talk about gay men. The thing is, you're not dating a gay man. So why is she bringing up those type of men who will wear female clothes? And then her solution was for the men to come back into the community to fix men? You mean Dontavious Monterio that she's raising? This conversation is about women, but not once did she say that anything needed to change with women.
Hello, who's this?
Gary D.
Aaron D. Good morning. What do you think? You think women are more masculine than feminine?
No, I think that depending on the situation, the woman's gonna show her femininity. Like if you're not giving enough energy where we feel the need to be soft and supple, then we're not going to be. We're going to be, I guess, more masculine, but all in all, not at all.
True.
Okay. Thank you, Mama.
And you see, nothing is rooted in principle. Everything is about how they feel. She's talking about that fake femininity, conditional femininity, like I've been saying for years now. You cannot switch it on and off. You're either feminine or you're not. And most of them are not, which is why they can't get the men they want. And men, especially decent men, they are not going to negotiate with you on that, nor will they waste any time on you. They will go to the feminine women.
Hello, who's this?
This is Sky Blue.
Hey, good morning. We're asking, do you think women are more masculine than feminine?
Yes, they are tend to be more masculine. I myself realized that I've been a lot more masculine than I was normally, and I feel like that's just because of hardship. Men today, at least the men that I've came across, have not been masculine themselves, so I find myself having to pick up what they're not doing.
And see, that's where you're out of order. If he's not fit to lead, then why are you with him anyway?
And I just find myself just being, in your face, where I got it myself, I'm gonna do it myself, and I realized that I was masculine when I finally had a daughter, and I realized there was nothing feminine about me, and I realized maybe that was a problem in a lot of my relationships, that I didn't know how to be just a woman in a skirt. I was trying to be, play the role of a man while still being a woman. And I feel like a lot of women are like that because not all men, but a lot of men around, they're not masculine anymore.
Shout outs to Nicer. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to figure out how am I going to transfer these files. How the hell is this gonna work?
So if a woman is with a man that's not presenting a safe environment where she can grow and flourish and be feminine, her masculine side is going to come out.
Okay. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I blame Beyonce.
Why you blame Beyonce?
We have a generation of women raised by Beyonce, you know, and I love Beyonce. Y'all know I'm a Pinkett Smith, Winfrey knows Carter, but Beyonce, you know, she told y'all to be independent women. All my ladies, independent, oh yeah, man, all of that, you know. Then it was all my single ladies, and then she went and got married on y'all, okay, and left y'all out here confused with no direction. What happened to the independent woman era? Somebody has to admit that being an independent woman is overrated, and the reason women were independent is because they had to be. Okay, it was almost out of survival, right? Not because they wanted to be. I do know we have to find a balance, though, because the world is never going to be what we need it to be until everyone has the right balance of sacred masculine and divine feminine. That's when the world is, you know, going to be what we want it to be.
Is that your moral of the story?
That is definitely my moral of the story. Because nobody said that yet. Nobody has said, nobody's admitted being an independent woman was overrated. And by the way, being a single man is overrated. Like, the only reason people want to be independent is because they feel like they have to be in that moment. But everybody wants a partner, bro. Everybody wants a partner that they can grow with. Everybody wants a partner that they feel protects them, provides for them. Everybody wants a partner that's going to have their back, man. That's it. Like what Method Man said on All I Need. Rub me on my back, baby, and tell me everything will be okay. Everybody wants that. Say it with me. Stop it. See, this is y'all problem. Y'all spent 15 years singing all the songs and telling the universe, y'all want to be a single lady? Oh, I'm a single lady. I had to dance down back then. Forget all that. Tell the universe you want a partner, a man, okay? Men, tell the universe you want you a woman. Say it. We need more positive music. What's the record that can bring people together, man? Huh?
Cuff It. I feel like falling in love.
Yes, for real. There you go. Now, see? There you go. Now Beyonce crafting a different spell.
Okay.
See, Beyonce crafted a spell that kept y'all single for 20 years. Now she crafting a different spell. Cuff It. I feel like, well, I don't even know the rest of that song.
Me neither.
What is it?
We gonna get on tonight. Doom, doom.
All right.
Black
See,
love.
we need more of that. We need more of that. Hey, black love. That's what I'm talking about. We need more of that. Hey.
All right. When we come back.
That's why Beyonce going on tour, because she knows she done ruined the generation, kept y'all independent and single. Now she gonna try to get y'all married.
That's true, but at this point, a lot of them have been programmed for so long, moving like men for so long, being out of order for so long, that they are beyond repair. Like I've been saying for the longest, you can't mold stale bread. And a lot of them are too old, too bitter,
I'm
you can't
trying
do
to
anything with them. I do believe these artists
transfer
like
my
Beyonce,
files.
K. Michelle, and Sierra,
Honestly.
they promoted feminism and rebellious behavior for a long time, especially the female rappers that's been talking greasy as well.
I just don't know how.
They talk all that city girl talk, then they go home and snuggle up with their man. That's why light-skinned Keisha told y'all a while ago, she's not playing. Her having a solid relationship with her man is her priority. Now, this partnership talk. I wish straight people would stop trying to appropriate the LGBT community, give them back their term, and recognize that men may see this partnership term as innocent when they hear it being used. A lot of them have been programmed to accept that, referring to their women as a partner. But women who swear by that are actually still showing signs of feminism. If she's looking at her man as a partner, she can't fully see him as a leader. She's thinking that she's equal to him. And that's a clear indication of a power struggle. None of these women who called in to respond to Iyanla's comments proved her wrong. Instead, they confirmed it. On top of that, they gave the usual excuses. At the end of the day, ladies, masculine men that you want are not even listening to your excuses anymore. They are already moving on. I do think that change is possible for some, but I don't know how you can change before even acknowledging that you have an issue. Let's go ahead and get the conversation started. What do you think about all of this? Shout out to our brothers Dark Power and Paul. I appreciate you all for your support. Don't forget that you can support this channel as well. Links to Cash App and PayPal are below. Ladies, fellas, want a balanced analysis, want the truth from a woman's perspective? Then you're going to want to subscribe to this channel, and don't forget.
The 2010s decade has been dominated by Drake, Kendrick Lamar, and J.
I wonder if a breakdown of women's perspective had pink pill lessons on their show.
Cole. And what's interesting now is that they're getting to a point in their career where we've heard a lot of rumblings about the word retirement. So what does retirement even mean in hip-hop? I'm not sure myself, because it's been teased by almost every single artist in the genre, and who really retires at the end of the day? So in today's episode, guys, we're going to be going through all of these artists and asking the question, what happens if they actually retire? So Lou, let me ask you, how do you feel about the rumors themselves? Because as a hip-hop fan myself, someone that's been following the genre for so long, I feel a bit concerned, but at the same time, I'm okay.
There's a lot of evidence pointing towards the fact that all three of them might retire super soon, and it must not be that surprising, just because if you look at even their ages, J. Cole's 37, Drake's 36, Kendrick Lamar's 35, they've been giving so much of their lives to music. It's almost been 20 years that they've been killing it in the game, and there's been a lot of evidence, and themselves almost confirming that their days in music might be behind them. So starting off with Drake, he's been teasing his retirement for the last 7 years. You go all the way back to Western Road Flows Off of Views, and he rapped about how he's planning to retire by the age of 35. It's already funded. But then he backtracked and said that he actually regretted saying that line in a recent interview with Lil Yachty, where he did say that he's been embracing the idea of a graceful exit in the near future.
Well, this is the thing, though, is that I'm not sure if I fully buy it. And I'll tell you why. Because there was the whole thing of Drake signing a deal with Universal for around $400 to $500 million. Lucien Grange actually came out and spoke about the deal, saying that it would cover all kinds of different areas of Drake's career, whether it be merchandise or publishing, whatever it is. Right. So it depends. Like, how does he see that, you know? And, like, the thing is, too, is that he never really confirmed the timeline for anything. So it's like, what is this graceful exit? Is it another year of dominance, or is it another decade of dominance? And that's what's kind of interesting for me.
Yeah, but retirement does seem like it's on the horizon for Drake. I mean, he did say that he was teasing an album in 2023 at his Apollo show. He said he might get bored and drop something else, but him saying that he's welcoming the idea makes me think maybe he has 4-5 years left in his career. I don't know, but let's go on to J. Cole, because he's been planning his retirement for the last 5 years. If you take it all the way back to KOD, the outro off of that was Intro to the Fall Off 1985. And later on, we started to find out that the Fall Off was planned to be his final album when he put up that checklist where the Fall Off was listed as kind of the last thing he wants to get done before his career's finished. And what's interesting, too, is that on his recent song for the Creed 3 movie, he rapped, "Just cop the Fall Off and he'll explain. Is it the end of the chapter, happily ever after? Bet this gonna be the year that fulfill his reign." So it seems like he's coming to terms. Like, J. Cole is chill with the idea of him closing the book on his catalog.
But this is the only thing, though, is that, yes, I do think that maybe it'll close a chapter of his career, but even looking at J. Cole as an MC right now, and we know how competitive he is and like how he's trying to really push the boundaries of his pen, I think that we need to see that over time. So even, let's say, with the offseason, right? Okay, I'll explain to you why. Okay, KOD, like, people had their criticisms with it, either if it was too laid back or people didn't, let's say, fuck with the writing. I'm a big fan of the album, so those same things don't apply for me. But now with the offseason, the narrative of that album is that, hey, it's a return to form for J. Cole. He's competitive again. He's rapping like his old mixtape days. You know, Dreamville is hotter than ever right now. So it's like the reason to stop. I'm not sure if it's there right now for J. Cole.
I think the offseason was really the warm-up to the big finale, which is going to be the fall-off. And the reason why I'm more concerned about Cole retiring than Drake is because J. Cole has been planning this, bro. Like, he doesn't do anything out of the blue. Like, he's been putting this into our minds and engraving it for the last couple of years. So I really doubt that he's going to put out the fall-off and say, fuck it, I'm coming back.
But marketing and reason are two completely different things. So, example, okay, go back to the Black Album for Jay-Z. Dude, the whole marketing rollout was based about his bow out, and he was actually around the same age as J. Cole, low-key, and he was like, okay, I'm done. I delivered you guys fantastic albums. I've been in the game for nearly 10 years now. It's time to step out. 3 years later, you get a brand new studio album from Jay-Z, and then he goes on another 10-year run. So it's like,
look at Logic and No Pressure, same idea.
So the thing is that, yes, I do enjoy the marketing of it, and I do think that it would be an heroic step out, but it's like, where do you really see it?
It's tough to say just because you don't see it often, bro. Like, the one rapper I can think off the top of my head that's actually, like, said he was retiring and stuck true to his word was Joe Budden. And that's because he found a lane in podcasting and he just went with a different business venture.
Yeah,
so,
and it's like, even what does retirement mean? Are you stopping features completely? Are you doing more collaborative work and you're stopping your solo catalog?
Look at Lauryn Hill, right? Hasn't released a studio album of her own since the 90s, but she's still hopping out here and there for a feature or two. So I think for Cole, if he does retire after the fall off, he'll still pull up to the Revenge of the Dreamers albums. He'll still do features.
I think he takes a break.
But let's go on to Kendrick Lamar now, because this one is a bit less, I would say, confirmed, because it seems like rather than saying he's going to retire, he's not prioritizing his music career as much, which is totally understandable. And we got to see a glimpse of this when he took the 5-year break in between Damn and Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers, and then kind of gave us an explanation throughout the album, specifically on the outro Mirror, where, you know, he tells us, I choose me, I'm sorry. Like, I'm at a point in my life where I want to prioritize taking care of my family and, you know, focus on my own personal life, which is totally understandable. But that also tells me as a fan, maybe music isn't the ultimate goal. And now with the emergence of PG Lang, maybe the move is to really hand off the torch to a Baby Keem, to a Tana
But
Leon.
the thing is that he just started PG Lang, and he's low-key still the hottest commodity within his own record label. So even from a business standpoint, why would he step out and stop making music from that?
That's why I don't think he stops now. I think maybe he drops 2 more albums.
But they're going into more of a mature phase within their career, kind of letting people know that they might not be doing the same thing that they were doing 10 years ago. And I think that that's going to be the case for all of these rappers, because think about it. At this point, like, they've done everything. Like, these guys are cemented within, you know, the history of the world, for fuck's sakes. I mean, even looking at what Cole did for music, what Kendrick did for music, what Drake did for music, these impacts are undeniable. So I feel like for Kendrick now, maybe it's just more of a place where he just wants to make music freely. He wants to work on his creative vision with PG Lang, and he wants to push the people within that collective, either if it's, let's say, Dave Free and getting him, let's say, to the top of the music industry. Let's say it's taking Baby Keem and putting him on top of the mountain now. Even taking someone like Tana Leon and developing a raw talent like that. And I feel like he needs to
What you got
do that
going
with
on
his
today,
music.
Nysa?
So,
yeah.
Understanding that, I feel like he still has more time.
I feel like he's setting up the right pieces of the puzzle for him to eventually kind of back off. But another reason why I think he's close to it is because he doesn't seem to have that same drive or appetite that he once had. And we got a glimpse of this on the interview he did with Citizen Magazine last year, where he said that he doesn't care to be the greatest anymore. And I found that a bit contradictory to an interview he did with Zane Lowe in 2017 for the Damn rollout, where he said that if you're rapping and not trying to be the best, then what the fuck are you doing it for?
But this is the thing, though, is that there was a complete shift in mentality with Kendrick now. So going back to, you know, let's say what he was talking about within his album, talking about giving more of his energy to family, more of time to self-healing, and more of the time to recoup
So
all
you
of the
think he's going to
losses.
pop out every 5 years and maybe just be more in his own
No,
time?
because like time is no longer a factor within Kendrick's career. I mean, Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers kind of just confirmed that this guy could go as long as he wants without dropping, and people are going to come back into this fucking release. And I think at this point, yes, even if he does take another 5-year hiatus, as long as the fans know that they're going to be delivered quality, I think everyone will still be listening. Now, is that still the smartest route for him to go through? I'm not sure, just because, I mean, I'm not Kendrick Lamar, like an exec on his record label, but you're still like one of the biggest artists in the world, then your music would do a lot for that collective.
Yeah.
But the same thing could also play on the other side, where it's like, do you want Kendrick to be the face of this new PG Line collective? Because you do have Baby Keem there. Maybe he needs to be the poster boy. Let's say even someone like Tana Leon. So it's such an interesting conversation.
Yeah, but let me ask you this. Like, do you think that they are actually retiring soon? Because based on our conversation right now, I feel like you're not certain of any of these guys dropping, you know, retiring anytime soon.
Hold on,
like, you
y'all.
think
I'm
they're
really
gonna be
trying to
around for
fix
another
this thing.
decade? Like, what are your thoughts on that?
Oh, this is interesting. I mean, it's not that I'm on a side, right? I think that people obviously move into different phases of their life, and people want different things at different moments. So I think that now it's a shift in career. Now they're going to be a lot more of like the Godfather role within their own areas of music, and whatever they decide to do within those roles is up to them. So I think playing on that front, no, they're not going to retire. Plus, like, how do you retire from the thing that you love the most? You know, that's the thing, is that you never really stop, and you never really truly like put everything down.
But at the same time, you need that inspiration at all times, where you need to have that fuel to keep going, because these are legendary artists. These are guys that have built up a legacy. And I like to compare especially J. Cole and Kendrick's situation to someone like Quentin Tarantino, where he's at his 10th film and he says after that 10th movie, I don't want to keep going because I don't want myself to fade away into obscurity. I want to go out. I want to go out while I'm still on top. And I feel like Kendrick and Cole might view it the same way, where it's like, you know what? if I don't have these ideas to write my songs,
so why wouldn't you include Drake into that
I
conversation?
feel like Drake is a bit more loose when it comes to releasing albums. I feel like if he has a feeling, if he has an emotion attached to a certain time in his life, he'll just put it out. Something casual like a Dark Lane demo tapes. Like, I don't think he cares about every project being a classic necessarily, in my opinion. Well, that's the way that I viewed his output.
I will. Well, I mean, what's cool about his whole approach with music is that he plays like the long-term game where people will be like, hey, you know, you're only going to like this album 4 years down the line. But it's also, for Kendrick, J. Cole, and Drake, you know, you have other people within the genre that have spent close to 4 decades here, and they're really going on to a whole different level with their careers. So, example, let's take Nas and Jay-Z, right? Prominent within the 90s, prominent within the 2000s, prominent within the 2010s, and now prominent within the 2020s, right? So does that play a factor into the way that they see their own careers? Because also for a rapper and for an artist themselves, they live through, let's say, generational shifts within the culture and play on different things that are happening, what's prominent within the world. So they might want to use more runtime to be able to do that. Plus, they're still in their mid-30s. Like, they low-key have so much time.
And that's the thing, is that I feel like even if they take 5 years off and say, fuck it, The Fall Off's my last one, or saying, you know, Drake's next album is his last one, let's say he goes out and says that, you still can't believe that because nothing will ever be set in stone. Jay-Z, I think, was on, like, the Kevin Hart podcast or something, and he said, I'm not retired from music because I might wake up one day and have a genius idea for a studio album, and I don't want to put myself in that light of I'm done. So I think it's going to be interesting to see. But I think the most positive aspect of them maybe going from artists to full-on music executives is the fact that they can truly become the best scouts and tastemakers in the genre. Like, think about what a Drake cosign does. Imagine if all of his attention, a bigger portion of his attention,
I responded to it. Did you get it?
Up new artists and putting up stuff like a machine behind them. Like, they all have record labels to run, which is super interesting. But
make sure
I kind of want to wrap it up like this. What do you want to see?
You put some honest hours in, you know.
Said and done, bro. What are you missing before they actually retire?
Well, I think Fagella put this up on the Twitter. I got to see one last, like, J. Cole.
It's the only way we're going to get better.
3 of them, bro. Fuck that.
But, okay,
I want all 3 on one song.
That's a bit unrealistic. Okay, I think you're going to end up seeing Drake and J. Cole at a point. I think that's more, like, you see them together. I mean, Drake even headlining Dreamville Fest, that's going to be a fucking crazy moment. And we're going to be there, guys. Anyone that's going to be there, we're going to be doing content. So, going back to the conversation, I think that's gonna happen, but it's just so mythical for the Kendrick and Cole collab. Like, you want to see that.
It is tough to see. In terms of Drake, I want to see a real concept album from him.
Oh yeah, okay,
maybe
cool.
Something where it's, you know, it's him having a feature from a low-key artist on every single song, him putting people on, because that's been what he's been known to do throughout his career. Also, the Lil Wayne collab album is something else. A full-on concise rap album that's viewed as a classic from everyone is something else. For J. Cole, I just want to see him complete that checklist. He has that plan. I want to see him execute upon it, and then I'll be chilling. For Kendrick, on the other hand, it's tough just because he's given us so much already. But as we've mentioned before, I want to see the Alter Ego album. I want to see him step into someone else's shoes for the entirety of an album, because I feel like he's given so much of himself already that we can kind of lean into something like that for now. But it's going to be cool to see how this 2020s decade shapes up, because all 3 of them are still low-key in the prime of their careers. They're not letting up. They're still giving it their all. So let us know, guys, in the comments, do you think they're retiring anytime soon? And how would you feel if they would retire? And if you guys enjoyed this conversation, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll catch you in the next one.
That was interesting, to say the least.
Test. Are we live? It's been a minute since I've been up here, right? But it's been a minute since I've been live streaming. You guys got to make sure that my audio and visual is A-okay. Guys, do me a favor. Leave a 1 down into the chat. Leave a 1 down into the building if you can hear and or see me correctly. Matter of fact, I forgot something. Hold on. I'll be right back.
So, guys, the other day, I got this particular article sent to me on CNN Brazil. It is about a YouTube colleague, a buddy of mine by the name of Austin Holloman. Now, if you guys know, Austin Holloman is a burgeoning YouTuber who's gotten big over the last year. And I started sharing some of his TikToks, and those videos are going viral, so he got a lot of subscribers. And then he's traveling the world, and I think overall he's a very nice guy, right? But he really loved Brazil, and he was a barber out in, I believe he was living in, is it Dallas, Texas? And then he started traveling the world, and as you know, he had this one video in Brazil in which he went out and he asked a lady, like, you know, hey, would you kiss me or something like that, or would you go home with somebody like me? And again, he didn't grab the lady or nothing or do anything sexual. He just did that, right? Then there was a myriad of responses from Brazilian feminists. And I want to just read you what they're seeing in Brazil. And it says, the Public Ministry of Bahia started this Monday an investigation to investigate an alleged practice of the crime of sex tourism by the North American YouTuber Austin Holloman. Between the end of 2022 and the beginning of 2023, Holloman published a series of videos through the streets of Salvador in which he reports how easy it would be to maintain the relations with a woman in Brazil. In one case, he talks about how he was walking down the street and was approached by a woman, and after 5 seconds, they were kissing. According to him, this would be normal in Brazil. Okay? Now, the public's office says it has instituted a procedure to investigate the alleged practice of sex tourism by him. The information is being duly analyzed for the adoption of appropriate measures. Now, let me talk about this. There's nothing that I believe he did that was wrong. As far as it was, bad taste and judgment, right, of what he did. It wasn't well thought out, and he probably didn't think that it was going to be received very well. But sex tourism, there's no evidence of him having sex there. I know prostitution is legal there. But I want you to see how people...
How long this shit been going on, and now all of a sudden they just do that.
See, a lot of times as black men, we will say...
You said right, you replied to
we got to get rid of, he's tired of dealing with sisters and stuff like that.
Okay, give me 1 second.
We want to deal with these foreign women.
Hold on.
And I get all of that. But at the same time, they don't look at you as one of them. And we are never going to get around that as black men. Okay? And this is why other communities have something that we don't, despite their problems. This is one of the reasons why, as a black man, if you come and want to date somebody from Poland or from Europe or from a lot of Asian countries, they're going to force you to be somebody to take their daughter. You know what I'm saying? They live by certain rules and codes of ethics. That's why you never see that many, for the most part, a lot of black men with like Somalian women or Indian women or Chinese women, because other groups believe in protecting their people like that. Even if this is happening. So he can never go back here. He would feel like his life is in danger. And on trumped up charges, they would try to put this guy in prison for a video that went viral in the wrong way. Okay? And as a black man, you got to see the world for what it is, man. You got limitations, especially overseas. Let me tell you something. I'm living over here in Africa for almost a year now. After I graduated school, I came out here, was setting up shop. I just didn't tell everybody. But even though I'm black and they black, it's certain things I just can't do, man. I don't care if I am an American or if I do operate things out here. It's certain guidelines that you got to operate within. Okay? And you got to understand your position, where you at. And a lot of brothers got to be careful, man. I see a lot of brothers, like this one dude in particular, man. This is one guy. He makes a lot of the videos in Dominican Republic. Every video, this guy has a Dominican chick in Sosua with the butt showing, like stuck out. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna call a guy out, but if you've seen the guy,
finger,
he's next. The guy, like I said, the brother hated on me a little bit before, but it's okay, right? Every photo, the brother is showing somebody out there that's like looking like that, and I'm like, bruh, like, what are you doing, man? Like, why every video do you got somebody, got the camera behind the girls, booties and all this? And that might be how they living. That's true enough, right? But at the same time, them people don't want you showing them how they living out there, because all they gonna do is go through all your videos and be like, yeah, man, bruh doing X, Y, and Z. This is what bruh's doing out here. And he's promoting sex tourism. And all they gotta do is go back and look at your videos and see what you're doing. It might not be that you're doing that, but now if you got the camera
got some
walking behind
videos
the
like
girl's
that
butt,
too, though. That's the crazy part.
You know what I mean? You. Some of you brothers look like perverts, like you never had one before, man. And you don't have no kind of conception of where you at, man. Like, like some of y'all making the block hot. There was one situation I'm not gonna talk about, right? I'm not gonna call the name, but it was some brothers that went out there. Real talk, right? Y'all went out there to Sosua. This is about like 4 years ago. It was a brother that's African American brother, and there was somewhat of, I want to say, a party, right? You had these African American brothers out there, and some other brothers through this party, and they had the girls twerking out there, slapping the girl on the butt cheeks and all this other type of stuff. And so somehow one of y'all thought it was smart to put it up on YouTube. Man, look, almost got the dudes. It was an African American dudes, a restaurant. What was that? Damn near got his shit shut down, right? And I'm thinking, man, like, what are y'all brothers doing, man? Like, some of this stuff, like, okay, you go.
I said this months
like,
ago, y'all should have seen how I got treated.
Right? It's just what it is.
And I'm actually out here.
You're gonna go women gonna talk to you. You're gonna get women doing things for you and all kind of stuff. I get it, right? But now a lot of that stuff that y'all do out there, y'all, it's okay when you get views or you showing somebody else, but you're not looking at how they're gonna look at it. There are people not gonna want you showing their women looking like that. And even though it's an honest mistake, it's enough as an honest mistake to get your ass killed. You feel what I'm saying? So a lot of you brothers, man, y'all playing with fire out here, man. And I know that Austin, I really believe, like, he was not trying to do that on purpose. I know that for a fact. But look, now they're trying to make an example out the dude. And he loved Brazil. Can't ever go back, though. Ever. So 20-something years old, can't go back. And to be real, like, the big listen to y'all. You know what I mean? Because people going to put you in an exploiting women thing, and it's always going to look bad. Always. So, guys, what do you think? It's your boy, O'Shea Duke Jackson.
So in 2007, I got raided by the RIAA in conjunction with the feds, and came with M16s and told me I was being arrested under the RICO. I would set up on top of the trash can and I would have like all my mixtapes in there. And I remember lying a lot of times too. Like people were like, "Who's DJ Drama?" And I'd be like, "I don't know. I just work for him." Like he told me to be here. When he saw me, like, first of all, they didn't even know if I was black or not. Then they like, "How is he saying?" Thankfully, my parents named me Tyrese, so I don't have to have that argument. You know what I mean? But we're talking about 25 years ago. So we all wound up becoming like.
I ain't even 25 yet. You know, 25-year relationship.
What's up, y'all? It's me, and we back with another Producer Grind, Producer Culture interview. And today we got the legend, DJ Drama, co-founder of Generation Now, known for founding Little Uzi Vert, Jack Harlow, and Steady Hendrix. Famous Gangsta Girls mixtape series featuring Lil Wayne, Fabulous, Ludacris, Young Jeezy, Gucci Mane, and more. Known for Dedication mixtapes. Also known for Tyler, the Creator, Call Me If You Get Lost project. Just won a Grammy for that. Also known for Pharrell in My Mind, and also working with Young Jeezy and T.I. But the list could go on all day. So before we get into some questions, we're going to start with some icebreakers. So the first one is, name a song that describes your life.
What's going on, Baby Juju?
Ooh,
you said Sam Beats.
Describes my life.
Wait, what are you talking about, Nicer? My bad. I'm trying to. This stupid thing is taking a long ass time. I'm trying to get this thing working.
B.I.G. Juicy.
Okay, that's a good one. That's a good one.
What you got going on, Baby Juju?
Something heavy D up in the limousine.
So what's the biggest lie you were told as a kid?
The biggest.
Give me 1 second, Joe. I'm gonna get back into making beats. This is fucking computer bullshit.
You're in a car.
Getting on my nerves.
You're not supposed to have the light on.
Oh, because this against the law.
In the car, you're not supposed to keep the light on while you drive, because if so, the cops will stop you for having the light on or some shit. My parents told me. I never, like, when I grew up, I was like, yo, that's like, what are y'all talking about?
That's like, my mama told me that shit too.
Yeah, like, does anybody know anybody that's ever gotten stopped for having a light on in the car while you drive? Like, yeah, maybe back, I don't know, maybe when lights first came out in cars. So maybe our parents' age group was on.
What's the dumbest shit you got pulled over for?
The dumbest shit I've ever gotten pulled over for? I mean, I got pulled over one time. I used to live up the street from here when I was still kind of building Mean Streets next door. I used to live Mid-City Lofts in Midtown, and I was coming through Georgia Tech campus, and a cop pulled me over.
Right now, man.
I think I had I think it was like my license had expired or something. But the way, like, I was driving I think I was in a Benz or something. So, like, there was really no reason for him to stop me, because it wasn't like my plates was expired, but my license was expired. So he obviously was behind my car.
What did I do, Nicer?
And he must have ran it and seen my license was expired, and he pulled me over. And then he wound up seeing I was DJ Drama. He was cool about it, but he didn't let me drive. He made somebody else come and drive the car to the studio. So I think like Lake had to come or something. But I found out an interesting tidbit when he did that. I found out that, if you're a worker at Georgia Tech in some form of fashion, your children can go to school there for free. So he told me that's why, like, he took the job. So I was like, damn, that's pretty fire.
I think that's what all colleges.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I didn't know that. That would make sense. Shit, I need to go to a job at Harvard or something.
So if a genie granted you 3 wishes, what would you wish for?
If a genie, well,
you can't wish for more wishes.
Okay, that was going to be my first one. Eternal life. Who?
Damn, I ain't never thought about that one. We were talking about that the other day, and I did not think of that one.
Oh yeah, for sure. That'd be my off top. Eternal life. An unlimited supply of finances for my eternal life, and peace on earth. Yeah.
Those are good ones.
Peace on earth.
Okay, so now we're gonna get into the questions. So what was it like?
That's some good icebreakers.
Thank you.
Man.
I work hard on those.
I like that. The first question, that was a good one. The one song that described my life. I'm gonna go home and think about that. I'm gonna think a couple more songs.
I feel like mine change every week, but
yeah, of course. But yeah, I do. You know, when I think about Juicy and like how he was describing, you know, his come up, and you know, that's how I look at my career and think about it in that aspect.
Yeah, that's a good song for you. Yeah. So growing up in Philly, what was that like, and how did you get into music and mixtape?
First of all, I know it's y'all interview on me, but like, where are you from?
I'm from Brooklyn.
You from Brooklyn? Where are you from?
I'm from Virginia.
Virginia. Okay, cool. All right. And you went to Clark?
Yeah.
And you?
Check out.
Okay. So you didn't go to college?
Like 2 weeks, and then I was out of it.
What school?
It was like community college.
Gotcha. What part of VA?
Richmond.
Oh, okay. And what part of Brooklyn?
It's like East New York this time.
East New York. Okay. All right, cool. All right, now what was the question again?
What was life like growing up in Philly, and how did you get into music and mixtapes?
Life growing up in Philly was it was love, you know. I mean, city of brotherly love. Like, you know, I grew up living between my mother and my father. My parents split when I was like 2. You know, I used to go back and forth between my dad and my mom. Like every couple weeks, I would spend like a week with my mom and then a week with my dad. And I did that until I was like maybe 10, 11. And you know,
mentioned how you
my mom is Jewish,
called the Austin situation months ago. Oh yeah, definitely.
Politically and social.
Half the time, I don't even be trend setting. Half the time, it's just common sense.
A lot of marches and civil rights.
I be giving people the game. Nobody listen though.
Gatherings, and my mom is an educator, and you know,
try to save people time.
Like, you know, during times when the teachers would go on strike, and there would be like the strike, and you know, she would have me down there, kind of like, you know, not crossing the picket line or just on strike with her in that way. So yeah, I grew up like I was you know, I had 2 parents. Like I was just telling somebody this other day, like when I was a kid, I wasn't allowed to watch the A-Team because, you know, it was like about soldiers who were, you know, came from fighting in the Vietnam War. My dad was a conscientious objector, which is, you know, someone who, when they had the draft for the Vietnam War, he said no, so they sent him to jail. He did like 2 years because he turned down going to Vietnam. So I wasn't really allowed to watch Tom and Jerry because it was racist. I wasn't allowed to watch a lot of Disney movies and stuff because there was racist epitones in it. Couldn't watch Dukes of Hazzard because of the Confederate flag on the car. So I wasn't supposed to watch G.I. Joe because it was, you know, about the military. And I'm a kid. I'm like, the fuck? Like, I can't enjoy none of this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, who's not allowed to watch Tom and Jerry and fucking G.I. Joe? But I mean, later on in life, you know, I got it. So, and then I also grew up, you know, my parents were big music lovers. Both my parents, I always remember them having vast record collections. At times, my dad was super big into doo-wop and, you know, like R&B groups, Motown and things of that nature. And then, you know, like I'm of the age when I was a kid, hip hop was first really bubbling. So like, you know, for me, Run DMC was one of the first examples of you know, hip hop and a rap super group. I remember I wanted my parents to buy me Adidas because of the song My Adidas. And yeah, you know, I grew up like, you know, I was a kid. Like I remember my dad thinking hip hop was going to be a fad, you know, at that time. And then so around like, so before I became a DJ, I was super into skateboarding. Like I never really played a lot of sports. Like, you know, maybe here and there, some basketball, some football.
That's dope.
After school activities, but never like in school or nothing. So I was super into skateboarding. And I actually grew up with Stevie Williams, who was a super legendary professional skateboarder. He started DGK, Dirty Ghetto Kids, which, you know, was under Reebok and things like that. So, you know, I came up around a time when it was a little crew of like.
Oh shit! Hold on, y'all.
At the time, but I was trash. Like, I was always the worst one. I was always
sound like my dad in his 50s doo-wop,
make a kick flip or something like that. I remember niggas used to crack jokes on me and shit like that. And then, so around like between 8th grade and 9th grade, I went to the movies to see Juice. And, you know, that pretty much changed my life. Like, you know, I went like, of course, like I was familiar with DJs before Juice, and, you know, Philly was always kind of known for having a DJ culture, but, you know, I just remember my fascination, like, of watching Omar Epps or his character GQ, like, be in his bedroom, making his demo tape and cutting and scratching, and I was just like, damn, like, that shit, you know, I want to try my hand at that.
What the fuck?
So I think I convinced my mom to buy me a turntable and a mixer, like just one turntable and a mixer. And then the first, like back in the day, there was belt drive turntables and there was direct drive. So anybody who knows about like Technic 1200s, you know, they're direct drive. But the first turntable I got, I think, was like a Gemini, and it was like a belt drive. So it's like when you jigga, like when you cut and, you know, it's supposed to like go straight, like jigga, and a belt drive kind of like jigga, and it takes a while to get started. So I went into my first year of high school, you know, kind of really just getting into DJing, and I would save my lunch money. I wouldn't spend my lunch money, and I would go downtown Philly after school to these stores called Armin's, Funko-Mart, Sounds of Market, and I would, you know, that's how I started buying my records. That's how I started my record collection. And then, you know, I think I did my first party my freshman year of high school for this kid named Ari, and I think he paid me like $40, something like that. I had like one crate of records, and, you know, I don't remember if I must have had some form of equipment or something like that. It was like his 13th birthday or what have you. And then the summer between my freshman year, my sophomore year of high school, my sister took me to Harlem. She took me to New York, and we went to Harlem, and we was on 125th Street. And this was back when the vendors used to be outside and things of that nature. And I bought my first mixtape, which was DJ SNS Old School Part 2. And the reason why I bought that tape was because when I was buying records, a lot of the songs that were on, you know, this was before like covers and shit like that. So it was just like, you know, the vendors would have all the tapes, and then they would have this book of playlists, and they would have all the songs on it. And I remember like he had all these records that I didn't have. Like I didn't have those records. So I bought that tape, and I was just like blown away. Like I studied that tape inside and out. I knew everything about it. Like every song at DJ SNS's transitions, like the shit he would say on the tape. And I was just really, you know, mesmerized. And that really started my like fascination with mixtapes. And this is around the time when like Clue first really came on the scene. And, you know, I remember buying Clue tapes and feeling like, you know, when I would go to school, I was like ahead of the curve, you know, because it was like Clue had exclusives, and, you know, I felt like y'all not hip to what I'm hip to, because, you know, I'm listening to these mixtapes and these songs aren't necessarily out yet, you know. And I remember like one of my first records I actually bought was Heavy D, Who's the Man, off the Who's the Man soundtrack. And the B side of that was Biggie Smalls, Party and Bullshit. And, you know, like, I just remember even having, like, being hip to Big, you know, before the world had gravitated towards him a couple years. And, yeah, so, you know, when it came to DJing and, like, DJ culture, like, you know, I was definitely into, like, you know, I used to watch, like, battle, like DJ battles on like VHS tapes and things like that, and you know, like listen to the radio in Philly. But it was just always something about the mixtape DJ to me that always was like larger than life, that I always found myself like attracted to when it came to, like, you know, because there's different routes of DJing on the DJ tree. There's party DJs, there's, you know, there's cutting and scratching DJs, technical DJs, there's radio DJs, you know, there's tour DJs, and, you know, there's mixtape DJs. And the mixtape DJ just always like was just like larger than life to me. So, you know, I always aspired to go in that direction. I know I'm being kind of long-winded here. And then so around this time I was listening to a lot of Clue. I was listening to a lot of Ron G. I was listening to a lot of Doo-Wop, and Doo-Wop made this tape called 95 Live. And 95 Live kind of changed the game because at the time, like, you know, Clue had the exclusive game, and he was, you know, he took the format from like what Ron G was doing with blends and, you know, people putting together tapes to like it being about new shit that nobody had. And then Doo-Wop came and he literally had these freestyles. Like he had like A-list artists like Busta Rhymes and like Q-Tip, and, you know, people like giving him verses that were like exclusive. You know, it was like 95 Live was just like, it was a game changer, you know, because at that time people were just playing, you know, new music. And then here came 95 Live, where that was the only place you were going to get those verses was off that tape. So I pretty much like bit the whole formula, and I made a tape called Illadelph. And at the time I was like, you know, in the Philly scene, the Roots were just coming up. And there was some other group. I remember there was this group called 100X. And then my next door neighbor in West Philadelphia actually was this woman named Bahamadia, who was a Philly legend from the 90s. And I was getting freestyles from like Rest in Peace Malik B, from Black Thought, you know, from various groups. And I made my own version of what 95 Live was, and was called Illadelph. And, you know, that was kind of my first, like, quote unquote, real mixtape.
So it's like, for the younger generation that watches our interviews now, like, what was the vibe of a mixtape back then? I feel like a lot of people around our age, my age and younger, would be like, well, mixtape was just like a couple songs just put together like an album. It was different back then. You had drops and all that.
I mean, you know, the mixtape is like, it's changed so much through the eras, you know, like before my time, like a mixtape used to literally be like a recording of a DJ at a party. Like if we want to go back, like to like Brucey B and Lovebug Starsky, and people of that, like they were taking, you know, they were literally taking recordings of the party. You know, niggas like who was getting money, they would sell them for like $50 a wop or something. So then, you know, in the New York days, motherfuckers would ride through and be blasting a tape, and then, you know, you would hear a certain shout out of somebody that was at the venues or at the parties and stuff like that. And then, you know, then it kind of changed over. You know, Kid Capri came on the scene, and SNS came on the scene, and then they were making, you know, they were actually like making mixtapes where they were flipping records and like cutting and scratching and talking over the tapes, and they became like literally like that was the mixtape format. And then like Ron G came along, and Ron G started taking acapellas from R&B songs and putting them over hip hop beats. And he was like, you know, that was revolutionary at the time. Like, he was literally the first to do that, something that we all know today is common. If you hear a R&B song over a hip hop beat, like Ron G was literally the first person to do that with music. And then again, Clue came along and changed it, where it was all about exclusives and, you know, like who had the newest music. And then an era came where, you know, like Doo-Wop and Tony Touch came, and then people started getting like freestyles where, you know, people were like literally rhyming over somebody else's beat, you know, on a mixtape and things like that. And then the game kind of changed where DJs started to like get hosts, or like record labels were doing mixtapes. So like Puff was ahead of the curve, and he would do Bad Boy mixtapes, and then he would go and get like the hottest niggas out, whether it was Clue or Envy or Who Kid, and do like, you know, Bad Boy like mixtapes, and he would host them and things like that. Then you had like Green Lantern would come along, and Green was literally like taking, you know, he was taking sound bites and bits and pieces of various records and making his own songs, and, you know, making these amazing intros to this day that'll still blow your mind. And the mixtape game, it was a lot of different things at the time. Then like Mr. C would come along and was making best ofs, and, you know, you'd be on the street and it'd be like a best of Biggie or a best of Jay-Z, or, you know, Cosmic Kev was making best of Beanie Siegel. So then there was those versions. And then again, you know, hosting was a big thing, like in the late 90s and early 2000s. And then everything changed with 50 Cent. And then 50 came along, and before 50, like, niggas used to just spit 16s on somebody else's beat. And then 50 came along and literally like changed the whole format, because he then took a song that was popular and redid it and made his own version of the song. Nobody had did that before, Fifth. And so then it went from like, okay, niggas just like kind of spitting on other people's beats, to like, this nigga's coming along and making a new song. And between 50 and Dipset, they literally like killed the demo tape. So like before back in the day, people used to always say, please listen to my demo, you know, listen to my demo. That was how niggas would get on in the rap game. Like, they would want to get a demo to a label and get them checked out and then get them signed. And then when Fifth came along, it was like, now was okay.
Who do I think is the king of remixes? Lil Wayne.
Literally kind of
Lil Wayne
transitioned the mixtape from going from
hands
a
down
compilation of other people's songs to like a street album, where it was like just all 50 Cent.
Lil Wayne, hands down.
You know, Who Kid and 50 was doing just their own, you know, mini street albums. And Dipset, and rest in peace to K-Slay, were doing something similar as well, where it was just like all their bodies of work. So then the mixtape changed formats from like being like a compilation of songs to then being just like one artist, and that being what a mixtape was. And then I came along with Gangsta Grills and, you know, kind of implemented the same formula, but I was here in Atlanta, you know, and I was applying that formula to Southern artists and Southern music. So early on, Gangsta Grills was just that. It was like a compilation of the hottest songs in the South. Mm-hmm. And then, you know, over time, as things were changing, I was, you know, like, okay, I was like, damn, I got to get a host. So my first host for Gangsta Grills was Little John, hence how the Gangsta Grizzlies drop was born, because I was Little John's voice. And I just kind of like, you know, the next tape I had, I didn't have a host, so I just ran his voice over and over, and it became like a tag. And then when I met Tip early on in my, you know, after I got out of college, and, you know, Tip and Grand Hustle and Jason Jeter, were bubbling and they were doing their thing and they were even putting out their own mixtapes. And then Jeter came to me with the idea of doing like a Gangsta Grills like special edition where it was just all Tip and Grand Hustle. And that was the first Gangsta Grills that was just all one artist. And I was like super excited to do it because, I was paying attention to what like Who Kid and 50 and what
shit. Cody could do the same shit. So it's like, I'm really just in there like I refer to myself like a player's coach.
Before we get into this icebreaker question, y'all, since we on the subject though, like, what is real work ethic? You know what I'm saying?
What is real work ethic?
Or
what is my work ethic?
Okay, so yeah.
Of doing like a Gangsta Grills like special edition where it was just all Tip and Grand Hustle. And that was the first Gangsta Grills that was just all one artist. And I was like super excited to do it because, I was paying attention to what like Who Kid and 50 and what Green and Eminem were doing at the time. And I was like, bet, like, somebody gets it, So me and Tip did the Gangsta Grills where it was like Gangsta Grills meets T.I. and PSC in the streets meets Gangsta Grills, however it was titled. But that was the first of Gangsta Grills just being like one artist, and it like took off like hotcakes, and the rest is kind of history. So yeah, like mixtapes have literally taken on different formulas or formats over the different eras and have changed with the times.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. I remember like in high school listening to mixtapes, all I heard was the goddamn think it's a game tag on like all the Lucci shit. You know what I'm talking about?
Think it's a game, yup.
Yeah, yeah. Like I came in real late.
You a young
nigga. Wayne, yeah, I missed the Wayne and everything.
Yeah, you a super young nigga. Damn.
Yeah.
That think it's a game tag.
That shit was like real late. That's really when it started. Like
think it's a game because think it's a game was
on, man.
between Trinidad and Quan and Lucci. Like I guess like good 2013, 2014, 2015 years. So yeah.
Talk about like what made you move.
Oh yeah, I was definitely about to ask that same
Go ahead, I'm gonna let you do it since y'all the Clark people.
Okay. So what made you move to Atlanta? Like, why did you choose to go to Clark, Atlanta?
I had taken a trip to Atlanta with my dad a few years before I decided to go to Clark, and like I fell in love with the city like early on. I think I was about like 16, and I just felt the energy. Like it was very vibrant. You could tell that it was just a city that had a lot of Black culture and like a lot of people of color at a young age, just making a lot of moves and things like that. And I always thought that I was gonna, my dream was to like move to New York and go to NYU and live in Brooklyn and like live in a brownstone. Like, I was a very East Coast driven kid coming up. But when I was applying for schools, Clark Atlanta was one of them. I had a friend that went to Clark as well, like a family friend who also I went to my high school, and I came and I visited him. And I spent some time on campus, and then, I also got an academic scholarship. So, that definitely helped in my decision making. But I also just like, the type of person that I am, or like, I've always been a hustler, always been driven. So, I knew that Atlanta was a city that I could kind of like do my thing in, when I was, deciding where to go or what have you. And, ultimately like Atlanta over New York, I was still like, okay,
man, this shit is getting on my nerves. It's taking longer than it should
ever take. Was the type that.
Yeah, since we on the subject though, like, what is real work ethic? You know what I'm saying?
What is real work ethic?
Like,
or what is my work ethic?
Okay, so yeah, what is your work ethic? Internet money work ethic.
Two different things. Man, my work ethic.
I knew that Atlanta was a city that I could kind of like do my thing in, when I was, deciding where to go or what have you. And, ultimately like Atlanta over New York. Tapes scene in Atlanta was like
exactly why I
known
don't
in
deal
Atlanta,
with
you
no
know.
goddamn
So
computer,
what we
man.
were able to do with
Are you
the
fucking
affiliates
kidding?
with Gangsta Grills is like we literally took the Atlanta sound and Gangsta Grills and turned it into a national and a global thing, you know. So like, you know, back in the day when they, you know, they had the Justo Mixtape Awards, like I think I'm the first and only non-New York DJ to ever win, you know, Mixtape DJ of the Year. So yeah, so you know, Atlanta, you know, going to CAU, like I don't know. I think that some way or somehow I was gonna figure it out, regardless of where I, would have ended up, or whether I would have went to New York or California or stayed in Philly. But I'm very thankful that I came to Atlanta, and I'm very thankful that Atlanta embraced me. And but I also, it's like, the game, like, where if I would have never came here, or would have wound up, like I said on Seti's mixtape recently, like, there was a point I almost went back home because shit wasn't working out. And like, imagine if I would have did that, how many classics we wouldn't have today,
So everybody always tells the story of you with your yellow boombox.
Wow.
Trash can on the promenade. Like, tell us
Damn.
your version of the story. Like, what was that like for you? Like,
You heard that? You heard that story?
Of course I did. That's like legend.
Is it?
Yes.
That's crazy.
I don't know what the hell y'all talking about. But go ahead,
I'm gonna show you the promenade one day.
Damn, I'm humbled by that. And what year did you graduate? Or when
2017.
And what year did you come to school?
2013.
Wow, that means a lot to me. That's really, it really does. That means a lot to me. That's crazy. That's like, yeah, that blows my mind. So when I was in school, like, not my freshman year, because I kind of was still trying to like find my way a little bit, but after my freshman year, I remember coming back to school. At the summer after my freshman year was the only time I ever went back home. And I went back home briefly, maybe for like 2 months during summer, before school started. And then I remember coming back to school and just like writing down this to-do list of like all the shit I wanted to accomplish and like just get on my shit. And I had kind of like my freshman year, I had kind of like stopped making mixtapes for a minute. And I was still DJing and doing parties and everything, but I had like, I don't remember why, but I just wasn't on my mixtape hustle. And I remember telling myself, like, I got to get back on my mixtape grind. And, it was still cassettes at the time. And I had this little yellow Walkman, little yellow radio. And the reason why I had it is because it had like a handle on it. So I could like kind of hold it like this. And, back then on the CAU strip, there were green trash cans. Are the green trash cans still there? They might not be there.
They're not the same shade.
They're not the same. But we used to have these trash cans and everything. So I literally, like, in between classes, I would take my yellow. I used to be on campus, like long dreads, green fatigue pants. Everybody knew me. They used to call me Jamal from House Party back in the day. And I would set up on top of the trash can, and I had this like little like plastic holder, and I would have like all my mixtapes in there, and I would have like I made this tape called Hip Hop Lovables. I would have like an old school mixtape. I would have like, just the new shit mixtape, and this is even before I was making like South tape yet. And I would have like a reggae tape. So I would, just have various collections of my shit. And I remember lying a lot of times too. Like, people were like, "Who's DJ Drama?" And I'd be like, "I don't know. I just work for him. Like, he told me to be here."
That's good marketing
early on. Because I was like, niggas, I'm trying to sell my shit, and they like, "Oh, you get out of here." So, and I would do okay. Like, later on, I advanced, and I started to get like a table and like real big speakers, and was like making like hundreds of dollars. But like, I remember, being at the trash can with my little yellow radio, maybe making like $40, $50, $60. And I would sell, I think I would do like 1 for $5, 2 for $7, something like that. But yeah, that's what, what legends are made of. Like, literally started with a little yellow radio on top of a trash can on CAU campus.
That's crazy. No, I made a mistake though. I graduated in 21, but I came to Clark in 2017.
Okay.
But even still, like, the fact that it's still being talked about,
it's
like,
crazy.
20 something years later. Like,
I'm just curious, like, how'd you hear that story? I gotta know.
So I was in what's the tour guides called? I was basically I was a tour guide. So when the new students would come and like you telling them like historic facts about Clark. So when I got trained, the girl who trained me, like she like DJ Drama used to sit on those trash cans over there with his yellow boombox. Like that's the girl that trained me. So when I'm giving my tours with the college students that came, I'm saying the same line, you know, like
that is fire.
Passing it on.
That's fire. Yeah, I mean it's facts. So, and it's so crazy because like when we used to be in school, like, you know, we used to like, you know, the classes before us, like Shaka Zulu graduated before us. Brian Barber, who's a legendary director, used to do Outkast's videos. You know, Kenya Barris was before, graduated before me as well, and then like DJ Mars and DJ Trauma.
I was just lit at the school. Like.
They went to Clark, but they were all older than us, and they were all like doing their thing, like, you know, in the city and everything. And we used to be like, damn, like when is gonna be our time? Like, you know, like we used to be on campus just like, you know, not even realizing that, you know, we're in it, you know, it's happening without us knowing it, and just thinking like, just watching the older classmen, you know, get on and be like in the business and in the industry, and us being like, man, we can't wait till it's our time. And, you know, look at us now.
Do you feel like it's an advantage being at a university? Because I remember the first interview that Sonny did with Producer Gun, he was saying, man, it's just something about the music scene and college life. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
I mean, for me as a DJ, for sure, because, you know, it kept me, I was working all the time. Like, you know, every weekend, like it was, whether it was a fraternity or sorority event, or, you know, DJing at Spelman and Market Fridays, or, you know, it was always gigs somehow, some way. Like even before I was like known in the city, like I was known in the AUC, like I was that guy, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, and I've always had a competitive spirit. So, you know, there were a lot of DJs around, and, you know, for me and for Sense and for Kenan, like, you know, we wanted to, when it came to the AUC, like, nigga, you know, DJ Drama's top of the food chain, or Drama, Sense, and Kenan, like, you know, those are, before you go to anybody else, like, you got to put them guys first. And, you know, it was definitely other DJs around that was, you know, we were competitive with, or, you know, and it's all love, you know, but I to this day, I remember there was a DJ named DJ Yogi. It was brand new. I think there was somebody named Big Willie, like, you know, and they were all DJs coming up at the same time. And so, yeah, I think that, you know, going to school and being in music, definitely, you know, there's some cohesion there, and, you know, there's definitely some plays to be made. But, you know, everybody has their own path. So it's not like, I don't think it's a necessity. I think in my favor, or in our favor, it was like, it worked out. And like, you know, thank God, like, again, like the fact that me and Cannon and Lake, and, you know, we all met, like, you know, the synergy there, that, you know, years later has manifested itself in so many ways within the culture. But, you know, thank God for HBCUs, or for schools, for us.
But what's your story and how you met Cannon? This nigga said yesterday y'all got two different stories. You know what I'm saying?
He said we have two different stories?
He said he came up to you. His story won't really. He said he came up to you and you was like,
no, that's true.
Okay.
So, yeah, I think he told me his.
His story won't really. He said he came up to you and you was like,
no, that's true.
Okay.
So, yeah, I think he told me his. We were talking about this the other day. He told me his version of the story, but I just remember him. So Cannon had already heard about me when he got to Clark, when he got to CAU, and I remember him kind of trying to befriend me. And I had this friend named Kyle
who they went to high school together, and Kyle put a bug in my ear like Cannon was a nut or something. So like, you know, I kind of was like, I was kind of egging Cannon in a way, like, you know what I mean? Like, come on, young boy, like step back, you know. Cannon steps back. But and then I just remember, you know, one day, I don't know how many months or how much time in between, but he was like, yo, check out my beat CD. And he gave me his beat CD, and I went home and I listened to that shit, and that shit was fucking flames. Like, it was fucking fire. And the next day, me being the opportunist that I am, I was like, yo, Cannon, like, what's up, man? Your shit is hot. Like, yo, we should work.
How that shit be? It's still like that to this day, bro. That same nigga be like, I'm gonna listen to your shit. And then you finally listen to that shit and be like, yeah, come on. And then you start like that. You feel
and that's literally, you know, I think from then on, it was like, I think I went and told Sense, I was like, yo, boy, beats is fire. Like, and at the time, Cannon was going by Donnie Brasco. That was his DJ name, DJ Donnie Brasco. So we didn't even call him Cannon yet. We used to call him Brasco. And then, like, yeah, I just kind of, I told Sense, and me and Sense were like, you know, we were like this. And I was like, yo, Bull is nice. Like, we should fuck with you. And then, yeah, we took, like, Cannon came on in, and we was like Three Amigos in a lot of way. And Cannon, you know, him being a year younger, like, had some demographic that was like fucking with him. And I was doing everything, you know, and just like, you know, we
So I think you said you're not, but we didn't know why, but now we know why to bring Kyle.
He knows. I think he knows it was for the Kyle, but yeah, he might have forgot. But yeah, I've told him that before. Like, yeah, Kyle told me he was a nut, and I was like, yeah, me, Cannon and Kyle, we're great. We're all great friends.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, Kyle's got, you know, shout out to my man Kyle, West Manchild. He's in Philly. Like, yeah, Cannon and Kyle are fucking tight. So, you know, we talking about 25 years ago. So we all wound up becoming like.
I ain't even 25 yet. You need a 25-year relationship.
Crazy. But you know, it's crazy that, you know, I don't feel old. Like,
you don't look old though.
I appreciate it, but like, you know, this shit right here, like, this shit keeps, like I said, shit keeps you forever 21 like the store. Like, you know, I'm 44 years old, and I feel frightened, you know, like,
I be telling you, bro, look at Future. Future about to be, or Future might be pushing 40. That's an old young nigga, bro. Like,
no, it's facts. And like, and you know, I don't like to hear you say 1925 or you graduated in 2021. Like, you know, my daughter's in another room. Like, she's gonna be 22 next year. You know what I'm saying? Like,
oh, they both the same age.
You're 21.
22.
22. Like, so he was born in 2000 or 2001.
2000.
Okay, yeah, she's like that. She was born in 01. She was born like right after. No, she was born right before September 11th. Like, she was born August 13th. Like, September 11th happened. Like, she wasn't even a month yet. But, you know, I just say that to say, like, yeah, like, you know, like, I remember being your age and thinking, like, how great, how far 40 was, or, you know, my parents turned 40, and now I'm 44, like almost 45, and going close to 50. Like, shit's crazy how time flies, but, you know, it's dope for me to still feel and to be relevant, you know, even with like a nigga your age, you know what I'm saying? Like, or, you know, the demographic of a certain age. Like that was always very key and very important for me. Like even when I first got on, I was like, yo, it's one thing to get here, but like, how do you stay here? How do you stay relevant? And even like, you know, as a DJ, like, you know, there's DJs of my age or older that like play for their audience in a sense, which is totally cool and fine. But like for me, like, you know, I want to like, I've always wanted, and not to say that like I'm trying to, you know, dress like a young nigga or, you know, not be my age, but it's always been important to me to some degree to like have relevancy for like, you know, an age bracket of whether it's, you know, 18 to 21 or however, you know, and sometimes that wasn't even now that, you know, them being out of shit for the kids in a sense. But I think the fact I just always know that hip hop is based on the youth in a lot of ways. And like, you know, I mean, over time, we've seen it be respected. It's always been young man sport though, you know, whether it's me working, you know, I mean, recently to have this type of resurgence and, you know, work with NBA Youngboy or, you know, do the Dream motherfuckers that's 15, 16 that weren't even born when fucking Gangsta Grills, I created it, you know. And at the same time,
what's
still,
going on, Go P?
You know, me and Jeezy are no fall in. Tip was, yeah, in a sense, yep. Because when I got out of college, it's crazy because literally one of the first phone calls I ever got was from Jason Jeter, and he was like, "Yo, I got this new artist. You know, we just signed to Aristella Face. You know, I want to bring him through to do a freestyle." And it was Tip, you know, and like, you know, I met him. He did a freestyle. Like, I'll never forget it. He came in my little humble abode in the Fourth Ward and said he was the king of the South. I thought the nigga was crazy. But it's so crazy to me to think that, like, you know, like to this day, you know, as many calls as I get or DMs or artists trying to get on. And like the first time that happened to me, it was fucking T.I., you know what I'm saying? So like,
that's legendary for sure.
And you know, for me, it always keeps me very like, I try to my greatest ability to always, you know, give as many people a shot as possible, or, you know, open ears. And, you know, there's been times even, you know, some very legendary artists that have, you know, that I've missed out on, or might tell you a story of how I may have like fronted on them. So I can't say that I've gotten it right every time, but the fact that Tip was and Jason Jeter was the first time that anybody like got my number off of a mixtape and wanted to come do a freestyle, and it turned out to be, you know, this nigga who's the fucking, you know, we all know he's going down in the history books. Is like, yeah, it's legendary. It's crazy.
So how did Jeezy come about?
So Coach K lived around the corner from me and Sense in the Fourth Ward. We lived on Glen Iris, and he lived around the corner. And we just got cool. Just, you know, he was in the music business. He was working with Alan Henderson, who used to play for the Hawks. He had a record label called Hindu. So Coach was working with Hindu, and then he branched out and was doing his own thing. He had this group called Jadis originally. One of the members, Bobby Creekwater, later on got signed to Eminem. And then he told us, you know, this is an artist I'm working with. named Young Jeezy, you know, and he had an album out called Come Shop With Me, and he had this van that they rapped, and it was the Come Shop With Me van. And Coach used to bring Jeezy through my crib to make I used to make Jeezy show CDs for $100. And I would basically, like, he would come and I would, you know, pick out a couple of beats that, you know, might be hot at the time, because he was doing shows in Macon, you know, during his Come Shop With Me days. And that's literally how we, like, first met. You know, it was through Coach. And you know, Jeezy tells the story, like, I did make him take his shoes off in the crib, and, you know, he was pulling up in something foreign, and, you know, he used to pay me $100. And then, you know, Gangsta Grills was kind of buzzing in the streets. And then Coach and Jeezy told me, yo, I had did a party in Buckhead. I had did my first Gangsta Grills party. Shout out to my man Biddy and Cloud9. I did it in conjunction with them. And then Coach Jeezy was like, yo, we want to take you to lunch. So they took me to this spot called Harry and Sons. And, you know, Jeezy was like, look, I got this idea. I got this vision. Like, I don't know if you realize, like, the streets really fuck with Gangsta Grills. Like, you know, like, niggas is fucking with your shit. Like, even Meech be listening to your shit. And he was like, I got this whole concept, this whole vision that I want to do. And that was literally the first time anybody had paid me to do a Gangsta Grills, and they gave me $1,000, and we did the first tape. It was originally called G's Up, but Scrappy had a group at the time called G's Up, so we changed the name of it to Streets Is Watching. And, you know, we put it out, the blue cover. It came out 2004 around the time of Birthday Bash, and within like a couple months, it was like, that's all you would hear about was like the new nigga, Young Jeezy, and off the Gangsta Grills, the Streets Is Watching. And, you know, that music was so potent and so strong, and the only place it lived was on Gangsta Grills. So whenever the DJs or the clubs played it, it had to play Gangsta Grills. So you was hearing me talking and my drops, and you was hearing it all over, you know what I mean? So it got even more familiar, you know, through that, because that was the only place you was gonna get that music.
All right, so two things. You made that nigga take off his shoes earlier in the crib, man.
I definitely did. I definitely made.
What's some house etiquette rules in your career, real quick?
I don't even. I got a rug at my door in my house now that says, "Bitch, don't wear no shoes in my house." Shout out to Roddy Ricch, but I'm not tripping about. You know, I have hardwood floors now, so I don't mind. But yeah, I just grew up. You know, I think I did that from being a kid, and, you know, growing up in a household where it was like, yo, you take your shoes off at the door. So
I see why now, though. I just got a house like a month ago, bro.
Yeah.
I had niggas over, bro, and it's all hardwood floors.
Yeah.
I have my apartment with a carpet, so
Right.
I got done. I was sweeping the floor one day. What I told the niggas last, I was like, hey, bro, I'll take y'all shoes off, nigga. That shit too much, bro. I ain't gonna.
Yeah, a lot of cleaning.
Yeah. So I seen in the Complex interview when I was doing the research, you said Jeezy had paid you $1,000.
Yes.
For the mixtape.
Yep.
If you go back in time, knowing what you knew now, would you still charge $1,000?
I mean, shit, knowing what I know now, I probably wouldn't have charged him nothing. Like,
okay, yeah.
Because, you know, it was
the relationship.
Yeah, well, what came from that was priceless. You know what I mean? Like, $1,000 was, to me at the time, was, you know, still, it was a significant amount of money. But, you know, after that, every fucking street nigga wanted to turn rapper in the game, or wanted to do a Gangsta Grills, you know, especially after Trapper died. And Trapper died, I didn't get, you know, they didn't pay me for it. And which, you know, in hindsight, like the type of money that I saw from that, or because of that, like that shit changed my life. Like, you know, I've had a lot of moments that have been life changing. But you know, Trap or Die is definitely one for sure that was life changing. I couldn't go nowhere in America and not hear my shit playing out of a car. I was on tour with T.I. at the time. Like I didn't go. We was on the nationwide tour, and I heard Gangsta Grills out of every car in every hood, and that was my dream. You know, I grew up listening to DJ Clue or hearing Clue tapes out of everybody's cars. So, you know, to then go on and have my shit like playing all across America was like, man, I did it. Like, I'm really here. You know what I'm saying? And another thing is the Trap or Die DVD. When we did the DVD, that was the first time people ever saw what I looked like. So up until that point, everybody thought I was like dark skinned and like fat as shit, like just because of the way the tone of my voice and how baritone or how deep it was. So when niggas saw me, like it was like, first of all, I didn't even know if I was black or not. Then they like, how is he saying nigga? And then thankfully my parents named me Tyree, so I don't have to have that argument. You know what I mean? But yeah, I wouldn't have. Knowing what I know now, I wouldn't have charged them nothing. Like, I had no idea that, you know, when you're in it, like, you don't realize the history that you're making. Like, and I say on Snowfall, like, if somebody would have told me, you know, that the music that we was making, you know, would be ringing off in front of 20,000, you know, years later, you know, I would have told them you thought different. But in reality, I had no idea. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Like, you know, it still blows my mind to this day. Like, even me being on, you know, me on the road with Jeezy or on in front of those crowds and watching the reaction from that music and just remembering like where we came from and like, you know, really making history. Like, and you know, like I said, like me just being a student of hip hop and like it's, you know, that's part of the greatest gift in the world. Like, knowing when it's all said and done, like, you know, they'll talk about me and my accomplishments and like what like I really put on for the culture. Like, you know, I made my stamp, I made my mark in so many ways. And so I wouldn't charge them nothing if I knew what I knew now.
No, that's fine. I ain't gonna lie, we post a lot on our IG about a lot of like just people in the music industry just clashing about the business side. So like, what was your mindset when you was growing your brand and stuff? Like, were you just like, man, I'm just trying to make the music, put the music out there? Or was it more like you was trying to get paid for every little thing? You know what I'm saying? Nah,
I wasn't. I was like, it was about the music for me. Mm-hmm. Like, I was trying to like, you know, when I was making mix, like I was gunning for the top. Like, mm-hmm. I remember, you know, early on tapes when I was still making intros and I was calling myself the king of this shit, or, you know, I was, you know, I way before I got to the point of making an album, I remember putting on one of the Gangsta Grills, like back covers, like Gangsta Grills album on the way. Like, you know, I'm definitely a firm believer in manifestation. So a lot of things that has happened, you know, I manifested it, you know, very early on, and continue to do so. And so, you know, for me, it was like, you know, the money came and the money was dope and it was good. And, you know, it was also kind of like scary too, because I don't come from money, you know, I didn't grow up poor, but I had never seen that type of money that I started making in my life, and I didn't even know what to do with it. Like, when I first got it, like I used to just like look at it in the bank. Like, I had never seen that type of money. So for me, it was really more about like accomplishing shit within like hip hop. Like, you know, like I continue. I always wanted, every time I would do something that was like here, I'd be like, all right, what the fuck I'm gonna do next? You know, like when I did Trap or Die, I was like, damn, what the fuck, like how I'm gonna top this? And then I met Wayne and we did Dedication, you know, and then I was like, damn, how I'm gonna top this? And, you know, my career is literally like continue to go like that in so many ways, where it was just about like, you know, kind of checking off boxes of things that I wanted to, you know, to accomplish or to do. So, you know, I tell anybody like, you know, the money, the fame, the women, like the accolades, like all that shit is dope, and you know it comes with it. But like at the end of the day, like, you know, if your heart and your mind and your goals are in the right place, like I feel like everybody gets that real shot. You know, you get that opportunity. Like it's like the Eminem song. You know, when the opportunity comes, it's once in a lifetime. Like you better be ready. You know what I'm saying? So I was ready. Like, you know, I had, you know, I started DJing in '92. Like, so by the time 03, 04, 05 came, like, nigga, I've been preparing for this for this long. Like, I'm, and again, like I said, like, I was like, all right, I got here. Like, it's like getting drafted to the league. Mm-hmm. And it's like, you know, like you work your whole life to make it to the NBA. And then you get to the NBA and you're a rookie and you got to prove yourself, and, you know, year after year. So that's how I always attack the game. Like, you know, like, all right, I got here. Like, how do I stay here? Like, how do I make sure 10 years, 20 years, 30 years from now, like I'm still here, you know? So, and I've done it, you know, and it's like, it's something that I can speak confidently about, but it's also something that like I'm very humbled by, and, you know, have humility, because I'm a fucking DJ. Like every DJ doesn't get to do what I've done or get to see the things that I've seen. Like there's hundreds of thousands of DJs out here, you know, and like when it's all said and done, like my name is gonna be talked about with the greatest of all time, you know. And like just to think about growing up in Philly and being this kid that, you know, aspired to be, and to think that I really did it. You know, I got a lot of friends that I came up with from Philly that like know me from freestyling in my mom's basement, and, you know, us making little tapes, and, you know, I still see them when I go home, and, you know, I still talk to them to this day. But like I'm the nigga that made it. Like I'm the one, you know. And it's like it's similar to sports in a lot of ways. Like everybody doesn't get that opportunity, you know what I mean? Like we, more than ever, everyone has aspirations of making it in the music business, or like aspiring to be, you know, one of the top MCs or one of the top DJs. And like, you know, and then even beyond that, like I've been able to be a part of other people's successes, you know, whether it was my friends, like, you know, even with Lake, like, you know, Lake had been grinding for years in the music business. And like, you know, when me and him really started to work together, like I really, you know, I gave him the opportunity to become the boss that he deserves to be. You know, he paid a lot of dues, you know what I'm saying? Or like the successes of Canon, or even beyond that, like building Mean Streets. And like, you know, I used to be an intern at Dallas Austin studio, fucking getting doing food runs and changing the trash cans and doing whatever. And, you know, to go from that to opening up what is now one of the most legendary studios in Atlanta, and to create those type of opportunities for people. And then to even be a part of like, you know, young artists' rise, and watching this little kid from Philly who told me he was going to be a rock star to him really doing it. Or this young kid from Louisville, this white boy who said he wanted to be one of the greats, to now being like one of the hottest motherfuckers out here, hosting Saturday Night Live. Or, you know, Seti sneaking into the studio and, you know, telling his homeboys back in the day, like one day I want to be signed to DJ Drama, to where I am now. So not only have I been able to like live my dream and have the successes that I've had, but I've been able to create opportunities for other people to live their dreams and to make millions of dollars. And that's like, you know, that's a great feeling.
I ain't gonna lie, man. That shit just motivated me. You know what I'm saying? Got me ready to make a beat real quick. So how did the situation with you and Lil Wayne come about?
I was on a tour bus with Tip. I was in my bunk, and you know, you ever been on a tour bus?
I wish.
Okay, so basically the way the tour bus is like you got your front area, and then in the middle part you got bunks. So there's like 3 bunks on the side, or normally there's like 6 bunks. So there's 12 bunks, and then in the back there's a back room, which is normally for the artist, and like the entourage or the staff are in the bunks. So I was Tip's DJ, and so I was in my bunk, and Tip was on the phone with Wayne, and somehow I knew, I heard, I don't know how I knew, but I was like, yo, you talking to Wayne? And he was like, yeah. I was like, yo, let me holler at him. So he handed me the phone, and I was like, yo, what's up? What's up? And me and Wayne started talking, and I was like, yo, we got to do one. Like, we got to do it, the Gangsta Grills. And he was like, no, I'm with it. Like, let's figure it out. And I guess Tip gave me his number, and then when we got off the road. I went and met with Wayne and Cortez, who was his manager at the time. I went and met them at Stankonia, and I bought him a bunch of like beat CDs and stuff. And that was our first time. That was our first time meeting, and I just randomly came up with the name or the title Dedication, and this is even before Wayne was kind of coming into his own, but I almost feel like it's like destiny that I named it Dedication, for what that word means to Lil Wayne and his drive and like who he's become, or even like when we did Dedication 2, for what that meant for Katrina. And how the series, there's 7 dedications, we went all the way up to 6 and then a 6.5. And this was, Wayne was transitioning from his Hot Boys days to then he started to do his Squad Up mixtapes, and then he did the first Carter album. So yeah, when we did the first dedication, again, I didn't know what to expect, and I didn't know that it would go down in history as what it's become, and even it's just like the stars aligned in so many ways, with the artwork, of dedication, and then Wayne being the GOAT that he is, and me really finding my formula and my voice specifically on Dedication 2. I just think that for me, that was the ultimate of where Gangsta Grills, when I really that was it. What I brought to the game outside of just Gangsta Grills was, I think that but what I add to the projects, before me, DJs would just do shout outs and, talk about stores or various people. I started really talking shit on the tapes, giving little sermons, or just adding to the music, or, I do everything but rhyme when it comes down to it, when it comes to mixtapes. So, yeah, that was how me and Wayne first met, and we did the first dedication, and that shit took off like hotcakes. And then I remember we wound up going on tour together, Tip, Jeezy, and Wayne, in 06, and I ran into him, and I was like, yo, you want to go again? And he was like, yeah, I'm ready. So we did Dedication 2, and then, you know, and as time went on, I think, and then Dedication 3 came after I had gotten raided. And like I say on that tape, like, yo, this is the first mixtape you'll remember when we had a black president. And that was like his real first introduction to Young Money as we know it today. Like, you know, Tyga was on that tape, Drake was on that tape, Nicki was on that tape, like, you know, and this was very early on in all of their careers.
Yeah, that's iconic. So you talked about New York City and like Canal Street being very important to like the mixtape game back in the day. So what are like some outlets of, well, first I want you to like elaborate on that a little more, because I mean, I'm from New York, so I know how Canal Street is, but like for the people that's not from New York, they don't really know much about Canal Street. So can you elaborate on that and then tell like how you promote your tapes now versus how you were promoting it back then?
Yeah, I mean, Canal Street was like, it was our internet. Like it was our social media. Like Canal Street was where all the major like outlets for mixtapes were. Like it was like mixtape central. Like Canal Street was, you know, if you were a mixtape DJ, like you wanted to be known or be hot on Canal Street. And like I think Canal Street also was like a place that others would come to buy in bulk to take elsewhere. So, you know, if you was hot on Canal Street, like that means your shit was traveling to Connecticut and to DC and Virginia and Philly, and you know, it was spreading around. Like Canal Street was the ultimate hotbed for mixtapes, you know. And I used to go up there, and they didn't know me from nowhere, like. And I used to come down there with fucking Gangsta Grills with South CDs, and they'd be like, nobody's listening to like South mixtapes. And I'd be like, yo, here you go, just take a box. Like I just used to leave it, you know, on consignment or give them to them for free. And, you know, as like I started getting calls like, yo, them tapes, like we need some more. And, you know, even for like Dedication, like, you know, Wayne was, that tape, Dedication was very influential for Wayne's career because of what Gangsta Grills and what that tape was up north. Like it, you know, I was really moving a lot of units in, you know, the tri-state, specifically in Canal Street. So like, you know, niggas was tapping into Wayne that wasn't at the time like real like Wayne fans yet. So they were listening to Dedication and like, yo, this nigga, like, you know, like he's spitting like the East Coast nigga almost in a sense, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, Canal Street was like the holy grail for me. Like, you know, I used to, you know, move around Atlanta and go to the flea markets, or, you know, have like a store list of where I used to call whatever stores. Somebody, this DJ named D Mello, salute to him. He gave me his store list, and I used to, you know, just sit at home and call all those stores and send them boxes of CDs. Like that's how I would spend my days. I was like a one-man machine, you know. I was doing everything, and then when I got the opportunities to actually take trips, I would come to New York, and I would just bring boxes and boxes of Gangsta Grills with me, and just try to move as much as I can on Canal Street. Because, you know, again, like if you was hot on Canal Street, like you was it. And I wasn't hot on Canal Street yet. You know, I had to really break through. Like, you know, again, this is at a time when like New York City is still the, you know, the mecca of mixtape DJs, and, you know, out of towners were like, you know, you had to pay your dues, or like, you know, make a name for yourself. And, you know, I was able to accomplish that.
Yeah, like that joint kind of fire, like especially now, it's shit totally different. What you say like the outlets are now?
Oh yeah, so that was the other question. Like, how do I market or promote my mixtapes now? Like, you know, it's a new game, it's a new day. So, you know, I literally make a mixtape and it goes on the DSPs and, you know, we promote it like an album. So, you know, like this right here, you know, everybody can have a catalog of Gangsta Grills on here, you know. And even before these, you know, I used to call myself the iPod King when iPods were popular because, you know, I used to, like, niggas had an iPod full of Gangsta Grills. And, you know, it's interesting. You know, I'm glad I came from the days of like the actual physical product of a CD and like being able to open it up and like look at it or, you know, play it or what have you. But, you know, now it's, you know, it's a new day and this shit right here, like you could turn it on and go listen to Snowfall or go listen to Simba or go listen to Tyler or go listen to NBA Youngboy or, you know, and my goal is to really put as many of the classic Gangsta Grills from the old era onto the DSPs as possible. And that's something I've been working on and definitely something in 2023. Like, you know, I have some projects coming that I'm looking forward to on the nostalgic side of things. But, you know, I've adapted with the times, you know what I mean? And like, you know, I promote my shit just like everybody else promotes, you know, an album when they drop or, you know, like I've been through every era, you know what I mean? So, and then, like when it comes to mixtapes, like, and this is not me saying this, so, you know, this is something that Flex said to me. He was like, you know, like everyone's doing, like being the mixtape king has always been like a thing within mixtape culture. And there's been various times when various people have been the mixtape king. And, you know, Flex told it to me where he said, you still got the crown because ever since you came out or came on the scene, nobody has taken the crown from you, you know? And like you can argue that, you know, as a mixtape DJ, I've had the longest run. Like if we talking about, you know, Trap or Die and Dedication, that was 2005. Like we're in 2022 and Gangsta Grills is fucking still hot. Like it's a 17-year run. Like no other DJ can say that. No other mixtape DJ can say that.
That nigga the Drake of DJ, you talking about? That nigga got Kanye West, they got that nigga got Tupac a DJ, they got
You know, it'd be dope though for like the next mixtape if you do like a Gangsta Grills with compilation of like rap girls, like female rap.
Stay tuned.
That would be hard to get all the way back to like Nicki and Trina.
Stay tuned.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he already got that. He already got it.
That's in the works.
But I seen what's like 150 Gangsta Grills, 100.
We probably passed that. We probably had like
3.
Nah, we ain't like 2, but we definitely probably had like 200. Because like there's a list of like, now we probably passed 200. Because I think there's a list on the internet. Somebody put them in order of like their rankings, and I think it was like from like 181 to number 1. But that list is from like 2016 maybe.
Bro, you know you got a lot. It was hard to fuck to find your first one, bro. I typed in on Google. I said your first Gangsta Grills tape, and then all I seen was your top ranked Gangsta Grills.
Yeah, no, that shit is hard to find. But I just, what's interesting enough is like even on my story, I just posted. So this is the first hosted ever Gangsta Grills.
Mm-hmm.
Lil Jon hosted it right there.
I have that CD. Well, not me, but my mom got it.
Your mom has that?
Yeah.
How does your mom have that? She went to Clark?
I don't know.
How's your mom?
She's like,
you've seen this CD in your house?
Yeah, she's like 40 something.
Okay. So yeah, she might have that. So this is probably one of the oldest ones you'll find out there. So really before this, there were only 2 because I accidentally told Lil Jon to say 4, but I never did a 3. So I did the first Gangsta Grills, I spelled it with an S. Gangsta Grills, and that was just like the first. I just came up with the name and did it, and then I did part 2, and then then I wound up doing part 4 with Little John. That was the first time I had a host, and then the shit took off. You know.
I was gonna ask you, where did that name come from?
Which name?
Gangsta Grills.
I just came up with it. Like, I had to think of a new name, so I had a South series called my first South mixtape was called I think it was called How the South Was Won, and then I did one called what was it called? I did How the South Was Won, and then I did one called, me and Sense did one together. I think it was called The Young Gun. Was The Young Guns. No, I'm sorry. I take that back. So the first South mixtape I ever made was called Jim Crow Laws. It's called Jim Crow Laws. And then I did one called How the South Was Won. And then I needed a name for the new, like a new South CD. And I was just at the crib. And I was just playing with words. And I was like, Gangsta Grills. And Sense was like, yeah, that sounds dope. And I was like, all right, bet. I called it Gangsta Grills.
That's hard.
It's a random question, but since you do all the drops and stuff, what you think about these beat tags these days, man? You playing them hot ass record, and then you hear "Look Tim on the beat."
I love it. You know,
even the corny ones though. Like,
I don't want to call nobody. I don't know who you think is corny. So
I'm saying like you trying to tell me it's not a song you heard or some beat tags you heard? It's like, come on, bro.
As far as the drops,
yeah.
I mean, to each his own. Like, I think everybody deserves to, have a tag, or, I think it's dope that producers have like, they're half of the song in a lot of ways. So, they deserve to get their credit or be known. So, and y'all was just with Timberland earlier today. Like, Tim made his self known through his beats, whether it was like through his sound effects or his melodies or his vocals, or Swizz made himself known, and then like tags came along. So yeah, I think it's dope. I would be a fucking hypocrite to ever talk down on somebody with a tags. Like, I make sure my shit. Fucking Gangsta Grills. You're gonna know this is the fucking Gangsta Grills, like, but it's branding. You know what I mean? Like, it was always, and for me, it was like I wanted to make sure that I branded Gangsta Grills before I knew that I was trying to build a brand. So I branded Gangsta Grills before I was focused on people knowing DJ Drama. Like, like when people went to the stores, I was like, I want them to be like, oh, that's the new Gangsta Grills. Like, let me get that, before, like, without them even having to look at what was on it or shit like that. Like, I was very key on branding. And like, once I realized, okay, I got something with this Gangsta Grills shit. Like, all right, let me like get it to a point where it was like, whenever the new Gangsta Grills came out, somebody went to the stores, they had to cop it.
So in 2006, you and DJ Sense did a joint venture with Asylum. What was that venture about?
So I had already gotten my album. I had gotten my record deal with Atlantic Grand Hustle, for DJ Drama as an artist. So I signed as an artist to Atlantic to do my Gangsta Grills album. And then we started the Affiliates Music Group through Asylum. Joey Manda was the president at the time, along with Tom Moskowitz. And, they did a deal with Swisher House, a couple other people as well. And, they just saw how we were moving out here. And, they offered us a, like a label deal for the Affiliates Music Group. And, we kind of bumped our heads going at it. Our first artist was Willie the Kid that we put out. And, but it was like was learning. It was a learning lesson, for what was to come for us, later on. And salute to Willie the Kid. I definitely think, he's always been a very talented artist. And even to an extent, I feel like we were ahead of the curve. Like, when we first did that deal, a lot of people were telling us, like, I was known for like gangster grills and like, street trap artists, or working with Jeezy or Tip or, Yo Gotti. Or so when we signed Will, he was like more of a lyricist of like, what was to come with like a Lupe or a Drake or a J. Cole or a Kendrick. So, in a lot of ways, we were kind of ahead of our time with what we were, trying to accomplish when we did that deal, and, we had Will as our first artist.
All right, so fast forward, you get your record deal, making 6 figures, and all of a sudden, they got to take the money, bro. But you a good one, me, nigga, especially when we got now, they do that shit, PP loan me, nigga. Mm-hmm. Nah, at least I'm playing. But goddamn, talk about like that situation for people who don't know. For explanation.
Yeah. So in 2007, I got raided by the RIAA in conjunction with the feds, and they came to my studio, one January 17th, and came with fucking M16s and guns drawn, and put me on the ground and told me I was being arrested under the RICO.
Some niggas doing the most. That like it was a violent crime.
Nah, for sure. They came at us like I was motherfucking Al Capone. You know what I mean? Like, nigga, I ain't never had a gun pointed at me. Like,
so you was calm about it though. I
was very calm. Like, I was very calm under the circumstances, because I had thought it was a mistake. Like, I was like, oh, this is a mix up. You know what I mean? They're not coming for me. And then when they took my ID and they like, it was like, oh yeah, like Tyree Simmons, you're being arrested for bootlegging and racketeering. I was just like, what the fuck? And they locked me and Cannon up. We went down to Wright Street. I remember sitting in the holding cell, and somebody would be like, yo, you on TV? And like, we was on the news, like local DJs, DJ Drama and Don Cannon arrested, for bootlegging and racketeering. And they showed our studio, and them confiscating the CDs, and they said on the news, like, normally in these situations we find guns and drugs. In this case, we didn't. Like, they didn't find like not one handgun, not one spliff, nothing. You know what I'm saying? Just CDs. Like, I always think about like how different the story may have been if they would have came on like a Friday night. You know what I mean? Like, and it would have, whether it was some weed or guns or whatever, that would have been part of the story. But they didn't find nothing but mixtapes, and they ransacked our studio, and we had interns from CAU and AUC, and it was like, motherfuckers, it was like they thought they was coming to work for some DJs, like, and then we got out the next day and the game changed. Like, I was top of the food chain when it came to mixtapes, so like everything changed from that point. It was like, yo, they knocked Drama, like nobody's safe. So you watch the mixtape game like literally, go into a frenzy, and like businesses stopped, like mixtape websites folded, like mixtape DJs started different hustles. Like, Vlad went on to go do Vlad TV. K-Slay went on to, start Straight Stuntin' magazine. Like, everybody just kind of scattered because it was like no one's safe, And the mixtape game, took a hit. It still survived, obviously, and like, I think like in a way a phoenix arose from it, because even after that, the mixtape business became like bigger and more profitable than ever, because of sites like Live Mixtapes and Dat Piff and My Mixtapes. Like, I made more money after the raid off mixtapes than I made before, you know. But I also wasn't aware of like the RICO law. So, you know, when I went to go check my bank account the day after I got out, it should say 0.00. And I literally cried. Like, you know, I had 6 figures in the bank. Like, I had, you know, I had a lot of money sitting in that bank account. They took all that shit from me. Then I also got a call from Atlantic Records, and they were like, yo, how fast can you get us the album? We can't pay for this type of publicity. And it literally, you know, it made me more famous than I was already. And, you know, it like, the type of attention that I got after that was different from before. Like, I was known within like the mixtape community and within a certain, you know, fraction of hip hop. But like after the raid, I remember being on Collins during Super Bowl, and like it was just a different type of attention, and motherfuckers wanting to take pictures with me. That was like, it was different. And yeah, it gave me a story from my first album. And, you know, and like I used to, you know, when I first started doing interviews, not when I first started, but when I was doing interviews then, I used to tell people like, this is just one chapter of my story. Like, this is not the end all be all. Like, just watch, you know what I mean? And literally fucking 15 years later, like, it's, you know, it is just that. Like, it's just one one chapter in the story.
I say my generation probably don't even know that. I ain't know that since I did the Don Ken. I was like, what the fuck,
real shit. And I've said that on tape. Like, I think I said that on Kevin Gates, Luca Brasi too. Like, you know, I've accomplished so much since the raid or something like that. Like, you niggas don't even, like, y'all don't even remember that. Like, you know, it's fan bases out here that have no idea of that, you know, and it's kind of wild.
I know y'all didn't get the money back. Did y'all get the mixtapes and CDs back?
Nah, they kept all that shit.
They didn't get the money back?
That's fucked up.
Nah, they didn't give me that money back.
They tripping.
Why keep the mixtape and CDs though? That's crazy.
I don't know why they kept it. But
It's
when we went to go,
office right now.
we went to go get some things back. They gave us like some of our equipment and shit back, and the cops were like taking pictures with us and had us signing shit for their kids, and
that's insane.
It was a whole nother, you know, they turned into fans.
Hell no, I would have been like, yeah, get out my face, nigga. We just lock me up, man.
Yeah, they kept the money. They said the law they got me on was this law called the True Name Law, where if you make a recording, you have to have an address on the back of the CD. And, you know, at the time, mixtapes had like black back covers, so there was no address on there. So yeah, they kept that money, and you know, they didn't give me like a fine, but they were like, yeah, we're gonna keep your funds. But I made it all back tenfold.
Facts.
Hallelujah.
Definitely. I know in one of your interviews you was talking about back then, you didn't really know about like stocks and investments and that type of stuff. So like, for people who get their first big bag, what advice would you give them to do with that type of money?
Definitely get a financial advisor, get an accountant. You know, when you get a bag, like put a good percentage of it to the side for your taxes off top.
Definitely.
Because they coming. And, you know, make your money work for itself. You know what I'm saying? Like, again, when I first got money, I just sat there and looked at it in the bank, and she wasn't doing nothing for me, you know? So, you know, in my wise old age, or, you know, as I've learned through the years, like, you know, I've learned about investments and, you know, property and stocks and bonds, and, you know, so many various ways that you can make your money work for itself. So, you know, you're literally making money while you sleep, because money just sitting there is not doing nothing for you.
So what's some like investments and projects you dove into like after the raid?
After, you mean like recently or after the raid?
After the raid.
After the raid, I was still young and wet behind the ears, so I went back to making mixtapes and putting albums out. But, you since then, I've gotten into real estate. I do like a lot of voice imaging for radio stations across the country. I've voiced like the Hip Hop Awards, the Voice of God for that. I have different investments. I'm an investor in Liquid Death, which is a water company. I'm a partner in film production with my brother who I went to high school with, Jawan Lee, and Kuda Love. And then I also lead in Kuda Love. I'm a partner in film production with my brother who I went to high school with, Jawan Lee, and Kuda Love. And then I also have money within various like stocks and companies that along with my financial advisor, they assist me on that.
So what made you start like going to other things, like you building Mean Street and then A&R and Atlanta?
It was just a natural progression. Like me building Mean Streets was in a way to kind of give back to the city, to the culture. I originally went into it to try to build a radio room to partner with Sirius XM. And when I went into the building, that was the first room I built in there, was the radio room. And then that situation didn't work out, but I kept building. And, I built a studio, and, I had left Atlantic and I went to E1. And when I went to E1, I actually started having more success with my records and really started making like some hit records. It's when I put out Oh My, it's when I put out My Moment, I put out Wishing. And then, I was still working with people within the Atlantic system. And my man, Sam Crespo, came to me like, yo, I should, you putting out some good records. Like, I should present the opportunity for you to be an A&R to, Craig, Julie, and Kaiser, who, pretty much run Atlantic. And I went and met with them, and, they were already familiar with me because I was signed to them as an artist. And, they were like, yeah, they were like, yeah, let's give it a shot. And then I was like, oh yeah, by the way, I got the studio in Atlanta that, you guys may want to partner with me in. And at the time, KP, Kawan Prather, was vice president over at Atlantic, and they sent him over to check it out. And he was like, yeah, it's dope. So when I did my deal at Atlantic, also was put in my deal that they would become partners with me at Mean Streets. And, I was able to use their money to build the rest of the studio out. And, over time it became the go-to spot in Atlanta to record at or where shit was happening. Like, any given Sunday you would catch Young Thug or Lil Uzi or Playboi Carti or Gunna or Cardi B or, you name it. I mean, we have a wall of fame of who's been throughout that building, and it's pretty legendary.
I hate missing errors, bro. I just moved here in May of 2021. This is the first studio I started going to and like doing sessions at. I first came here and I'm just like, damn. Yeah. I heard someone talking about just like the history of it, like Metro, Cardi, and I'm like, fuck, I missed it, bro.
Legendary, bro. Legendary. Metro was actually, I was in there one day and I was just like, damn, like I got this pretty ass studio and nobody's working out of it. And I called Metro. I was like, yo, bro, look, I just built this studio. Like, I'm gonna just offer you free time, like come work whenever you want. Metro came into the B room, and, next thing you know, 2 days later, Thug came to work with Metro. That's how I met Thug, and Thug, loved Mean Streets. He started working out of there around the same time. I had did Crenshaw with Nipsey. Nip, rest in peace, came to Atlanta, and Nip was working out of there. And, you know, we had a radio show, so everybody was coming through to do radio. So, anybody who's been through there, Kendrick, Drake, Missy Elliott, Pharrell, Wayne, James, like 50, like Post Malone, Juice WRLD, rest in peace, like you name it, like, they've been through Mean Streets, and that building was literally built off my back. And we went and did our joint venture for Generation Now, and we built this building off Uzi's back, and we opened this building up in November, December 2019, and Jack Harlow came in this room right over here, made 3 records off top, one of them being What's Poppin'. Here we are.
We sit in the history.
Definitely in the midst of history, for sure.
Let's talk about the A&R drama real quick. Like, we know the story behind Generation Now, but like, I want to hear your side of like what you look for in the artist.
It's the twinkle in the eye, really. It's the hunger and the confidence of wanting to be one of the greats. I also have a great team around me that I trust, and when they bring me something, I'm like, yeah, let's do it. Like, when Cannon first told me about Uzi, I had never heard a song. He just was like, yo, I heard this kid, Lil Uzi. I was like, let's do it. Like, I don't want to miss any more. Or, when someone first brought me Jack, like, he had 7,000 followers. I started following him. He came to Mean Streets. We started talking about movies, and we vibed off our love for film, and so it's various things. You know what I mean? I trust my ear, but at the same time, I also know enough to know that, like, I don't trust my ear, if that makes sense. Like, when I first heard Migos, my man Certified Pat brought him to me, and they had just had Bando out, and he played me Bando, and I was like, yo, I don't get it, but if you say, like, this what the kids fuck with, like, hey, I'm in. I met Migos, like, I met Takeoff and Quavo. They were like 17, 18, and recipes to take. But, I was the first person to take them to New York City. The first time they ever went to New York was with me, or, I was the first to bring them out a birthday bash. And, when it comes to artists, like, it's just, it's not one thing in particular, but I just, when I get that feel, like, I know when somebody is, like, destined in a way, and I'm a firm believer, like, Little Uzi and Jack Harlow, like, they were going to be here some way, somehow, just like I was going to be here some way, somehow. But, the way the cards aligned, or the way the universe happens, like, it's part of the story that they were able to stand on our shoulders to, create the careers that they've created, and, like the way we are Generation Now, we're small, tight-knit, boutique, very family orientated in a sense. Like, we don't sign 15 acts a year. Like, we keep it very, very, very small in a lot of ways. And, I've been A&Ring, like, even before I was an A&R, like, making Gangsta Grills, or, making mixtapes. Like,
that's the version of A&R.
Yeah, I've been doing that shit my whole career. I just didn't really necessarily get the credit for it early on. So, but when people look back, like, you think about a lot of artists, like, first time you heard them was on the Gangsta Grills.
So, who's an artist that you would say that you missed out on, but, like, somehow you later on connected with him?
I mean, I think everybody has a story about kind of missing out on Drake. So definitely Drake. again, I wanted to be in business with Migos, but it was still early on. So I wasn't, we didn't have Generation Now yet. And I didn't have it all the way figured out. And I think that, I think that for them and QC, again, the stars aligned in the right way. And, it was meant to be that way. Tori is somebody I've known for a long time. And, we were in conversations with being in business with Tori. Obviously we've worked multiple times since then. OT Genesis. I was interested in signing OT early on. And, we've again worked, he tells a story about when we did our mixtape Rhythm and Bricks, and I told him, yo, it's a lot of rhythm, but not enough bricks. And then he went and made Cut It, because of that. And so yeah, it was a bunch of artists. I was around for, early on in Nicki's career, when she was moving around with Gucci and she was in Atlanta. Like I literally saw her whole come up. Who else? Yeah, that's some.
Okay. So after 22 years of hundreds of mixtapes and compilations, you finally won your Grammy. So, which was well deserved. So what was that feeling like?
Surreal. To this day, it's still surreal that I won a Grammy for, a mixtape series that, like y'all asked, I just came up with the name, like sitting on my couch in the 4th Ward. When me and Tyler were working, I had various people that were in the studio, Lake being one of them, say yo, y'all gonna win a Grammy for this shit. And, me and Tyler have a long history together. I've been a fan since I first saw the, what's the video called? What's the first song called? When he ate the cockroach? You know what I'm talking about?
I know what you're talking about. I just can't remember.
What's it called? Not Goblin. Yonkers.
Yes.
Yeah, since I was a fan since Yonkers. And, we connected very early on when he first came to Atlanta to do a show, and I had them on the radio. And obviously, he grew up on my shit. So, there was a period of time when it was like this new rising, these new rising artists that are now today GOATs that were like literally grew up on my shit, you know what I'm saying? And being one of them. And then I had always been a fan, I just loved his work. And then, through the years, like we always just kind of like talked about or fooled around with the idea of me doing some shit on his shit. Or when I would run into him, one time I ran into him in the studio in LA, it was him and Rocky. And he was like, yo, come talk on my shit right now. And I was like, you want me to? Like, I'm down. And, and then during COVID, he called me, like, he had won the Grammy for Best Rap Album for the previous album. And then, he was like, yo, I got this idea, and I flew to LA and he started playing me the music. And he had found the random Gangsta Grills and just like took my vocals and like placed it over the music. So like when I heard the music, he already had my voice on there. And I was just like, yo, this nigga's a fucking mad scientist. Like he's one of a kind. And, he was really on a mission. He was like, I won the Grammy for Best Rap Album, and it wasn't even really a rap album. You know what I'm saying? So, he was like, I want to really show niggas out. Like I want to spit. And he was just like, I think he literally made his album a Gangsta Grills in a sense. Like, and I would go into the booth and I would say my shit, and then he would just tell me like, yo, say like, I'm on a boat. And I'm like, I'm on the boat. And he'd be like, oh my God, it's fucking crazy. Like, oh my God. He'd just be in there losing it. And then, you know, we literally did like 3 sessions. You know, we spent hours in the studio just talking about music and life. And, you know, then I would work on the music, and then I would leave, and I got a call like a couple months later, like, yo, T wants you to come do another session. I come back, and, you know, we sit in there and we just chop it up and, again, talk about everything under the sun, and, you know, Bug Out, he's you know, the way his brain works, and like he's literally like a music almanac, like he knows everything. And then, you know, I would do another session, and then the third time I went in and I did, you know, I did my parts on it. And the way the album came out, I mean, it was like, you know, I think you put out Lumberjack first, and people heard me on it, and it was like, oh shit, like, you know, I got Drama on there, and, you know, like I remember doing interviews around that time, and people were talking to me about Gangsta Grills and mixtapes, and I was like, yo, I got some shit coming. Like, you know, I didn't want to say, obviously, but I was like, you know, I got some shit coming. And then, you know, we put it out 2021. I think it came out like June. If I'm not mistaken, it came out like June 25th, which is crazy because Trapper Died dropped on January 25th. But it came out like right around the time of the BET Awards. And then, you know, got nominated for a Grammy. And it was some tough competition. It was Call Me If You Get Lost. It was King's Disease 2. It was Certified Lover Boy. It was Cole, it's called The Off Season, and Donda. And, you know, like, I knew we had a shot, but, you know, you never know. And then instead of going to the Grammys, I had gotten offered to do J. Cole's Dreamville Festival and do a Gangsta Grill set where I brought out Tip, Jeezy, and Wayne. So I'm in North Carolina the night of the Grammys, and I go sit down and do an interview with Wayno and Rob Markman, one of my guys, and like just announce best rap album, Call Me If You Get Lost. And I'm like, yo, this is fucking crazy. Like, how full circle is this? Like, I'm about to go do a Gangsta Grill set with Tip, Jeezy, and Wayne, who I literally started my career with, and I win a Grammy for best rap album, you know, with Tyler, like, you know, while I'm about to perform in front of 75,000. And it's just like, you know, the way life works are like I said, like the things that I've seen or done or accomplished, like, you know, some DJs wish for one of the things that I've done, you know, and I've done you know, I'm really like that. Like my new album is called, like, and, you know, I can say that with confidence, and because I've always wanted to show and always wanted to like give back, and like I am, like, when it comes to hip hop, like I am the culture, you know, and it's a lot of us that are that, but like I exude hip hop culture. Like you can't, like what I've done with Gangsta Grills, or, you know, what I've done with Generation Now, or like,
Mean Street, yeah.
Mean Street Studios. Like it's just so many things that, you know, I've touched every aspect of it, and like when it's really put in the perspective of the longevity of my career, and, you know, me still being here and still being relevant and still busting these niggas' ass, like, you know, like I'm one of the greats. Like,
we need a new last question. The nigga really answered the last question.
Damn, because
the last question was what qualifies you as a legend. You really just I ain't gonna lie. You just said this shit. We need a new question, y'all. You know.
Because I asked Kenan that yesterday, so like that was supposed to be like, you know, the dramatic. And you just
you know what I'm saying? I had to put some cinematic music, but you know what I mean?
That was a great answer
too. A couple of these in my life. So yeah, I got all right. So what? new last question.
What's the new last question?
What's the new last question?
We need a 5 question. Oh, how about this? How do you handle beef with other artists? I was watching the $1 Million Worth of Game shit, and what's Gilly? You were talking about the shit with you and Wayne. So like, how do you handle that shit? Like, you working with 2 dope artists, and it's just like, I don't give a fuck with one of y'all right now. You know what I'm saying?
Man, it's hip hop, man. It's comes with the territory. I mean, the gift and the curse of my name, boy, oh boy. I swear to God, when I picked that name, God looked down and was like, I got something for you, young man. DJ Drama, you don't even know. So, yeah, I've been in, I've been in a pickle here or there in my career, but it comes with it. Like, I've been actually like directly, in some shit with an artist, or I've been in the middle of some shit with artists, and like I haven't always made the best decisions, during those times, and like there are some incidents that I have to take accountability and responsibility for sure. But I think at the end of the day, like, I think that I have my track record, like, I'm a stand-up guy, and, we all make mistakes. And, we live and we learn and we grow, you know what I'm saying? And I think that when it's all said and done, like, people have respect for me, and people have, they can't necessarily say I've ever done any bad business, and, it's hip hop. So there's conflicts, and there's been times like I said, like I've been caught in the middle of some shit. And again, like I said, like I won't sit here and say that I've always made the best decisions. Like some of the things I've caused to stir at times. But yeah, when it's all said and done, like, I think that, I have a good heart, good soul, good spirit. And as I've gotten older, I try to, steer clear of as much drama or beef as possible, But again, it's hip hop. Like, it's a competitive sport, you know what I mean? And, unfortunately, as we've seen more recently, and, in the last years or so, like, sadly, we see how easy it is that we can lose, people within the game, especially, artists and rappers that under the age of 30 or 35, like, it's really heartbreaking. So, when you really think about beef or, conflict, like I even seen Savage say the other day, like, shit this is not worth it. Like it's like we only got one life here. You know what I mean? And like he was really dropping some jewels. He was just talking about, like you sleep 20 years, or like you're a kid for this long, or you don't get money till this time. And I was like, and if I'm not mistaken, Savage is what, late 20s, early 30s, like, for an artist of his age to really have that type of wisdom. And, like I'm blessed to have seen 44, and like, I've been in some situations where it could have went left, and thankfully it went right, and I'm happy to be able to sit here with y'all and tell my stories, and hopefully have another 50 years of legacy to accomplish, and to be proud of, and to be a part of. But yeah, hip hop is competitive, and niggas not gonna always see eye to eye, but at the end of the day, the most important thing is like, let's just always just keep that shit on wax, as we would say from the older generation. Keep that shit on wax. Like, you know, it's not worth anyone's life or livelihood. Like, everybody has a mother and a father and a brother and a sister and, you know, a son or a daughter. Like, you know, life is too valuable, too precious. We only get one. Like, you know, and I'm doing this interview a week, you know, after we lost Takeoff. And it's like, you know, if I can do anything, I'm gonna dedicate this to him. Like, you know, I knew that kid when he was 17, 18, you know, trying to make it. And them niggas made fucking history. You know, they changed the rap game. Like, it will go down as one of the greatest groups ever in hip hop. And sadly, Takeoff wasn't even able to see 30 over nothing. Like, so yeah, I mean, it's like, you know, at some point, you know, as a culture, we gotta do better, man. We gotta value life more. Like, it's never that serious. Like, it's just not. And, you know, it's my final words.
Wait, don't make that your final words, because I got one more question, because I don't want to end on that.
Okay.
I just want you to answer this last question.
Okay.
So, who is DJ Drama? If you had to write an autobiography right now, what is the first 2 sentences sound like?
I guess it would be something like, if somebody would have told that 13-year-old kid that went to go see the movie Juice that he would go down in history as one of the greatest hip-hop DJs of all time, he wouldn't have believed them. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was we had one of the great interview. Feel me? That was 2 hours. Yeah, that was about 2 hours worth of gems. You feel me? So with that being said, like I said, I appreciate you. Yeah.
Absolutely, and salute to y'all for this platform. I know y'all been doing it for a minute, and you know, incredible work. You know what I mean? Like, as
shit, Cody could do the same shit. So it's like, I'm really just in there like I refer to myself like a player's coach. Before we get into this icebreaker question, y'all, since we on the subject though, like, what is real work ethic? You know what I'm saying? What is real work ethic? Like, or what is my work ethic? Okay, so yeah, what is your work ethic? Internet money work ethic. 2 different things. My work ethic and the internet money work ethic is 2 different things. I'm up every day. I go to bed. Say the night before. Sometimes, bro, I'm in bed by 9 p.m. I'm in bed by 10 p.m. I'm not up at 4 a.m. in here just stressing. You know what I mean? Because, like, I'm an executive now. So I'm in LA. I'm 3 hours behind. New York, everyone's up 8 a.m., 5 a.m. here. I'm up every morning, 5 a.m. I walk outside, 5 a.m. I sit in my Tesla. I light a joint. I go to Starbucks. I come back, sit in my driveway for 4 hours and just run through note tabs. Run through albums, because I'm working on like 7 albums at one time, 6 albums at one time. So, like, my bad, I'm sick, by the way. Like, I'm not sick, like COVID sick, but like I was outside last night and I got like the sniffles. Cool. So I got the sniffles. But I'm working on like 6, 7 albums right now. So like artists will be in the studio. Like here we got 4 rooms, you know, and each room shit will be getting done, shit will be whatever. And my job is the one to have to go through all the shit that's done in all these rooms in the morning. You know what I mean? And this is good. I don't like this. We should work on this. Let's reproduce this. There's something in this. You know what I mean? Like songs, whatever. And then produces the beats and shit like bro, it's even to the point where we got a big ass internet money Dropbox, and I got I know they're gonna be crazy, bro. So internet money, I got 66 producers, and it's all in Telegram, and they just flood me loops. And I just run through loops. I run through loops, and I'm like, yo, I like this loop. I like this loop. I like this loop. I can hear this on this. Cook up for this. They make the beats. I get them cut. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, yo, I hear you on this. You should hop on this. You should hop on this. You'd be surprised how many times that like just me telling people like, yo, I like this beat. This shit's hard. You should hop on this one. This one's gonna go, and it goes. And that's no other but than just me believing in like my decision making. That's it.
You got an ear for it, clearly.
Yeah, I'm like with the music shit. That's all I know. I know every genre. I know every time period. I know every artist. My dad was a drummer in music. That's how I got into this. You know what I mean? So it's like I learned how to play. I can play any instrument by ear. I can sit here on a piano and you can play a song, and you be seeing them TikToks where it's like my dad can play any song in 30 seconds after hearing it or some shit. It's like that. Like I can like match keys, do all that, play, find the chords, do that, and that's how I learned how to play every instrument.
I would really play keys for real.
I started doing that when I was 3 though.
Like some soul shit.
Damn.
Like, what's the MIDI packs you put out in like 20?
Yeah, I did MIDI packs.
I remember those shits, bro.
I just do MIDI kits.
They got real soul loops in them joints. Like,
yeah.
Can you read sheet music too?
No.
Yeah.
I can't even really read, period.
I wish I would learn by ear, like instead of learning from sheet music. I feel like that's the longer way.
Yeah.
Like, so what other instruments do you play?
He said everything.
I'm gonna get to the icebreaker, but damn.
I said I can't read, period. She's like, damn, that's so crazy.
Wait, I didn't even realize. I really didn't even realize you said that. I thought you said like you can't read sheet music, period.
Nah, period. I really can't read like that.
For real?
Swear to God.
Oh yeah. Because you dropped out in what, 7th grade, right?
Right.
Like, yeah, that shit
yeah, right, because you ain't shit, right?
Bro.
I did not mean it like that.
Bro. Like, go
no, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
I'm really black to. I really do not mean it like that. Like,
I love
that
it.
all.
I love it.
Bro.
Get to the icebreaker.
Let me just go through the icebreaker.
But yes.
Okay. What song describes your life?
Oh my goodness. This is the icebreakers?
Yeah.
This is like speed dating.
No, this like
okay, you got 30 seconds. What song?
Okay.
You see what I'm talking about?
Speed dating.
It'd be the question people don't expect to hear that really make them think. Like,
I couldn't tell you. What is the question?
What song describes your life?
Couldn't tell you.
For real?
Like my life of what I worked on?
No, like
in general.
Like what do you feel like most relates to your life?
4 a.m. by Our Lady Peace.
I'm gonna go listen to that. I want to see what that's about. So, what song have you listened to so much that you can't listen to it no more?
Every song I've ever heard, period. You imagine how many times I heard songs?
Oh yeah. I can imagine.
Maybe
that wasn't a good one.
I worked on His and Hers for 9 months straight. I did 1 million different versions.
Yeah, you probably got.
So I heard that song probably 5 million times, like by myself before it went on DSPs.
God. Okay, what would you consider? Well, you're not even gonna want to answer that question. I should have changed that. Hold on.
Fucking different BPMs, different artists, Thug on it, Thug off it.
What is one thing on your bucket list you have to achieve?
You know what's crazy? I don't have one. My 8-year-old come to me and said, "You want? I got a bucket list." I said, "You got a bucket list?"
Yeah, you got to make one now.
I said, "What the fuck's on your bucket list?" He said, "I want to go to Ohio."
What's in Ohio?
I asked him, and he sang the Swag Like Ohio song. He's 8 years old.
That makes sense.
It's like some TikTok shit. I don't know, but I don't have a bucket list. I don't know, man. I feel like y'all gotta kind of get into me before y'all ask me these questions, because like I have a different perspective of shit. But then this is something a normal person could answer. I feel like.
Okay, icebreakers don't work on everybody.
No, it's not even that. But like the way I look at, when you ask me a question, it's because y'all want to get a look at like the way I view things or the way I see things or the way how I look at my answer, a question, right?
Right.
But it's like in order to understand an answer, you gotta understand the way I look at something, right? Like the way I might have been raised or how I come up. You know
okay,
what I mean?
So we're gonna switch this around. We're gonna ask the icebreakers at the end.
That's fine. I fuck with that.
Okay, bet.
It's like a recap.
We don't heard the whole nigga life, and then we ask him about icebreaker. It ain't an icebreaker.
It ain't icebreakers. It's just like it'll be some other shit.
Okay,
we just changing the title, gang.
Yeah,
we just changing the title.
Y'all go along with it.
I'm executive producing this shit right now. You know what I mean? We putting it together.
Okay, this episode like they gotta say, you know, right? Like, this episode gotta say executive produced by Taz Taylor.
There you go.
There you go. Taz on your ass for 5 minutes.
I'm not even like that. Yeah.
All right, so let's get into the come up story though. So like, just talk about you being from Florida, growing up in Jacksonville type shit.
Man, where I come from, I was raised in like a fucking like I was born in like a trailer park, like a crazy trailer park, like an insane. I think like someone died in like the trailer that we moved into or something like 2 weeks after I was born or something like that, like some crazy shit. Like I don't know what happened, but a trailer park, and then man, my dad left when I was 3, just straight up left, dip. You know what I mean? Typical shit, whatever. And then we were homeless for a minute. We living with my aunt, you know what I mean? Like cousin type shit. Like I got 2 sisters and my mom. So like we were living at my aunt's house in like a little side room. Small as hell, smaller than this room. And we were like sleeping on the floor. My mom be in the bed, you know, all that shit. And then I just around a lot of crazy shit. I'm gonna get emotional. I'm be real, you can't hear it. But it's like
That's how it be.
Yeah, like I seen a lot of fucked up shit as a kid, you know what I mean? Like I was smoking weed at 7, you know what I mean? I was tatted at 12, you know what I mean? Like I was like the essential, like I was like bad baby, you know what that is? Like Florida shit, like catch me outside.
Yeah.
I was like that, you know what I mean? But like in Florida, that's how everybody is. Like this school systems are ass. There ain't nothing, like the schools are all like fucking shitty ass schools, like F schools. So it's just ignorance at all levels, like all around. You feel me? It's just like the blind leading the blind. I ain't never met no one in my life that made more than fucking like $30,000, period. I ain't no one in my family ever went to college. There's people in my family that are literally illiterate. I got a granddad that can't even read, period. He goes to McDonald's and he has to see a menu. Like he sees the sign, sees the golden arches. That's what he knows what it is. So I'm saying like where I come from, like that shit's normal. I got cousins that they stopped going to school in 1st grade. You know what I mean? Like that shit's normal. When I dropped out of school in 7th grade, people are like, how you do that? I'm like, I don't know. It's just normal. You know what I mean? Where I come from. So it's like, to be here in this situation, all the shit that I had to overcome, you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of crazy thinking about it. I get really emotional thinking about it.
No, it is crazy.
But my mom got with my stepdad. He was a drummer in a band. My aunt's house, her husband, he was a singer in a band, you know what I mean? So like, that's how they connected. They were in the same band together. It's like linking up shit. And then he started living there. They got together. And then his mom gave us a crib, gave my mom and them a crib because, you know, whatever shit. So we was living in that house forever. That's my childhood home. Still to this day, it's my childhood home. Like, you go in that house on the windowsill, bro. Like, whenever I was like selling beats on my mom's crib, the windowsill, bro, so like internet money carved into the fucking windows and shit. You know what I mean? Like from the beginning, dog. Like real shit. You say you fuck with internet money since the beginning, so it's like that's really the beginning. You know what I mean? So I ain't never had a job. I ain't never made $1 off of music in my life. Like you know what I mean? Like $1 off anything in my life but music. My bad. Period. I had nothing, bro. I used to have to get my clothes out of like fucking thrift stores and shit. Like I'm a Jaguar fan. I'm a diehard Jaguar fan. I got pictures of me playing a fucking guitar in a fucking like Broncos shirt because that's all my mom would give me in the thrift store. You know what I mean? Like that type of shit. So it's like coming up, bro. My mom's a hard worker. I watch her work. She worked at fucking like Starbucks and Grill Cooks and all that type of shit. And she did her best to raise all the kids and all that shit. My stepdad, he's a forklift operator. He's a drummer in a band. The band was like some local shit, you know what I mean? But like, that's where I learned how to make music. So my dad left. Until about 3 months ago, my dad didn't even think I was his kid. You know what I'm saying? So like my dad's whole family, they all didn't want nothing to do with me. My mom's whole family, they ain't really fuck with me like that. So I just really didn't have shit for real. You know what I mean? Like I was like one of them like them little kids that, you know, like didn't have a dad, didn't have shit. So it's like, man, just take them with you. Take them with you to band practice or whatever. And so I would just go and they would fucking make music when they would like smoke weed, take breaks and shit like that. You know what I mean? Like I would get in there and like fuck around the drums or like play bass or play guitar or whatever. Like I was like 3 years old, 4 years old, you know what I mean? So from that moment, just fucking around drums, fucking around this, playing along, taking like the little guitars and shit they had around home, you know what I mean? Like playing music to that, like Randy Rhoads, Dimebag Darrell, like I'm big ass guitar head, you know what I mean? Like I love guitar. That's how I got my start in this shit for real. But I got so good at guitar at a young age, you know what I mean? Like whenever I hit like 11, 10, 11, 12, I started wanting to do like hood rat shit with my friends. You know what I mean? Like, I'm in Florida, it's normal shit. Like my mom and them, she would tell everybody like, DJ, that's what everybody calls me. They call me DJ. You know what I mean? That's how I know. If you know me personally, you call me DJ. Because it's Danny Jr. You know what I mean? No one in the world can call me Danny. Everybody in my real life just calls me DJ. You know me through music, you call me Tax. You know what I'm saying? So my mom be like, DJ, you know you ain't never gonna make $1 from this music shit. Like, what the fuck are you doing? My mom, like, so I dropped out of school, right? she always thought that I was gonna be like, she thought I was gonna make money from music, but she thought I was gonna do it from like being in a band, and, like playing guitar. Cause I was in bands, like I was in like little garage bands and shit, like my cousin and shit, like 12, 13. I played like live shows and shit, like the bars. Because I was 12, I was playing like live bars. Like there was like men and people drinking and women and like it's like 21 plus, and like they had to, all right, play and then usher us out the bar type shit. But I was doing shows young as fuck, you know what I mean? So that's what she always like, I'm gonna go on tour with you. You're gonna be a guitar player in a band or some shit like that. I'm like, that's cool, whatever. But whenever your parents want something for you so much and you really like not really fucking with it, because you know I'm like diving deep into like, bro, whenever I seen fucking Kanye, bro, and I remember seeing Through the Wire, the music video, and he's just like in the studio, you know what I mean, and where he has like a Shaka Khan poster and like slaps the poster. I'm a fucking Kanye aficionado. I know, whatever, but I love Kanye. I wouldn't be here without Kanye musically. You know what I mean? Like, whatever.
I was gonna ask you who inspires you too.
It's Kanye West, 100%. But it's for that reason. Whenever I seen Through the Wire, you know what I mean? Like, and I seen that he was taking like, cause I'm a music aficionado. Like you asked me what my favorite song is, and I listed a band from Canada from the 90s that people wouldn't even know about, but I relate in a way because I talked about it, because the song's about like the shit he never got to say to his dad type shit. You know what I mean? Like the whole shit with me in my whole life is like, I don't have a dad. So it's like that type of shit. That's why I connect on that song on a whole nother level. But for me and that shit, you know what I mean? Like whenever you don't want to do something, your parents want something more for you, like my stepdad, because he was in a band, or my mom, because like that was my ticket out, whatever, because I'm talented at guitar. I didn't want to do it. So I just stopped playing guitar. I stopped doing all that shit. I just like, I got tatted.
Started hanging out with your
Yeah. I fucking, bro, I was just, at 5th grade, they took me in. Out of 5th grade, I went straight to homeschool 6th grade, straight into middle school. You know what I'm saying? Just because my cousins and shit were doing it at the time, you know what I mean? It seemed my mom wanted me to do it. Whatever, bro. In reality, my mom was just handing me a motherfucking answer key and being like, just write the answers down and you'll pass. She went out, there was no learning, you know what I mean? Like, that's really what the fuck was going on. Don't want to fucking teach me? You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? So it's like, 6th grade as a kid, I'm sitting there like just writing the answers and I'm not learning shit. You see what I'm saying? And then 6th grade, I passed and I go to 7th grade, didn't learn anything from 6th grade, didn't learn division, I still don't know how to divide to this day, by the way. But didn't learn none of that shit. And then I got thrown into public school 7th grade. And whenever 6th grade is like a bridge year, you know what I mean, into 7th grade. So I have a problem listening to people, bro. I can't listen to nobody. So I just didn't do work, didn't do shit. I sat on my ass for 3 years. I watched my family members, my friends I went to school with, everybody just like go on to high school and go to like high school football games and like go to prom. And I just sat in 7th grade. It's like Billy Madison, bro. I just sat in 7th grade and I was there for 3 years and I just stopped going, for real. And then I was at the crib, I sat on my ass for 3 years, just listening to music. Not like I'm gonna make beats, you know what I mean? Just like whatever. And because I have a history in music, I was like, man, this is one thing that people don't know about me, is like I have an eye for like visual shit, like art and shit like that. Like I'm a really talented graphic designer, like all the internet money shit. I design all that shit, all the album arts and all that shit, like whatever. I do that. Period. I help design like every art that I'm involved with pretty much in some way. You know what I mean? Like every album cover.
So you're
art.
designing those album covers?
Yeah, to this day right now.
I remember watching a video. I don't know what video it was, but I remember you said you was doing graphic design.
Yeah. But that's how I got into beats, is because like graphic design, whenever they have downtime, you know what I mean? Like they're like, oh, fuck around FL Studio. So I was like, man, I got a background in music. This shit easy. I made my first beat. I sampled The Scientist by Coldplay. Sped that bitch up, just do some basic ass trap drums on it. Sound like a fucking trash ass Eminem beat. Shit was trash, bro. This is a different time though. Like the drums at the time, they ain't drums like now. Like motherfuckers now get it. Like I want to start making beats. You be on TikTok. You all right? Bet I'm gonna hit Reddit. I'm gonna hit the drum kits. I'm gonna get this. I got all the sauce. I got the fucking plugins. I got the DAWs. I got whatever. You can get in the game right now in 1 week. Have everything that it took me, Nick Mira, whatever, 10 years to accumulate. You know what I mean? Just talking about like sounds and sauce and whatever.
Right.
That's how it is now.
No,
So,
that's true.
man. So it's like back in the day, my drums wasn't hitting like that. You know what I mean? But it's like there wasn't drums around. There was no drum kit websites. There wasn't no like, oh, I want to go buy this drum kit on fucking BeatStars or whatever for $40 or Splice. There was no Splice. You wanted to go get a drum kit, you had to go to fucking rapgodfathers.com or .net, whatever the fucking form was. You had to make an account. You had to get X amount of posts to be able to see download links. You know what I mean? And then you had to go download like 1 of 5, Timbaland, Pharrell, Kanye, and there's like all the fucking like NPC ass drums. There wasn't no, or like a Lex Luger kit. And then the one Lex Luger kit had like the 808s and all that shit. You know what I mean? That's where you hone in on the Lex Luger kit. But that's all we had coming up. So my beats and shit wasn't knocking on them shits. Fast forward, bro, you know what I mean? Everybody told me on my first beat that shit was ass. Like they said, never make another beat again. Dead ass, I swear to God. The first beat I ever made, someone said, yo, bro, never make another beat again. I swear to God. And I kept going, you know, ignorance. You know why? Because like I love making music. And I felt the enjoyment, like it was fun again. Not like my mom or my stepdad. Like they wanted me. It's like I genuinely fell in love with this. You know what I mean? So it's like, it just felt fun. And I remember at that moment, right? Like I stopped doing graphics. I stopped doing all that shit. And my mom, because I was living in my mom's house. I lived in my mom's house when I was 22 years old. I had a kid in my mom's house, everything. Like I was a type beat producer. We don't make money like that. And when I was making money, I'm taking care of the house, the home. You know what I mean? Like my mom yeah, like all that shit. So it's like, it is what it is. But what the fuck was I saying before this? Before the type beat shit? What was I saying?
Bro, first of all, that was like a lot to unpack. Because I know a lot of people probably didn't even know that about your story.
I feel like I'm watching my life flash in front of my eyes, bro.
Yeah, I'm just listening to the movie.
No, yeah, bro. But just in general with me, bro, like my beats was ass. I really got in this shit. People said my beats was trash. I should never make fucking beats again. I started those beats in FL, and I was like 3 beats in FL. You know what I did? The hardest thing. It's like my whole life has been like I did this shit on, you know, video games where you want to do this shit on easy. You know, media. I did this shit on expert on all Madden my whole life. The first DAW I learned on, what do you think it was? Reason 3.
Oh, yeah, you tripping.
Reason 3, where you gotta like wires and you gotta know what this shit is. I ain't got no musical background. I can't sit here and hold a sheet of music and tell you what this note is or what this chord, you know what I mean? Like I don't know none of that shit. I always knew everything by ear. Just like I didn't have money for lessons.
Right.
And I had lessons one time in my life. The guitar player, the band my dad was in, you know what I mean? Like my mom was like, she was working, she's like, I got $40 this month. If I give you 40, can you just teach my son how to play guitar? Like, just give him some lessons. I did one lesson with him. He said, I feel like I'm learning from watching him. I can't give him lessons. Like, he has a gift that, like, you can't teach. Like, I could play, and he could just play and expound on that shit and, like, start, like, playing shit off of that and playing chords that work with what I'm playing. You know what I mean? Like, that's how I look at it. So, like, off of that moment, I just didn't do lessons, knew nothing. I didn't care about reading sheet music. I didn't care about knowing what this chord is. I just I go off strictly what I hear or strictly what I feel. And I feel like with like Full Fucking Sail and all these fucking scam ass schools that like, why'd you look down like that?
My brother going to school.
Hey, bro. They seen his ass coming, bro. You know what I mean? They seen his ass fucking coming, bro. They said, get in the back, bro. You know what I mean?
He tried to go to but he doing the online shit. I was like, bro, I don't really think
it's beneficial, but you don't know the problem with that shit is everybody gets in that shit thinking that like it's gonna be the bridge to the music industry.
It's not.
If someone walked in the studio right now, like y'all went to Full Sail, I guarantee you, if I had everybody in this shit that I know in the music industry, that like they wouldn't give a fuck if you went to Full Sail or not. Like you see what I'm saying? Like I don't know anybody like The only thing I know is like engineers. Like I get it because you need like the certificates or whatever, the experience, and sometimes at least you getting like an internship at a studio and shit like that. But there's people like, nah, I'm just coming here. I don't really want to engineer at all. I just want to learn how to be in the music business. It's like, bro, just give me your money, bro. Like, what the fuck are you doing then, bro? Like, what the fuck? Because you ain't, you know what I mean? Like, ain't nothing gonna come from it, bro. Like, I don't know. That shit's in my neck of woods. That's fucking Orlando. So, but shout out Full Sail, man. I'm gonna get fucking.
My brother going for video game shit. Anyway.
Nah, they do a whole bunch of different shit. That's why I fuck with them. They be doing shit for like the WWE and shit like that, but like NXT and all the little shows and shit like that. They be doing like stage production. All like Full Sail is more than just like I want to get in the music industry. I'm talking more so like people that just do it for the sole purpose of like I want to get into the music industry.
Like this is my ticket in.
Take that $40,000, get your ass in New York, LA, Atlanta, Miami, and get to work.
No, literally get out there and network, go to those events.
Yeah.
Walk in those rooms.
Yeah. So for me, we'll date back to me real quick. We'll keep going on the story of this journey, right?
No, I want to keep going.
So I'm telling my mom, right? I'm like, yo, mom, I'm quitting graphics. I ain't make $1 on graphics because I don't know what the fuck I'm telling her this. She don't give a fuck. My mom's dealing with fucking crazy shit in her life, bro. She just got cancer at the moment. I'm fucking 17, 18. I dropped out of school. My sister dropped out of school. My other sister has a kid. You know what I mean? It's just like, she probably has a whole bunch of other problems and shit going on. She probably don't give a fuck that I'm fucking quitting graphic design and starting to make music. She told me, she's like, DJ ain't gonna make a fucking $1 for music. That's what she told me. But that's what she told me. And I tell her that every time. She's like, every time she's like, can you believe I told you wouldn't make a fucking $1 from this shit? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's funny
as
fuck.
Crazy.
But it's shit like that, you know what I mean? But it's because it's like too good to be true, you know what I mean? So whenever I'm like, I told my mom, yo, I wanna start making beats. I'm done with this shit. It's not like I had money to go do it. I had guitars that I collected, like $200, $300, $400 like knockoff Epiphone guitars or whatever that I collected over the years because I was a guitar player for like birthdays or whatever the fuck I do. Oh, since fucking 6 to 18, bro. Sold them on Craigslist. Bundled like 3 guitars for $300. Crazy because they're worth like 2 bands. And I was just $300. I went and got some Rocket KRK5s and a little like $40 like audio jack audio interface or some shit, bro. I was happy as hell. I was just making beats, bro, on Reason. And then I was like, you know what? I'm gonna sell beats on SoundClick. And I just started uploading beats on SoundClick. I was on there with like Superstar O and Vibe Beats and Johnny Giuliano and Cardo and Sledgerin, you know, like fucking Epic Beats and all these motherfuckers on the legends, the GOATs. They're all on there. And I'm just like, listen to my beats. And I'm listening to their beats. I'm listening to my beats. I'm like, my beats don't hit like they beats. I'm like, I don't know how the fuck I'm gonna make money in this shit. Like, cause they beats crazy. Like I'm a Johnny Giuliano.
Thank you.
Bro.
Thank you, Antisocial Socialite Podcast.
Giuliano.
My bad,
I
y'all.
love Johnny Giuliano.
I'm here in the background listening.
You don't know, bro. Like Taz
waiting
Taylor,
for these files to
comes
sync.
From Johnny Giuliano, it's the alliteration. You know what I mean?
My bad, y'all. I'm here. I'm just
you know what I mean? Like,
working in the background. Thank you so much, love. I was just playing Hitman.
I was always jealous.
Referring to you
on the SoundClick with the graphics. Like he always had.
How are you?
Fucking layout pages and shit on SoundClick. Johnny Giuliano go.
Hey, shout out, dude.
Playing some motivational stuff.
Man. But I'm on SoundClick. I'm seeing all these motherfuckers burning. At that point, the game with the win of SoundClick was you gotta buy ads. You know what I mean? You buy ads, you be promo, and then they advertise your beat, and then that's how people see the beat, and then they just go buy your beat. There was no YouTube, there was no Type Beats, there was no none of that shit. And then producers weren't even on Twitter. This is 2009. Like, yeah, they wasn't even on Twitter like that. So how real y'all want me to be? Y'all want me to be real in this interview?
Be real.
All right, cool. I'll be real because I made it out of shit and I don't give a fuck. So it's like, fuck them. You know what I mean? At the time, man. So see, this is the thing. You gotta go back, bro. Like my dad, right? He would come in and out of my life periodically. And one time he came in my life when I was 7. He dropped off like a fucking like 90 Windows 98 ass computer. So me, I don't have family to fuck with me. I don't have shit. I'm going to band practice, like I said. Man, I'm painting a picture of me. I didn't do nothing, bro, but just abuse that goddamn computer, bro. I was on that computer every fucking day, bro. I learned how to hack. I learned how to fucking code in a sense. Like I was like 11 years old, just like helping all my friends code their MySpace pages, like design their shit, code everything. Cause I already knew like the breaker lines and the codes and that shit just from being on the internet. Fucking 4chan, all that shit. I was on that shit. You know what I mean? So like I seen all that shit at a crazy young ass age. So whenever I was like in the producing shit, I don't know, bro. I'm sitting there looking at the game like, why is everybody just only like, bro, you gotta understand, like, motherfuckers would camp out. It'd be like Black Friday. You know what I mean? They would be waiting for midnight for the promo slots to open up on SoundClick to buy the ad space. You know what I mean? Like that's all it was. Put a beat up, it's not selling, go buy ads on it. Hopefully it sells. That's it. That's as far as motherfuckers would go to like promote their beats. So I'm sitting there looking, I see like Twitter going, whatever. I'm like, you know what, bro, I'm gonna take my shit to Twitter, dog. I said, I don't see no one over there. I'm just gonna go be me, talk about my shit. And I was like one of the first producers on Twitter is like actually doing that shit. And because I have an extensive knowledge in like the internet and website building, coders, hackers, all that shit, whatever, I stumbled across a website called like Black Hat Forum or some shit like that. And they have like Twitter bots on there. So my ass is on there and I'm buying these Twitter bots and I'm fucking stealing everybody's followers, bro. Like I'm using it on my circle at the time. You see what I'm saying? So like Superstar Old Lady to Death, I'm running your fucking followers. Johnny, I'm running your followers. Vibe, I'm running your followers. And because all the people that would follow them buy beats or know them from buying beats, they would turn into customers. You know what I'm saying? So it got to that point where my Twitter game just got stupid. So then the hustle went from like me selling beats and doing all that shit to me being like, hey bro, I got this little service I'm running, you know what I mean? Like I'll run your Twitter account. I'll boost your shit. I'll get your shit popping. I'll get you some, you know what I mean, some clients, whatever. And I was doing it $40 a piece per week per account. And I was doing like 40 accounts at a time. Producers just.
This is really some hustling ass shit, like
real shit though. But you know, as being a producer, what are we waiting around for? $30 leases? Like I'm competing with the best producers on SoundClick, and my beats ain't shit. I gotta find ways to make money. You see my situation, shit I'm coming from. Like I'm trying to get out there, but it's not like I'm like. But as you can see, you know what I mean? Like that kind of is a trickle down effect of history, like internet money in a sense. You know what I mean? Like me helping people build their accounts and doing that shit. You know what I mean? Like and everybody started doing that shit.
Yeah, we was really getting money on the internet, like
money on the internet for sure. But I didn't come up with that name. I didn't come up with that shit. My homeboy Denzel, he called me that because his name was Art Money, and that's when I was doing the More Money shit. You know, More Money, the artist shit, and that was his name. And it was like, yo, you on the internet, bro? You internet money. And I just put internet money, and then producers started fucking like.
It was like a trend, like
people started saying like hashtag internet money. I was like, I'm taking this shit. This is my shit. Nah, yeah, that's my shit. And it became like I'm getting that internet money. Like it came that. That's the origin story of it.
No, you gotta keep going with the story though.
What story? What
YouTube.
Yeah, you stopped. Yeah, you stopped
YouTube
that.
Part, like you uploading beats to YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm uploading. No, YouTube ain't happening. This is Twitter.
No, he stopped at Twitter. He said Twitter. He's doing accounts.
Twitter accounts. So as I'm doing Twitter, I'm doing all this shit where I'm generating, I'm finding, where I'm just churning, bro. That's what I would call it. Just churn all day. I'm sitting there following. People DM me, yo, you got beats? Yeah. All right, bet. I'm sitting there in DMs, like I'm selling beats through my Gmail, bro. I can pull up the Gmail right now where I'm like, yo, one lease $40, two lease $80. You know what I mean? Like I'm sending this out to people because I don't have a website, and they're buying beats through my email off of this service I'm running on Twitter. You know what I mean? Where I'm like just generating followers, like churning, and that was like pre-game like ads to me. You know what I mean? In a sense, like I learned that shit. So whenever I was churning, I came across a kid, MJ Nichols. You know what I'm saying? You know.
Damn, I heard the nigga a long time.
You wanna know what's crazy? MJ Nichols still part of Internet Money. Lives 15 minutes from here. Comes here all the time. His brother in Internet Money. Feral Vice.
Yeah.
Blood brother. Real legit blood brother.
I ain't seen him in a minute, bro. What they on? Like
it's just like, bro, you gotta understand everybody in Internet Money is a different time period. Like we got like I'm 30 years old, I just turned 30. But like I was 23 in Internet Money and some people were almost 30. You know what I'm saying? So like people got kids, man. People got shit they trying to do. It's like you gotta understand it. Like just because some people in Internet Money like want to go do all this crazy shit, whatever. Some people don't want to do that. Some people are just perfectly fine, like getting a couple placements, doing their thing, and like just chilling. Some people don't want to go do, you know what I mean? You got to just respect everybody on their own like journey and how far they want to take it.
Right.
Because I know how far I want to take it, and there ain't no limit to shit. I sacrificed everything to get here. You know what I mean? Like, whole bunch of personal shit. You feel me? But like, here we are. That's what comes from. A lot of people, whenever you face life decisions, it's like, damn. People are like, I want to be in a relationship. I want to have more kids. I want to fucking have family time. I want to take vacations. You know what I mean? It's like, I'll tell you a story about me, bro. One time, so right, Encino House, Internet Money House. My health was declining, bro. Shit was terrible. It was bad. That's been a characteristic through my whole life. As you can see where I come from, it's never been properly taught how to take care of yourself. You know what I mean? Like that. I just now in my life just started like a year ago, started hitting the gym. I've never been in the gym to that point. My mom every day would drink like 2 fucking liter Pepsis all fucking day, like 5, 6, like 2 liter Pepsis a day. I would just eat that shit. No one told me it was bad for me. I didn't go to school and have to learn about
health and all that.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? So it's like, I would just eat what people around me eat, and I'm product of that shit. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, I'm a big dude by nature. I've always been big my whole life. Real shit. But like now, but in that point in Encino time, my health was declining, bro. Like it was really bad. I had like a heart attack. Yeah, like a real deal heart attack in Encino. Like, I remember like walking down the stairs, like, yo, I need an ambulance. They got an ambulance, like everybody, like whole Internet Money House, like cleared out, bringing me out an ambulance, threw me an ambulance. Bro, my business partner called me the next day. When he found out that I stayed the night in the hospital, and I'm just worried. I'm worried about you. Do me a favor. Right now, leave. Take anybody you want. Take family member, one person, anyone you want. Please, Taz, listen to me, please. Anywhere you want, I'll pay for it. I'll get you on the phone with my agent right now. I'll pay for it. I'll pay for it. Just go on a fucking vacation, man. Please. You know what I did? I said I can't. Because I'd rather be in a fucking studio knowing that I can like do what I want to do. And if I want to call people or whatever, they're going to answer my call. And because that's what I love. I love the work. You know what I mean? Like, this is my joy. I have a business manager. I don't know what banks I have. I don't know how much money's in my account. I don't want to know. You know what I'm saying? Because that shit fucks up my love for music. I just know I'm good forever. And I make sure that the people I put in that position, I can trust with my life. I ain't never switching my manager. I ain't got no contract with my manager. I'm not one of the people like, he's got me on a contract. So me and my manager from day one have had a handshake agreement. Never like, I'll never betray him on that because that's the type of person I am. I don't need a paperwork to say I'm loyal. You know what I mean? It's like that type of shit. The producer shit, all this.
What? It's just like the industry's so different now. Like hearing that is just crazy. Like,
but
it's some real shit.
Wait, I'm having a heart attack, right? Whatever. I tell him, I said, no, I'd rather be in the studio. I don't have shoes because they took me out on a gurney or whatever, like a stretcher in the back of a thing. They're like asking me, is you good? Like they're fucking ripping my shirt open. They're fucking like doing fucking like CPR or some crazy shit on me. I don't know, bro. That shit was scary. But I don't have shoes on. I leave the hospital. I hop in an Uber. I go to the studio from the hospital and go work. That's the type of person I am. You know what I mean? That's what I love to do. So people know that shit, everybody around me, and that's why like, and just speak on some other shit, like people can have their opinions about me, because we were talking about this before we were on camera, you know what I mean? Like, whatever. People can have their opinions about me and what, but a lot of the people around me know I'm a genuine person. They know I love this shit. And they know that like we all come from different situations, different areas, but you know, you John on your homeboys, right? You roast them? You roast your people?
I just really started doing that.
But you see what I'm saying? Like when you do it, do you mean disrespect when you do it?
No.
But would you let your homeboys roast you?
Yeah.
It's that same shit. If I'm roasting you, I'm allowing you to roast me back. That's where I'm come from. It's like a term of endearment. Ugly ass boy, whatever. Like that's like yeah, face head ass, ugly ass, green ass, whatever. Like that type of shit. That's where I come from, Florida. Like that's like how we communicate. It's like love. It's like term of endearment. If I don't fuck with you, I'm not gonna talk to you. I'm not gonna look at you. But coming up, there's a lot of people who take that shit as disrespect because they don't come from the same spot that I'm from.
That's just
and money's from different people from all over the world. Like I got producers in fucking Portugal. I got producers in London. I got producers in fucking Belgium. You know what I mean? Like, I'd be traveling, like, wherever I go, they be there. And I'd be like, yo, this is crazy. I could just go to any city. I got a producer there, like, linking up.
I understand, like, I ain't gonna lie, my way of communicating is roasting. I ain't
That's
gonna
the same
lie,
shit.
bro.
No,
that really is how
if
you
I don't
beat
fuck
up.
with you, it's gonna be loud. Like, I'm gonna let you know I don't fuck with you.
But see, this thing is, like, if I don't fuck with you, you won't see me. I'm not in the room with people I don't fuck with.
Nigga be texting you like, Taz, you don't be texting me.
No one texts me. I be wondering why people don't text me, and I be asking people around, like, damn, why don't people text me? Like, do you text the people that you look at? I'm like, no. Why? Because you feel like you're burdening them. I'm like, yeah, like, people feel like you do. I'm like, bro, I'll be alone on a Friday night. Y'all can text me. You can text me. Like Jalen Ramsey in this bitch. Come on to me after the game. But just in general, bro, like, I just wanted to get across. I'm not trying to go on a 40-minute fucking spiel on my whole story and shit like that. But
I'm glad you did that.
You very descriptive.
I just wanted to kind of get an idea. We could get into internet money and all that other shit. I mean, just like to the point of me coming up to like making beats to getting in the door. You understand my mindset, where I'm at. You know what I mean? Whatever. Like, that's where I was. That's me.
That was an important story to hear, though. It's a producer right now, probably like in a similar situation to you, and they're gonna hear that and they're gonna get it on their ass and make it happen. You know?
Right. No, yeah. And I told him, it was just me and him, and you can't see him behind the camera. But we was just talking about whatever shit. And I was like, bro, my own fucking, like, my mom hated on me. That's because I said, like, my mom said I never make $1 for music. You'd be surprised how many kids come, like, how you deal with your mom or your parents not, like, wanting you to make music. And it hurts the most because that is the people that you love the most. And you want their support. It's different than you on the street. And it's a random person hating on you. You deal with that shit all day. People don't get you. But, like, even your own family members, it's a little different. You know what I mean? So once you kind of like deal with that type of hurt, you know what I mean? Like you could overcome anything. Once you overcome the fact that like your own family, your own people don't want it, you know what I mean? Whatever, like that type of shit, like it can fuck you up. But you're either gonna decide like, is this shit gonna fuck me up? Am I gonna let it affect me? Or am I gonna take care of me and make sure I'm good regardless? And then it's either like I told myself since the beginning, like in any outcome, this is the reason why like odds stacked against me, no matter what. I always try to overcome it because I'd rather be the reason why something worked is the reason why it didn't. And I told myself that since day one, bro. Like, why the fuck you drop out of school in 7th grade? How you go be successful? And I was like, I'd rather be the reason why it worked. You wanna know why? Einstein dropped out in the 7th grade. I seen that and I was like, damn, bro, he's the smartest person, like one of the smartest people of all time. Like,
that's a fun fact, man. I didn't know that.
That's what I'm saying though. Is I was like, damn, he did that shit, I could do that shit. And it's like that shit, like people along the way shit like that. So I know that I'm carrying the torch in some way for another kid out there. It's in a similar situation like I was, you know what I mean? Like all this shit is, fuck the accolades, fuck the placements, fuck whatever. All this shit is, bro, is like the more success you get, the more hate you're gonna deal with.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Right? The more no's you're willing to run into and keep running and stay on your feet, you gotta be like Derrick Henry. You gotta be like fucking the strongest running back that's ever lived. The motherfuckers better bounce off of you, dog. Like, day one, I wanted to work with, I'm not gonna name the artist. I signed a, man, I forgot we on podcast for a second. I signed a pub deal because I didn't need no money, you know what I mean? Like, I did it as a prove it deal. Like, you hear that shit with athletes all the time, shit, like, they took a prove it deal. The music industry, I was making more money from online. Like, bro, you know internet money, you knew this shit. I was posting my statements. I was one of the first producers that actually, like, because whenever I was on SoundClick, it was hearsay what producers were making. Like, oh, I heard they make $100,000 a year. I heard they're making 6 figures. So whenever I actually did it, I posted it. Because I wanted everyone to see, like, look, bro, like, I'm making $400,000 a year off PayPal just from fucking YouTube or type beats or drum kits or whatever. You know, I'm a man of many fucking, as you can see, like, I'm a salesman, you know what I mean? Like, I can
sell anything.
I don't like to say that, but yeah, that's why it's pretty cocky. But yeah, in a sense, like I make it make sense. You know what I mean? Sad shit, bro. That's all I do in this music shit. Is just make it make sense.
Do you feel like, this is a little going off topic, but do you feel like some producers kind of be like faking it? Like, I don't even know if this is the right word, but like they don't have that drive. Like, you could tell. You don't have to have the sad story to have that drive. Like, you and Nick have 2 different stories, but y'all have the same drive.
Of course.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like a lot of producers just be like like I got this one friend, bro, and it's like he's hard.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he makes hard beats, but it's like I be telling him, bro, make tutorials or go to placement route or move to Atlanta, do this, and like bro was like I'm gonna do it, but you know it's like I've been doing YouTube since 2020, about to go into 2023. Now he's in the same position, and then it just clicked in me. I was like, bro, really rich.
Want me to tell you a crazy thing? I deal with that at all levels. Yeah. Still to this day, it's not just something that you deal with; it's a human characteristic.
Mm-hmm.
Take internet money, right? Internet money, bro. If you're internet money, you could find your way into any situation and work on it. You see what I'm saying? Because you're internet money. You're essentially walking up to a club and being like, yo, I'm internet money. Like, all right, bet, come on in, you good. And whatever you do once you walk in that door, that's on you.
Right.
You might end up a VIP there tonight, you know what I mean? But you in the door off the name. See what I'm saying? People don't look at it like that. A lot of people look at internet money or getting to that point like, I made it. I don't need to go put in the work. You know what I'm saying? Even in that position now, you'd be amazed how many times I tell people like, bro, go to Atlanta, put the work in. You know what I mean? Do the same shit that you're doing, and even sign to internet money or doing all this shit. Bro, you'd be amazed how many artists like that I don't tell people we working on or working with or sending packs for shit like that, where it's like they have crazy opportunities I know people would kill for, bro. Like, even I was sitting here talking about Rio, like sitting here making 70 beats for Drake, like to try to get on Drake's album, like crazy opportunities. And you would just like be amazed at how many people actually lock in versus people who like really lock the fuck in. And the people who do is the ones who always get it. You know what I mean? But like, it's a mental thing, bro. Every human just be in their own head for real. Even the most powerful people, like I'm friends with some of the most powerful people in the music industry, bro, and it's all a mental thing. They be talking about just sitting on couches, staring at walls, and wondering like about life, just in their head. And like you understand, they got some of the most powerful artists in the world on their phone. They can work, do whatever, and they just time flies by. They don't do nothing. Mental health and it's just crazy, motherfuckers. It's like a wall you put yourself in, you stop yourself from doing shit, you know what I mean? So it's like, I try to encourage people all the time, the same shit I'm sure you do, you know what I mean? Like, you gotta go do this shit, you gotta come here, work on this, come sit on this. But at the end of the day, bro, like, you can lead motherfuckers to water, but you can't help them drink that shit. You can't want it more than they want it for themselves. You know what I mean?
Like, real fix right there.
Yeah, and that's why to be a producer, you don't need to come from a fucked up situation or whatever. You could come like you said, me and Nick, we got two completely different stories. Nick comes from like more put together life than what the fuck I come from, but I'm just showing the spectrum, you know what I mean? That like you could be where the fuck I come from and have all this shit against you and you still fucking like can climb your way out of any situation, or you could come from easy mode, you know what I mean, where people fuck with you and everything you do is great and people are wanting to help you any route you can, family, friends, whatever, and you can still be great as well. I know people on both ends of it. It's like some of the most talented people I ever met in my life that went to like really proper schools and went to like music art schools and did all that shit. Like, I didn't have that. So all I'm saying is like, you're right. In that sense, you don't have to have a crazy background to do all that shit, but I'm just more so speaking like how I said for people that like inspired me when I was that shit, you know what I mean? Like coming through everything I had to come through. I want to be that for certain people in a sense, you know what I mean? Like my story, the shit that I do or whatever. That's what all this shit's about. That's why y'all asked me about placement shit like that. That's a very zoomed in like way of thinking about it because I'm zoomed out. I'm looking at my life. You ever see them TikToks where it's like I did the weekly calendar challenge or some shit where they like every week they like scribble out a part of a calendar and it's like a zoomed out calendar of their whole life and every week is just marked. It's like crazy. You realize how short life is. You know what I mean? But it's like, that's how I feel though. I'm zoomed out of this shit and I just be looking at it like, I know what I want to get done. I know what I'm trying to do. I know how much time I have to do it. How do I make it happen? That's what my life is right now. So I'm sitting here like to focus on one song or to focus on one specific thing. It's like, that what led me to the point where I'm like, I want to go do a crazy label or I want to go like do all this crazy wild shit that like I never in my wildest dreams could imagine done. You know what I mean? But now it's not about like a specific song or like what we did in this moment or whatever. It's just about like how much time I actually have to dedicate to building out that world. You see what I'm saying? That's like the mindset that I'm in right now, at least. So like, that's why I don't want to talk about like accolades or credits or placements, because all that shit, bro, is like, who cares? Like, honestly, like, people want a fucking award, like, cool, bro, you worked on songs, that's awesome, and that's great work. There's talented people, everyone's talented, I'm respecting the art, I get it, but like, it's getting to a point where like the bragging of the credits and the names and I did this and I did that and blah 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 is like becoming more than the actual work itself.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. It's like, I don't need to say the shit that I worked on. This is not me being egotistical or none of that shit, because it's like, I've been a part of some crazy songs, and that's good. But like, to sit here, I feel like that's like an old timer thing. You know what I mean? Like, when they retire, they show their accolades. Like, they had 400 touchdowns and they started 400 games. Like, I don't want to. I'm still in the game. I've only been in the industry since 2018.
Right. You still got a long way to go, and life is bigger than that. You know?
Exactly. Like,
There's so much shit to this.
Yeah, I'm trying to fucking sit here and lose weight and hit the gym so I can expand my time to get shit done. Because like I was telling y'all off camera, like, my goal isn't to have the biggest producer community or the biggest production collective or whatever, because I've been working at that. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's been the goal for whatever. Now I want to have the biggest record label. I want to build the biggest overall record label. You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to compete every day. I have a staff of like 6 people right now at my record label. And if y'all knew the day-to-day operations, like, I'm legitimately like competing with these labels. I'm finding a lot of these artists before labels are finding them. And I'm like, I'm doing more, because labels, bro, they're just offering like, hey, we take your music and we fucking upload it. We don't get it and we don't give a fuck. We take your music and we upload it. That's what we do.
Literally what it gives.
That's what we do. Yeah, we'll get you playlists. We just tell you that to get you in the door. Whenever you actually sign it, there ain't no fucking playlist.
They don't get you no playlist. They're not marketing.
And people on YouTube and shit like, oh, they paid for that. Bro, show me a motherfucking playlist. Because I can name about 30 motherfucking one-hit wonders right now that would give every dollar in their bank account to pay for a fucking playlist right now. You couldn't pay for that if you fucking wanted to, bro. You see what I'm saying? It's like that type of shit.
It's more politics.
It's so many politics. So whenever you ask me when we first got here, it's like, and by the way, for people that's watching this shit, I'm jumping around a bunch of shit. But it's because, like...
No, but we touching everything. It's a good
No, hey, I understand what you're saying, but, like, and I'm doing the majority of talking. I know there's some people, like, he should just shut the fuck up and let them speak. But I'm not looking at this. I hate questions. Like, because what am I supposed to... You ask me my favorite song, and I say, oh, I remember this moment. That was great. But there's so much more to get out of a conversation than me rehashing on, like, old-ass placements or shit that I already done. Because it's not about that. It's about the journey along the way and the shit that you do with it. You feel me? Does that make sense?
Yo, man, we finally got one of the real.
If I didn't, bro, it's crazy because I want to go personal, but so much personal shit is so personal to where I'm gonna get emotional. You know what I mean? Like, I was explaining this shit this morning to somebody about me. Every time I do something, bro, if I sneeze, right, people hold a mirror up and want to tell me about myself in some way. Either I sneeze wrong or I do something wrong, and I get it, because people ain't used to seeing people that look like me do the shit I do or whatever. People think I'm disrespectful. Whatever the fucking reason is, bro, it's not ever that. The intentions behind the shit I do is always with love. The same way you just sat here and said, like, oh yeah, I be jawing my homeboys all the time. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's love. That's the whole point of this shit, is whenever I'm being critical about something or I'm sitting here telling somebody, like, I don't fuck with this. The fact that I'm willing to tell somebody I do not fuck with something and not give a fuck if this person says, fuck you, I hate you, go die, get out my life. I don't want to work with you no more. I don't want to see you again. You're fucking whack. I don't care about your opinion. You suck. They can say whatever the fuck they want to say. But the fact that I'm still willing to deal with that and stand on my words and say, nah, I don't like it. People don't respect that shit anymore. That's the truth. Because you know why? This is a society of people where they just want to be fucking coddled, bro. They want to be told they're great. They want to be held up the mirror, and whenever people hold up that mirror to them, they want to see their accomplishment. I don't like that. It makes me weird. Because anytime people hold up a mirror to me, it's never been to give me some flowers or an accomplishment. It's always been about what I'm doing wrong or how I'm offending people or how I'm a piece of shit. You know what I mean? That's why I don't do interviews. This is why I don't talk to people. It's because, like, whenever I'm coming in and there's fucking questions and shit. No disrespect. I'm not disrespecting. I fuck
No,
with
you're
you.
good, you're good.
And I fuck with you. I'm not talking about y'all. Y'all are on my side. We're on the same side. I'm talking about just life. You know what I mean? Whenever people ask me questions and shit like that, what am I supposed to say to that shit? Is that, you know what I mean? Like, what do y'all want out of questions? Like, what do y'all get out of questions? I feel like go ahead. Yeah.
To be honest with you,
yeah.
Most of the time, not like this, because we actually have a conversation,
Right.
but most of the time when I'm asking a question, gang, and the nigga talking about his answer, I'm really thinking about the next question I'm finna
That's
answer.
what I'm saying, right?
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
I just like my questions just be like I be wanting to hear like people's point of view or like perspective because there's so many ways to look at shit, and I'm not gonna lie. Like,
That's all it is.
Shit
That's all it is. That's all it is. I don't, bro. Like people get so technical and shit. Like, well, what did you do on the song or what? You know what I mean? Shit like that. It's like, who gives a fuck? Are you on the song? Do you care? Like, you know what I mean? Like, do I go to you and be like, what girl did you fuck? You know what I mean? Like, who gives a fuck? I'm not sitting there asking. I'm not in your fucking business. You know what I mean? You don't know why? Because that's between you and that person. I said it to y'all. I'm playing an undefined position right now. It's not discovered yet. That's really what it is. I'm not an executive. I'm not a producer. Whenever you see me on credits and shit like that, that's because that's in some way that people gotta give me my credit to that contribution to that song. You feel me? Like, it takes a village to make a hit record. And I know nowadays shit is so fucking microwave that like it's like, yeah, I just made this shit in my bedroom and they just got on it somewhere in a random studio. And hey, I'm on Genius now, showing you how I made this beat in my bedroom on Deconstructed.
What's up, Underrated?
That's cool. And that's awesome. But
shout outs to you, bro. Peace.
The insight
Good morning.
That not all music is made that way. You see what I'm saying? A lot of artists need real help. And I'm not sitting here saying that I'm the help, but I'm down to figure out what it is to get the help. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's all it is. I want to make great music that I want to hear, that I fell in love with. You know what I'm saying? I feel like that's lost in today. Now people just like placement grind. How do I get on this song? How do I send out loops?
How do I get some placement?
How do I get this? How do I get that? And it's like, I remember I was like that at one point. And yeah, it might be easy for me to stand on my soapbox and sit here and say that shit don't matter. But in the bigger scheme of this shit, like, placements are gonna come and go. That's what all this is about. All of that, accolades, money, success, placements, whatever you want, flowers, whatever you're in this for, is all icing on the cake. All you have to do is just keep going. People are going to shit on you. They're going to tell you you're trash. They're going to tell you you can't be anything you want to be. You'll never make it. It'll be the people closest to you. It'll be your best friends. And if even if they ain't saying it to you, they're saying it about you. You wanna know why? Because people only go off what they've seen before. If they ain't seen it, they don't believe it. It don't exist. Where I come from, I never seen someone making more than $30,000. I'm sitting here right now, I don't know how much money's in my bank account. If I actually knew, I'd probably lose my fucking mind, bro. And that's not me bragging about my money. I wear the same shit every day. Exactly. I wear the same shit every day. I slut the fuck out my Tesla, bro. I'll be smoking in that shit. I'll be fucking just weed everywhere. Like, I don't care about flashy shit, bro. I get shit and I raw dog it because, like, that's what you do. That's why I bought, you know, that's why I buy shit. To enjoy the fruits of my labor, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I'm rambling, but a lot of this shit, bro, is just about the journey. And overall, my success, everything that's come, any placement, a lot of times just chalk it up to two things: right place, right timing. And I say this to people sometimes, and I feel like they're gonna look at me crazy. You watch That's So Raven?
Yeah. A little bit.
I feel like that. I feel like I have like one of them powers in a sense. And this is I never said this on an interview. I don't even tell people outside my immediate circle this. I've never said this in my life. But I have like a gut feeling, like an intuition about something. You know what I mean? Like, when I see somebody, it could be an artist, it could be a producer, whatever, and they're like, how I get on here and money? I just, bro, you can't. Like, I gotta fuck with you. Like, I gotta see something in you that reminds me of myself in some way. Like, either it has to be like you have my work ethic, or you see music the way I see music, or you look at the world the way you know what I mean? Like, it's something, bro. It's something. There's not people just in internet money that, like, I don't see something in. in some way. Any song that I've selected or any loop I picked, any beat I picked, any whatever, bro. Like, it's all selection. That's what it is. And as producers are going to understand, and they can say whatever the fuck they want to say. Look, bro, I'm on the other side of this shit. I know where this shit's going. I know where this music shit's going. Y'all think this Chat GPT shit is the start? They have that for music, bro. They have AI capabilities to literally take every producer out the fucking game. If they really wanted to. If they really wanted to. Chat GPT, all that shit, you know what that shit is? It's about like it's not about the response anymore. You know what's the talent? The prompt. You know what that is? Like, it's like whenever you're like talking to the AI and shit, like how descriptive you can be. I want, like, with the Dolly shit, the little AI art shit, just be like, I want a Salvador Dali 1969 painting that's pink pastels, you know what I mean? Like, all this type of shit. And it would paint it out like that. It's the description that's worth something now going forward. You know what I mean? There's companies now hiring people like, yeah, we need somebody, AI prompt specialist. That's what's going around now. You know what I'm saying? That's what companies are hiring for now. AI is taking this shit over. I've been operating, I've been using internet money like it's AI for the past 4 years. And people be like, well, how do you, it's because of that. I just focus on my prompt. How do I make sure that, like, when I'm telling people something that it's correct, like, yo, I really like this beat, whatever. And there's times where I'm wrong, of course everyone's wrong, but it's like, they just know, and people around me know that, like, they see me be right a bunch of times on shit. Fuck it, I'll try it. And that's all I need sometimes, is that little leeway in, whether it be like, yo, I got this beat idea, or yo, you should hop on this loop, or yo, maybe you should work with this artist, or bro, maybe you should do a song like this, or bro, honestly, like, I'm tired of fucking hearing about spinning the block. Maybe let's do some other shit. You know what I mean? Like, it's just shit like that. You'd be amazed. And then whenever I'm sitting here saying, let's do some other shit, I'm going with them and helping them find some other shit. Normally, whenever I'm helping artist shit, bro, there's been times where, like, I'm naming artists. I'm naming them. I'm naming their albums. I'm designing their album covers. I'm doing the track list. You see what I'm saying? There's been times where I'm writing the songs for certain artists. Like, legitimately, pen to paper, like writing words. Like, there's times where I'm singing on songs y'all don't even know. Like, I could pull up songs right now and play and be like, yeah, you hear that? You hear that? Ooh, that's me. That's me singing. You want to know why? Because I can sing. People don't know that. You don't know why? Because the same reason when she started, like, going off on the accolades and all that shit, I muted it. I don't want that shit. I don't care about it. The people who know will know, and that's cool what the fuck I do. But I just want people to understand that, like, y'all don't see everything, and that's for a fucking reason. You know what I mean? With, like, this internet money shit. So it's not because, like, there's some weird shit going on or there's some satanic Illuminati shit going on. It's just like I said, bro, I'm so focused on what the fuck I got going on to where whenever I get shit done, if I'm even sitting here and I don't want to talk about accolades, why am I going to sit here and go high five on social media about some shit I just done? I'm sitting here when y'all setting up mics and the cameras and shit and the fucking lights, I'm sitting here telling y'all shit that y'all like, what? I didn't even know that. I didn't even know, right? There's so much shit that I'm involved in. People don't even know because I'm building out a world. The internet money is a Minecraft realm. And I just got all my partners with me and we just building this shit out. We building buildings. Yo, Nick Mirror, I want a fucking volcano right here. Yeah, Taz, I think this volcano would look fine. Bet, let's build it together. That's really what this shit is. And it's a Minecraft realm, bro. Internet money forefront. And I wouldn't be here if it all goes back to like this shit, if I would have stopped at that point. If I would have stopped at this point. If I would have stopped when this person told me no. None of this shit would have been possible. So now in my point in position when I got powerful people hating on me or artists that don't want to work with me, bro, you'd be amazed at artists that be like, I ain't getting on another internet money beat. You wanna know why? Because I have their producer signed. And they can't fuck their producer over. You see what I'm saying? Like when you're internet money, bro, like your beat prices, they're different. I got producers that if they wasn't internet money, their beat price would be like $200-$300 a beat. But because they're internet money, they get, and people on songs, they get bigger advances. Bigger shit gets handled. More business gets done. And that's what people will say whenever anyone that comes in contact with me is I handle my business. And I'm always about what's fair. People make jokes and shit like, internet money got 90 producers on a song. Y'all don't never be around y'all's homeboys making beats, and it's like, hey, bro, you want to hop on this? I don't know, bro. I don't want to finish this hi-hat. Yeah. A fucking hi-hat. Who gives a fuck? This is my man's. Who cares? You be seeing, like, bro, I grew up seeing videos of fucking Sizzle and fucking Metro, and, like, bro, like I said, shout out to AOA Mafia and shout out Mike Will, like, the Mike Will Eardrummers fucking vlog where he's in there with fucking glasses on in the studio, and he got Mars and all them fucking eardrummers just listening to beats and turning up going crazy. Like, the collaboration of your team. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's what matters. That's what this shit's for. It's not about, I did this shit all myself. Like, oh, I'm a fucking 100%er. The music industry made you feel that way because publishing companies made motherfuckers feel that way because they wouldn't advance their deals if they wasn't 100% in songs. They wouldn't account towards their deals in certain publishing companies. See what I'm saying? So that's why, like, I do all this shit myself. Like, who gives a fuck, bro? I have songs where there's 15 producers on it. And guess what? There's 50% publishing on songs. And guess what? That 15 producers, that shit split equally. 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever 50 divided by 15 is, I don't know. Because I don't know math. That's what everyone has on that song. Any song I'm on, go count the credits. Any song I'm on. Unless there's an outside producer and they pull some fuck shit. You know what I'm saying? And then it's that, you're burying your grave with me, dog. If you can't come in and you get the same amount on a song that I'm getting, you see what I'm saying? Because you think you're better than me, or you think you're better than this person, or you think you're better than that person. We did all this shit together, bro. Like, you're dead to me. I'll give you what you want on the song, but I ain't working with you no more because I only do business with people that are all about equal and fair shit. You see me? You see what I'm saying? I've been a part of songs where I got nothing. Diamond songs. Nothing that I produced on. And that's why people are like, oh, well, Taz don't make beats. Bro, I made motherfucking beats, bro. You know I made motherfucking beats.
Y'all was there during the 2015 days, bro. Like,
I produced on motherfucking Freestyle by Lil Baby. That loop, that's me. That's me on the loop. That's me. I just got my motherfucking credit on that shit, bro. Just got my motherfucking credit on that shit. But do you see me out here, whatever? No, because you know what? I've already done that. I already produced. I've already accomplished that part of my life. When you sit here and you're saying, like, man, producers just want to do collectors, I did that. I'm trying to go build a record label. I'm trying to go build a publishing company. I'm trying to go fucking own something. Like, I'm trying to go really just fuck shit up. And not only just do it for, like, producers, but I'm doing it especially, bro, for internet producers. You know what the fuck this shit was like, bro. Motherfuckers used to shit on us, dog. No, they used to look at us with disgust. They still do, bro. And why? Because we want to make more money? Like, that shit don't make sense, bro. A lot of internet producers, bro, that we can't sit around and wait fucking 3 years on an artist to not sign a fucking contract because their lawyer can't hunt them down. So we don't get our motherfucking beat fee. And yes, that does fucking happen. Even the internet money, bro, you'd be surprised how many of these big ass major label artists their lawyer can't get them on the phone. And they don't sign fucking paperwork. And they don't do proper business. And we still ain't been paid for fucking beat fees that happened fucking 3 years ago, 2 years ago. That shit done went gold. That shit done went platinum. You know what I mean? We ain't making money off this shit. Yeah, what? So people are mad at producers for going and selling for $30 a piece. Let me tell you what, I was on the fucking internet selling the same motherfucking lease, hitting that shit 30. Someone want to come? Bet you can get the same motherfucking beat, big dog, right here for $50. Oh, you want the same beat for 200? All right, bet I got the premium waves, bro. You can get the track outs with this motherfucker, bro. 200, big dog. Let's go. You see what I'm saying? Like, I got options, bro. Like, I'm trying to make some money, bro. Like, I'm living in my mom's crib. That's what it was at the time. I got a kid. I'm 22. I live in Jacksonville to the age of 22. I get on a plane to the age of 22. I had to make it out that motherfucker, bro. I'm trying to get paid. I'm trying to get some money. I'm trying to get something, bro. I'm trying to get out this motherfucker. You feel me? So how you gonna hate on internet producers? Because the internet made it possible for motherfuckers like me from Jacksonville, Florida, to come up and make something. If I wasn't on the internet, bro, there'd be none of this shit. There'd be no internet money. And then think about all the artists that we work with, or the artists that we might have found or put on or co-signed or whatever. That shit wouldn't have happened, bro. And it all started, you want me to tell you, you want to know the crazy shit? Internet money only started because Designer got my beat off of YouTube. Everything started because Designer went on YouTube and got a French Montana Drake type beat and rapped on that motherfucker. And he put Gucci Mane on it, and that shit come out. That was my first little placement. And that placement right here is called Life.
Yeah, I thought it was Trey Songz.
No. I ain't get paperwork for that. This is my first real official placement.
Okay.
My first real official placement. But
Where
like
was
that,
Trey Songz from?
it was just like some shit because I had a manager at the time, and like he was like his homeboy, so like he was like working with him. It was like some shit like it wasn't. You know how that shit be, bro.
Yeah.
You know, everybody know how that shit be. Whatever, bro. But that was my first real official placement. You know what I mean? Like, I got a pub deal off of that. I remember just having that song and telling big ass artists like, yo, I remember being in APG, sitting there like, they'd be like, yo, this is Taz. Because, you know, we did Fuck Love at that moment. This is 2017, like August 25th. That's Nick's birthday. On his 17th birthday, Fuck Love dropped. And the album that it dropped on was 17. That was Nick's first placement on his 17th birthday. It's crazy.
Wow.
But we were doing meetings and shit. Like, we would be in the hallways running motherfuckers like APGs, like studio and shit. We did like Lemonade and shit out of. And like, yo, bro, like, Taz fuck with you, bro. Like, you don't know who Taz is? Like, man, he wants to work with you. And they'd be like, dead ass, bro. I'd be right here. A&R right here, manager right here, whoever the fuck right here. Artist, you're the artist. They wouldn't even acknowledge me and be like, I'm good. I don't want to work. Dead ass. Those same artists I work with a year later. You see what I'm saying? But it's like, whenever the door slammed in my face, I didn't stop going, bro. I kept going. It's that.
Talk about like, cause I already know like you went through book, cause it was already hard. Like it was hard as fuck just to make internet producers, bedroom producers official. So I know it was 10 times harder trying to make, you know what I'm saying, a serious label. Like just talk about the bullshit.
Even now, taking that a lot of people still don't take the internet money shit as serious. Even though, but that's because they don't see all the shit that I'm doing behind the scenes. Like I said, I got a 5-man crew. I'm battling with labels that have 200 to 300 employees and lawyers and fucking A&Rs, and you know they got people on just deals that just offer advice. They just put them on like payroll. Like, yo, I give you 5 bands a month. You just give me your you just consult. You just give me your opinion. That's it. I'm against people like that. Like real ass A&Rs that get paid 100, 200, 300 grand a year, and I got a team of 5 people, and I'm out here negotiating, finding the same artists before these labels. You know what I'm saying? I got an extensive ass database, bro. I'm all about. If you know about me, bro, you know I'm deep in the NFL. I'm deep in the NFL from like the behind the curtain side, like analytics and stats and, you know, all that measurables, all that shit. I bring that shit over into music, bro. I study numbers every Monday morning, bro. I'm crunching fucking numbers. I got every artist in the underground listed out, how much they streamed each week, how many units they fucking moved, signed and unsigned, who they signed to. I got this shit extensively fucking mapped out, bro. I'm against all these labels, but I'm doing it because like I'm a label and I can help do all that shit. I can help market. I can help put shit together. I understand all that. You know what I mean? But also, I help make the music. A lot of labels don't bring that shit. That's what I'm trying to do. I want to help make the music, and I want to put the music out. You know what I'm saying? I hate dealing with, I make the music, and I got motherfuckers walking in the room telling me, yeah, there's just something
going on,
with
Rodney?
rolling toms that's just weird. What
How
is a
you
rolling
doing?
tom, dog? You mean the 808? Yeah, is that what it is? Telling me what to change on a fucking song.
Bro just said rolling tom.
You see what I'm saying, though?
Yeah,
Like, that's the shit I got tired of, bro. I got tired of motherfuckers that don't know what the fuck they doing, fucking up a process and fucking up so many good ass records. Think about all the good ass records, bro, that could have come out, but motherfuckers didn't fuck them up. You know what I'm saying? It's that type of shit. I got tired of shit like that. So it's like, hey, bro, I really see what we really could be doing. Let's just do that shit. That's what the internet money is. I don't try to be the biggest producer in the world. I don't try to be the fucking, that people got egos, bro. They got to feed their fucking clout. At the end of the year, I'm on this, right? I'm a super producer. I don't give a fuck about that shit. That's cool. People say whatever the fuck they want to do, bro. I'll be around these super producers. Same shit. They cool. I ain't got no problems with anybody. I'll be cool. That's the thing is like, these people, IRL, in real life, you feel me? Like, they fuck with me. It's all cool. I don't know. You see what I'm saying?
Nah, this some real shit.
But this is why I don't do interviews.
I
I don't do interviews.
That's
why I don't do interviews. Because I be wanting to get moments like this where I can just speak and talk about shit. And I want people to hear me out on shit. But whenever I be in interviews, they be stopping me halfway through and be like, yeah, but how was it working with fucking Ian Dior? And it's like, that's cool, bro. But that's not, like, you could go, yeah, that's not what I'm about. Like, what is people going to get from that? You know what I'm saying?
Get it all out. This is some real shit. Like, people need to hear it, for real.
Nah, not after that.
Nah, to switch it up, though.
Yeah, we done rambling on the negative. We can talk about some positive shit.
That shit was deep, though. I ain't gonna lie.
I just want to let people know, bro, more importantly, like I said, it's just like, don't stop. That's it.
Going with the silence, man.
Where? What do you think? Because you say you fuck with him when you know about all this shit. You used to watch like my vlogs and shit. So what do you think? Like, what you thought is it what I just told you? Is that what you thought it was?
Yeah. I won't never like Tad did, Tad that. Like, I seen how blunt you is. Like, I ain't gonna like, I know you, I don't know you, but like, I see, like, I relate to you in a lot of ways. Like, even on the background story, bro. Like, I just had a relationship with my dad. Like, called that nigga like 4 or 5 months ago. I only seen him twice type shit. You feel me? Like, I know what it's like. I don't talk about like the relationship with my mom and like she got MS. You feel me? So I know what it's like. Elementary school, stealing my little brother's dad's shit and selling his shit because he beat on my mom's, and like I know what the hustle like. I'm from New York, like.
And see, that's what drives you right now to keep going type shit.
Me? So
it's
like,
that same shit.
I relate a lot of ways, but just a lot with the situation and stuff. My biggest thing that people don't know is like, I come off as an asshole because I always be on your ass. I always roast. I always this shit. But I'm like a helping person. Like, I help all my niggas, all my friends. Like, that's this nigga right here. Like, I help everybody. But I know how it is to be put in a like
a box.
Yeah, niggas view you like this when it's like that.
It's like you can't do no right.
If you really know me though, you'll know how genuine and just I don't be caring about the politics shit. I don't be caring about
if that's the case, man, let me tell you this, bro. Rio Leva and Nick Mirren, my producers, all the producers don't have that money for that. They're some of the most genuine people, period. They're some of the most nicest, like, bro, I'm not even gonna lie to you, like, I couldn't imagine.
Yeah, man, all's been
Nick
well,
Rio,
man.
like, killing a fly.
Just here listening to some motivation, waiting for these files to load.
No one like that would even come.
About to get back on this grind, man.
A 10-foot.
It never stops.
You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times I'm just rough around.
Uploading some videos, you did. Just working.
Dude, just don't know how to take that shit.
I may be quiet, I may be quiet, but I'm working.
And in the same way, I have to have the hindsight and the realization of like, look, if I'm gonna give it out, I gotta be able to take it. You feel me? Like I'll be taking shit from the same way I'll be giving it out to people. Like I understand that like I'm not perfect by any means, and I'm every day, bro, I'm trying to be better than I was the day before. Like that's why I don't do interviews. That's why I don't like doing podcasts. Why I don't like doing whatever, because bro, like, it freezes me in time. You see what I'm saying? Like people, if they want to go learn about me, they'll just like you was doing, right? Like you would like look up an interview and say, okay, cool. But it's like I'm not that person.
Yeah.
Like yeah. Are y'all the same person y'all was last year? Like that, not no meme shit, but like, bro, I'm sure that y'all like all like overcome shit and like bettered yourself, or like, oh, damn, I didn't even think about it like that. Like you just had the hindsight, like the perception. You know what I mean? Like that shit. Every day I just try to like look at myself in the mirror and like, what else can I do today? You know what I mean? And, like try to make myself a better person. I'm not perfect by any means. I'm still rough, really rough around the edges, bro. I'm like a fucking one of them spiky ball things. You know what I mean? But like everyone is, you know? A lot of people are just better at like masking their shit and like covering it up than what I am. But
I just fuck with like the be raw, be authentic. Like I was telling Dylan the other day, I was like, bro, like I can't hop on the interviews and just like, what's up, guys, and talk proper. Like I know, yeah, you feel me? Like I just gotta be me type.
Yeah, shit. You be like, which interview you been most nervous for?
It's probably like the first couple ones I did, like February, Nico, and this is because like these are my first couple interviews. I'm cool with them now.
You just like didn't want to fuck it up type shit. It wasn't even more so about like the interview itself. It's just like, damn, I don't want to fuck this up.
It's not even that. It's like, cause like personally, like unless I'm real close to you, I ain't finna hold no conversation with you. It's like a test trying to hold a conversation.
Trust me, I know, bro.
You know,
fucking blind to me over here not saying shit. You wasn't speaking to me at all, bro. And then come to find out, he's like, oh, bro, I know all about you shit, bro. Like, I'm him. I was like, bro, you didn't say shit. You didn't say shit. What is the fucking 21 Savage shit? He kind of quiet, though. He funny as hell. You just gotta get to know him.
You're trolling me for real. No, but when I first met TV, he didn't talk to me neither. But now, like, we be laughing and making jokes.
Yeah,
like he ain't
I'm gonna be real. I say I'm gonna be real a lot too. That's what y'all gonna learn from me. I'm gonna be real. Whenever I met you, you was like quiet, so I was like, oh man, he's gonna kill me with these questions. Dead ass. You was like, what's up, bro?
I be trying to fit, bro. I be trying to work on that shit, but like,
I was like, oh,
no, gang. Like, it just be.
Whenever he was like, nah, I'm hip. I know all about this shit. Like, I know about like your whole history. I was like, nah, we cool.
Yeah, like, I don't like explaining, bro. Antisocial, you feel me? Like, I don't really not explain. But I do know, like, once it's like, it take like a sentence or something just for a nigga to laugh or like, or I could compare from this and then it's like straight.
Right. Coming up in Richmond though, right? Like Virginia, right? Like you.
I mean, I moved all over. Like, I'm really.
That's where you were born?
No, I'm from New York. I lived in New York until I was 8. I lived in Georgia 3 times, Virginia, Louisiana, New York.
Like, I'm thinking you authentic Virginia out here. I was about to start getting in deep.
Like, I lived in Virginia the most though. You feel me? Like,
so like what? Like what was your music inspiration?
It was really. I'm gonna be real with you. Like, I didn't really start listening to like really critiquing music till like 2012, bro. It's embarrassing, but like I came in on like really like analyzing, listening to shit like what? Like Chief Keef, bro. Like,
of course.
2012 Chief Keef, and then like Rich Homie Quan.
But Chief Keef my neighbor. IRL, he's my neighbor in real life. That little video that he went viral on 4th of July with that shit, bro. I got dogs. I hated that shit.
I said like 2015 for like Future.
Yeah.
Watching like when I was on the Metro last time, like the Good Cook Up Metro shit. That's when I really like got into it, and then.
But I still to this day watch a video of Metro, like Sizzle, Sonny, all them, like just TM. Ken Kirk, what happened? Ken Kirk.
It was really like, I ain't even trying to say this on no hype shit, but like, I'm being dead. Like, it was a Taz Taylor blog. Like, you could ask this nigga and probably any other nigga, like, my shit ain't even about like getting placements or any of that. Like, I always want to be like the Kyle Beats, like the nigga with the camera just vlogging, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? I ain't even trying to hype this shit. Like, I'm so dead ass because it's like, I be saying this shit all the time and like preaching this, like, no one else really did that vlog shit. Like, the shit that mattered to me the most was that vlog channel, bro. Just seeing the lifestyle. I always said I wanted that shit. And you really like critique what I got going on, like how I just got my house and all this shit and vlogging this shit is really just copying the exact formula you did back then. If you really want to be like,
it's kind of crazy, man.
Oh, that shit sound weird too.
It's not weird. No one's told me that about the vlogs though. I'll be real. Very, very never. I see that shit online. I see someone be like, man, I used to watch a vlog, but. Never in person someone brought the vlogs to me.
Yeah, bro, like that shit was real.
I got people hating me for them vlogs, bro, because I was like around my kid. My kid was like 1. I'm like, man, fuck. My little 1-year-old. Man, why are you cussing around? I'm like, man, this is normal, man.
Yeah, them shits was like,
you know what I'm saying? But like my backyard, that shit normal.
That's what I want to talk about, bro. I don't even feel like
let's get these questions now.
You really want to answer questions?
Now I want to answer questions.
You want to answer questions?
Are you sure?
He breaks out the iPad. Now I want to answer questions. I just wanted to get past it because it's hard to answer questions without y'all getting to know me. I feel like people now might have a better idea and understand like who I actually am as a human being. Instead of just me be like, yeah, I like this song.
Yeah.
You really left off at the perfect spot because I feel like people exactly know the type beat once you did the.
I feel like for them, people can they can do the history, but they can't go find out like where I come from. Shit like that. Of course.
I want to talk about artists.
I mean, before we get into artists, I just want to know how you met up with Bird, your manager.
Okay. Yeah, so I was on Twitter and I was a devious ass kid, and I felt like I had to die on the hill for every like internet type beat producer. So I was legitimately like sticking my neck out for every type beat producer. And the fucking legend, which by the way, I'm a big ass Ninth Wonder fan. Like at the time, I was a huge ass Ninth Wonder fan. That's why I got so mad. It's because like like I was a like, bro, like I wanted to go to his school and have him like teach me in his fucking seminars. Like, y'all don't understand, but like he had a group, Actual Proof. I was like a fan of them. You know what I mean? Like boom bap shit. Like I got in making boom bap beats. You know what I mean? So samples, chopping samples. I told you Kanye is my inspiration. Like Shaka Khan sample, whatever. So type beat producer, I'm an internet producer. Ninth Wonder said some shit about type beat producers, and I just went the fuck off. And I just basically said, hey, bro, I'm making more than most industry producers out here. I'm a fucking type beat producer, whatever. And then it just got back and forth. And then Bird, at the time, was managing this producer, Menace, that did Panda, which is also a type beat. You know what I mean? One of the biggest songs in the world came from a type beat. And Bird DM'd me on Twitter. He said, yo, I see you going viral with this shit you fighting with Ninth Wonder shit about. I swear to God, I pulled the DMs up. He said, you know, like your message is right, but the way you're saying it is wrong. And that's the first time I like that anyone's ever like critique me on anything. Like personally, like the way I come across. You know what I mean? I was like taken back by that shit. And we got on the phone, we chopped it up, and I was just explaining my whole story, bro. We were on the phone for like, I'm looking at you, ask the question, but like, see, this is weird.
It don't matter.
Yeah, but we just chopped it up. We was on the phone for like 8 hours, and then from that moment, the literal next day, I got an email from Steven Victor saying, "Yo, you sent Designer a beat?" I was like, "I ain't never sent Designer a fucking beat in my life. Like, what is this?"
Oh, Barry sent it?
No. He just went and got off YouTube. Designer did. So I hit Bird because he just dealt with them on Panda and everything. I was like, "Yo, bro, like, I don't know what this situation is, but he just hit me saying I sent beats to the Designer and I got a single, so I'm trying to get the shit figured out. No paperwork, no nothing." Bird went down to Steven Victor office and got it cleared, got it handled. You know what I'm saying? Like, from that moment, I ain't never do no paperwork with him. I ain't never do none of that. And I was just like, that's my big brother. There's been times where, like, man, the first day in that money house, I used to get in a G-Wagon and drive down the hill and, like, cry on the phone with this man because I just left home. I was homesick. I left my kid in Florida, you know what I mean? Like, my dad left me, so my biggest goal in life was to never be, like, leave my son. You know what I mean? And this music shit, I had to, like, make that decision to, like, y'all have to stay in Florida. I got to go to L.A. I got to go get this shit figured out, and I'm going to bring y'all out here. You know what I mean? They out here now. My son lived 5 minutes away from me. I see him. I was with him today. You know what I mean? But, like, at the time, the shit killed me, bro. So I was, like, so depressed. It's hard to do anything. And I just called Bird, and Bird be, like, talking me off the ledge, for real. You know what I mean? But, like, that's my real brother, and ain't nothing ever going to come into it. People be mad at all, bro. I see many people, like, get into this shit with their manager and shit, and they can't wait to get on and drop them and go find another one. And then they just get in a sunset clause and they go find another one. And the next thing you know, they still paying 4 managers ago their percentage. You see what I'm saying? Just all this shit is like, and then you know what it all stems down to is because a lot of people don't have respect for their managers. And that's the truth. A lot of people look at it like they need me. And the truth is like, my whole life, I ain't never told Bird this, but I need Bird. Like, Bird's like my dad. I ain't never have that. You know what I mean? My dad was a forklift operator. And when he wasn't, you know, home on the weekends, like, he was at work 24/7. I ain't never have a dad like that. Bird was like my dad. He was a person from day one, like, yo, bro, like, you need to get your shit right. Like, you're wild. Like, bro, I was on fucking Periscope with an AR-15. You know what I mean? Like, just fuck this person, fuck that person, whatever. Like, I wasn't around human beings, bro. So I don't know social cues. I don't know, like, whatever. I'm just like, when people threaten me, I go to 100. Or when people, like, piss me off, whatever, I don't know what 50 is. I don't know what 40 is. I 0 to 100. So
hold on, y'all.
Bird's kind of been helping me, like,
my phone about to die, and I gotta run and do something real quick. Hold on, let me take a listen to this real quick. Hold on. Finally, this file finished uploading. I've been having problems with this damn memory card. So I guess
this is a major key.
We're gonna make some music tonight.
And now this is free. You can do
I gotta
this
go
for
run
free.
and
You
go
get
grab
in the
some stuff
primary
right quick.
inbox of people who potentially want to buy your beats by using this tool.
Hold on.
What's going down? I'm not going to waste time with an intro. This is not clickbait. I'm going to give you 5 tools to sell more beats.
Hopefully this
in 2023. And these are tools that I just learned about this year and started using within the last month. So the first tool, ironically, is AI. We've been talking about how AI is purportedly going to replace all of us sometime soon. But for now, we can use it to our advantage. And how can we use AI as part of our beat selling strategy? Here's how. I'm going to use ChatGPT for this. Actually, I'm going to alternate between 2 different AI systems. And these are new. They'll get better with time. But what I'm going to focus on right now.
Are y'all inspired?
Email marketing is.
What have y'all heard that y'all like?
A great way to market.
Everybody's sticking around.
Some people will say email marketing is on its way out, or it's, I don't know, a thing of the past. My open rates are still 50 to 60%, which is pretty good. I'm proud of that. So if you haven't used email marketing, I think that should absolutely be a part of your strategy. But then the question becomes, what do we write in the emails? And I'm an advocate, and so research proves this as well, of sending
you dozed off?
emails out to your subscribers. ChatGPT can help with that. For example, I can type, please write
Good morning.
me email to sell my beats. I don't know. Let's see what happens. Okay, there you go. Look at that. Please write me. I want to see how different this is from the last one. Very similar, but different wording. And then obviously you would tailor this to your own language. Okay, here are 3 emails. And honestly, these look very similar to the emails that professional copywriters are spamming me with to try to get me to send them money for providing the same service. Except theirs are a little corny, I'm not going to lie. A little cornier than this, but at least if I use ChatGPT, I can tailor them to my own voice. Let me try this with Google Bard. Google Bard is Google's version of ChatGPT. And then it gives you email tips.
What's going on, Toya?
And gives you a link to a free sample beat as well. Actually, I had ChatGPT do
You just
this
woke up nicer?
for me before I hit record, and they also had, it was crazy. They wrote me an
Hold on,
email
y'all.
that
See if this
is
card
pretty
works.
much exactly the same format as the email that I send out every week. Here's another thing you can do. How about this? Please write me an email
I don't think it's
subject
working.
line
Hold on.
that will ensure my email reaches the primary inbox and does not end up in the spam or promotions folder. It's very specific.
All right, let me see if this works.
New beats for your next project. You know what? I'm going to test this one out. Let's see if this works. I just sent out a test email with that subject line. Wow. Look at that. It's in the primary. Okay, so this works. Look at this is amazing. Look at how that works. You're getting in the primary inbox. Damn, I'm impressed. This is a major key. I can't believe that just happened. And that this is free. You can do this for free. You get in the primary inbox of people who potentially want to buy your beats by using this tool. All right, the second tool, this is something that BusyWorks introduced, I think, earlier this year, is the new research tab on the YouTube Creator Studio. So you want to go to the YouTube Studio.
4,000 items.
And the research tab under the analytics menu. Now, let's just search something general like type beat. It'll show you in a general sense just all searches and the search volume. It's not as advanced as vidIQ, or I should say it's not as detailed as vidIQ, TubeBuddy, that kind of thing. And it's free though. But it can show you content gaps. And content gaps are keywords in which there is a higher search volume and a smaller number of competing results. That means these are keywords that are easier to penetrate. Why did I say penetrate? These are viable keywords. You should use these keywords. They're low competition, but people are actually searching for these keywords. So dance type beat, I wouldn't use that. 2022's last year, but maybe you have a, I don't know, a YouTube tutorial channel. Search volume is low, but you can rank on this. Beat tutorial. Oh, there's a content cap on beat tutorial. So try these out, at least as part of some of your keyword research. The third, and this is actually 2-in-1, RapChat. I've been using RapChat for a long time. As you can see, I have almost 36,000 followers and almost 1,000 beats uploaded. Now, when I first signed up, there was no way to directly monetize your beats on RapChat or send people directly to your beat store. What people do with the app is it's mostly for recording artists. They can download beats, not even download them. They record them right in the app. They can record their vocals over a song. So it's a great way for people to just download songs and browse beats. But for the longest time, I was just uploading beats to it and hoping that somehow people would, find me because my website was in my profile bio section and blah, blah, blah. I used to put my phone number up there actually. Now, as of this year, there's a way for people to directly access the purchase links. Let's say someone wants to get this beat from me. They can just go right on the app or the desktop version, click on Buy Beat, And look where it goes, straight to my beat store. Similarly, there's another app that basically does the same thing called Veloco. I just found out about this last week. I still need to sign up. Go to veloco.resonantcavity.com/producer/sign up. That's a long ass URL, but you can do the same thing, and it will include a link directly to your beat store. They've already, I don't think they work with BeatStars, but they just know that that's one of the ways that recording artists purchase beats and producers sell beats. So they have all of this accounted for, and you can upload individual beats to the site, because no matter what, wherever, as a general rule, in my opinion, wherever there are potential customers, wherever there are people who want beats, get your beats there. This third tool isn't new, but I want to combine it with some new technology. We're going back to keyword research. vidIQ,
Okay, I got it
just the free version, a free Chrome extension that you can download right now for free. It's a
See if
great
this
tool.
works.
I mean, people use it for keyword research, but I'm going to encourage you to use it to steal, to reverse engineer successful producers' channels, essentially. If I search for J. Cole type beat, right? Let's check out Just Dan Beats. This guy has a ton of subscribers. He's doing well. We can look at his keywords, spy on his keywords, see, you know, with vidIQ, what this user is ranking on. And we can test some of these keywords out to see if they're going to work for us. But we can also just completely reverse engineer everything that they're doing. I mean, if they're keyword stuffing, if they're posting the title down here, if they're using hashtags, how they're formatting not only their titles, but their descriptions. We don't need vidIQ to do that, but we can use vidIQ to spy on pretty much everything else. And what I would do is not just say, okay, I'm just going to copy all of their content and suddenly blow up on the J. Cole type beat keyword niche. I don't think that's how it works. What you could do, what I would suggest, go back to our AI tools. Please give me low competition keywords. Why can I not spell? Low competition. YouTube keywords. Related to the search term J. Cole type beat. I know Bard is not going to plug it. Here we go. Okay, these keywords are all related to the search term J. Cole type beat, but they are less competitive than some more popular keywords. And it spells it out for you. This means there will be less competition for this keyword, and it will be easier for your videos to rank higher in the search results. I'm going to try this same search term in ChatGPT, and let's see what happens. Some of them are similar.
My bad, y'all. I stay up day and night.
Steal the format from this other person and try to rank
listening,
for a less competitive keyword.
Working, and doing everything. All right, this thing is done.
So it was actually the fourth tool. So let's hit number 5.
For some reason,
let's
it's
talk
not
about
working.
YouTube Shorts.
Hold on, y'all.
If I search for type beats in a YouTube short search, there's not that much there. I don't know what the hell any of this has to do with type beats. Yeah, okay. So it looks like people aren't really using YouTube Shorts, and YouTube Shorts are being prioritized by YouTube right now because they're trying to compete with Instagram Reels and TikTok and so forth. Now, what I don't recommend doing is completely, and I've talked to producers who are doing this, completely abandoning just regular YouTube uploads and uploading all your beats as well. I had to restart. And doing is completely, and I've talked to producers who are doing this, completely abandoning just regular YouTube uploads and uploading all your beats as well. I had to restart the recording process because my cat knocked over an acoustic panel and unplugged a bunch of stuff as the acoustic panel fell on top of my expensive studio equipment. As I was saying, some producers are rushing to just replace their regular uploads with shorts. I don't recommend that. What I do recommend is using shorts, at least for now, because YouTube is prioritizing them, just creating vertical versions of your beats, seeing how they go, using SEO principles as well, that still applies. And then also making sure that either in the description or as a comment that you leave on your own short, or both, that you do include a buy link. I see a ton of producers releasing shorts that don't have any sort of buy link, any sort of information on how people can actually purchase that beat. If there are more tools that I don't know about that I didn't mention in this video, please leave a comment, and then also leave a comment if you know better ways of using any of these tools, especially the AI tools, because those are really brand new, and it's going to be interesting to see how sophisticated.
Shout outs to Nicer in the building.
Time, especially when it comes to things like hacking the YouTube algorithm or hacking the Gmail algorithm. You saw we did both of those things, but it's very early on, and maybe at some point, especially Bard is going to catch on that we're using these tools to sidestep a lot of the filters that Google itself has put in place. Much success to you. Appreciate you subscribing, leaving a comment, liking the video.
All right, that's interesting. Shout outs to Red Supreme. Shit, everybody's live. Red Supreme, Ramil. Everybody's live. Red Supreme's talking about Obsidian, talking about Jason Black. I don't think that was a smart move, but it is what it is. All right, I gotta run and hit the streets real quick, but let's see if everything loaded up. Let's see if everything loaded. Let's see if we can make a quick beat real quick. Hopefully it'll work. All right, hold on, y'all. Everybody going in today, all of a sudden. Y'all gotta make sure y'all on y'all grind, man. 24/7. Don't get off your grind. Oh, that's loud. Oh, that's loud. Okay, it does work. It did work. Hold on. Shoot. Oh, I didn't want that to happen. See, 77. I know what I've been talking about, homie. I started looking at the subscribers, the followers, and I said, okay, I see I seen the bookery. I seen the bakery. Nigga, we trying to get there like the motherfucking bakery, my nigga. I gotta separate in order to elevate. So yeah, my nigga, I told y'all, like, hell no. For all my real ones that know, you like, yeah, Cream been talking about that, man. It's real. Say, well, I got a business, I got money. Maybe you do. That doesn't negate the facts. It doesn't take away from what we're saying. That's like if I say, oh, well, nigga, so-and-so slapped you, my nigga. Oh, I'm rich and successful. But you never address the fact that your only comeback is, well, I have this and I'm doing this. That was the only one. Instead of you addressing the problem at hand, which is cooning, which is buffooning. See, the cooning was never addressed. Oh, we'll talk about business, but the cooning was never addressed in the video. And this ain't no shot up. This ain't no shot at Obsidian. I'm Are you okay, Kuda? I'm a little concerned. I'm okay. Are you okay? You've been sleeping a lot lately. Are you all right? All right, let me go. I need to go get my shoes. Hold on, y'all. I'm getting close to another Veggies beat. You said I'm just confused. You said nicer in the building. I understand, and got quiet. I was like, huh? Understand what? I'm sorry. My memory is short. I don't understand. I'm confused. Give me 1 second, y'all. I kind of got this stuff saving a little bit. I need to purge this unit. And I need to finish uploading stuff. And that, honestly, I need to go through all of these files and produce a lot of this music that I've been making for the past month, and literally just do one huge upload. So I'm about to I'm gonna get rid of a lot of the stuff that I'm doing right now. Well, not get rid of it, but finish it. So give me 1 second, y'all. I will be right back in a second later on, because I gotta run and go grab something to eat and then sit down and work for the rest of the night. Hold on, y'all. All right, 1 second, y'all. I will be back. Player Talk Radio. Hopefully you guys got some inspiration from some of the shows that we were listening to tonight. A lot of gems actually was really talked about. I like to sit back and listen to that type of stuff while I'm working and stuff like that. Because not lose sight of what you're doing, but it motivates you and it gives you a lot of ideas to do something different. I'm gonna have my BeatStars open up tonight. So we're gonna be opening up the BeatStar page tonight. So I got a lot of beats and stuff to work on. It's Player Talk Radio. Peace. Everybody be safe and be productive. Let's go.